Today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Love can be liberating, but in some cases, it can turn deadly. It's often said that life begins after 40. With age comes self-awareness, confidence, and the chance to finally live on your own terms. For many, it's a time of rediscovery, especially for those who spent their younger years living according to someone else's expectations. Maybe they chose the wrong partner. Maybe they stayed in a life that didn't feel like theirs out of fear of judgment or failure. But once the children are grown and the fear of what others think begins to fade, that second chapter can finally begin. Janine Starbuck believed in that second chance. At 42 years old, Janine was ready to rebuild. A mother of 5, she had recently gone through a divorce and was hoping to rediscover happiness on her own terms. But her hope for a fresh start ended in tragedy. On December 3, 2011, police found Chanin's lifeless body on the floor of her bedroom in her own home. She was lying on her back in a disturbing, staged position. Placed on her stomach was an erotic massager, an act investigators believed was meant to humiliate her, even in death. There was no question that she had been murdered. Chanin's body was covered in bruises and abrasions. The coroner's report would later confirm the use of a stun gun and signs that her body had been moved after death. But the ultimate cause was clear: strangulation. Whatever Chanin had hoped her new life would bring, it ended not in love or freedom, but in a violent betrayal that shocked everyone who knew her. Detectives faced a tough task. They needed to establish the last hours of this mother of 5's life and find the criminal. The disappearance of a mother of many, the police learned of the woman's lack of contact a day before the grim discovery. Initially, her ex-husband Clay Starbuck raised the alarm. The 47-year-old man reported he had been unable to contact his wife since December 1. Around 3 p.m., Chanin texted her daughter that she was unable to pick up the kids from school due to feeling unwell and asked them to wait for their father, whom she supposedly had informed of the change in plans. However, his phone was off, so he was unaware of the situation. Marshall and Serena, the younger brother and sister, were tired and hungry. Therefore, the 15-year-old Logan decided to call her older brother. She asked him to drive them to their father's house, located a couple of blocks from their home. Upon arrival, Austin reported that he too could not get in touch with their mother. Perhaps she had turned off her phone to rest and recover. The boy put the kids in the car and drove them to Clay's house. The man was not expecting them, but was genuinely pleased by the unexpected circumstances. After the divorce, the older children had stayed with him, and the 3 youngest with their mother. Therefore, the father decided to enjoy their company and did not disturb Chanin. Moreover, such incidents had happened before with her. Besides, he expected to see his former wife at the school basketball game that evening, but she never showed up. On December 2, Mr. Starbuck drove the children to school and headed to his ex-wife's home. The front door was locked and the blinds were drawn. Since he didn't have a spare key, he tried to enter but was unsuccessful. Clay then sent a message stating that if Chanin did not show up by 7 p.m., he would contact law enforcement. After waiting until the agreed time, he went to the police and explained the situation. 2 sheriff's deputies went to the provided address, but finding nothing suspicious, returned. The officer suggested waiting another day. If she didn't make contact by then, he should come back disappointed. Clay went home and waited for news. The next day, he went to the station again. Unexpectedly, they told him that his wasn't the only report. A friend and Chanin's mother had also been unable to reach her. This was uncharacteristic of her. This time, the police approached the case more responsibly. 48 hours had passed since Mrs. Starbuck's disappearance, and several people were concerned. After obtaining the necessary permission, the police went to her home again. What secrets did Mrs. Starbuck's home hold? Upon arriving at the residence, officers broke the lock and entered. There were no signs of a break-in or robbery. At first glance, everything was in its place. However, the idyll was disrupted as soon as they entered the woman's bedroom. That's where the grim truth was revealed. Chanin Starbuck hadn't just disappeared. She had been brutally ended. It appeared she had just gotten up. Her bed was unmade. The blanket lay nearby, the sheet was missing from the bed, and the mattress cover was stained red. The deceased's cell phone and diary were on the dresser. Forensic experts focused their attention on her room. They examined all available surfaces for fingerprints. Some had been wiped clean, but 12 latent prints were found on the massager's box and the bathroom mirror. Numerous traces were also found in common areas. For further DNA analysis, specialists took scrapings from under the nails, face, and neck of the body. Detectives suspected that the homeowner had been deprived of life after she got out of the shower, was then moved to the bed, and eventually dragged to the floor. Notably, the removed sheets were found in the washing machine. Perhaps the perpetrator wanted to remove evidence. In this way, Clay sheds light on his ex-wife's lifestyle. By noon, Clay arrived at Shannon's house. He was eager to find out what had happened. The scene in his ex-wife's yard did not inspire positive thoughts. The perimeter of the building was cordoned off with yellow tape, and an ambulance and several police cars were parked near the lawn. Mr. Starbuck was the first to be informed of the woman's tragic end. The detectives needed to gather any information about the victim and her lifestyle. Therefore, after the ex-husband managed to calm down a bit, they questioned him. He explained that they had an arrangement. Every morning he picked up the younger kids and took them to school, and she picked them up after school. However, this routine was sometimes disrupted. That happened on the morning of December 1, when his car broke down a couple of blocks from home. Usually waking up early, he would drive around the neighborhood and warm up the car. That time, Clay texted Shanine and asked her to take the kids to school. He then went home to wait for it to warm up. Around 11 a.m., he tried to start the car again, but once more it wouldn't start. Giving up, he went back inside to nap. Mr. Starbuck didn't notice as he slept for several hours during that time. His cell phone died. To substantiate his claims, he showed the correspondence with his ex-wife. At first glance, everything added up. Moreover, Clay was very cooperative, handing over his cell phone, DNA material, and fingerprints. He also confessed that he had been worried about Shannon because the divorce had changed her and made her more vulnerable. When officers asked him to elaborate, he shared that being single, the woman had registered on a dating site. As she remained attractive, she had a wide circle of admirers. According to Clay, she might have been seeing some of them simultaneously. Following his logic, one of these lovers might have sent Shannon to the afterlife. Unfortunately, he couldn't name anyone as he didn't have such information. Throughout the conversation, Starbuck desperately cried. He explained that it was difficult for him to accept the fact of his former lover's death and to speak of her in the past tense. After recording his statement, the officer sent the man home. Poor guy had to tell the children about their mother's death. Beginning of the investigation, the case involving Chan and Starbuck's demise was gathering momentum. Investigators questioned the Starbuck family's neighbors, focusing on every detail, especially reports of unfamiliar people and vehicles. In recent weeks, an autopsy confirmed chest trauma consistent with the use of a stun gun and also revealed that she had 10 broken ribs. The injuries inflicted upon her head and body were severe and likely caused by a blunt object. The external appearance of the injuries made it difficult to determine the exact time of death. The expert estimated that her life was ended sometime between December 1 and 2. Scratches on her body suggested she had been moved because her neck bone was broken. The medical examiner stated that something soft was used during the act of strangulation, possibly a hand, a towel, or even a sheet. A slight clarity in the case emerged from the body samples taken, including male DNA, suggesting that the suspect might be among her close male acquaintances, starting from her ex-husband to secret admirers. Shannon's darker side hoping to catch his former wife's perpetrator quickly. Clay Starbuck cooperated fully with the investigation. He underwent an examination during which he agreed to document any injuries and damages. Detectives speculated that the perpetrator might also have sustained injuries during the struggle. However, no such injuries were found on Clay's hands. Following him, the 21-year-old Austin and 18-year-old Blake were also examined. Questions arose only regarding the older son, whose hands bore old cuts, but these were attributed to his job in a window manufacturing plant. During conversations with the children, some facts were established that were later clarified. Many of them knew that after the divorce, their mother often went on dates with men and did not approve of it. The teenagers had even seen explicit photos on her laptop, which led them to speculate that she might have been targeted by a predator operating online. It was clear that everyone loved their mother and were deeply shaken by her departure. However, They disagreed with the changes in her life. In a follow-up interview, Clay was more articulate. He blamed Shannon for the family discord. While he was away on business trips, she frequently saw other men. He even admitted that he suspected that Marshall might not be his son. Nevertheless, he loved him as his own. In his view, after their relationship ended, Shannon started to indulge excessively and inappropriately for her age. He disapproved of how she would drop the kids off at his place when going on another date, among other things. However, by this point, the investigators had managed not only to talk to him and the children. Having interviewed Shannon's relatives and some friends, the detectives formed their own picture of the deceased and her family. The rise and fall of the Starbuck family. Chinene was born on April 19, 1969, in Anderson, Indiana. She was the youngest in her family, spending her childhood with two brothers. Over time, her parents divorced and started new families, giving her additional siblings from a young age. Chinene dreamt of creating a large and loving family of her own, a vision strengthened by her active participation in church and deep faith. She grew up modest and kind-hearted, with a passion for drawing, which earned her numerous awards and prizes. At the age of 20, she met 25-year-old Clay Starbuck. Their paths crossed in Florida, where Shannon had moved with her family in her youth. Clay, originally from Alaska, was vacationing in one of the warmer states. They met at a party hosted by mutual friends and immediately took to each other. That evening, Shannon learned a lot about Clay, including that he had continued his education at a school for diesel mechanics in Colorado after high school, then returned home to work on the Trans-Alaskan Pipeline, making a good living. However, she discovered he was already married and had two beautiful children from that union. Shannon was not deterred by his complicated past. In fact, she saw it as a positive, believing that it gave him valuable experience for married life. The couple married soon after. The newly minted Mrs. Starbuck moved in with her husband, initially struggling to adapt to the new environment and weather but quickly settling in. However, married life wasn't as idyllic as Shannon had hoped, with Clay often away, leaving her to manage the household alone. Yet love gave her strength, knowing that his work shifts would eventually end, and he would be back by her side. Meanwhile, she embraced motherhood with his children from his first marriage. It wasn't long before they had their own children together. First, a son named Austin, and 3 years later, a brother for him named Blake. In 1996, their family grew again with the birth of a much-awaited daughter, Logan. But with Logan came challenges. She was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at a young age. Shannon embraced her daughter's diagnosis with grace and became her best friend. Later, another daughter brightened the Starbucks' lives, whom Clay named Serena. Shannon devoted her time to her children, overseeing their health, education, and church teachings. She was known throughout the community for her hobbies, cooking, and crafts. Yet she was so immersed in her role as a caring mother and loving wife that she didn't notice when her husband began an affair at work. This was a tremendous shock to her, perceived as a deep betrayal. Consequently, in 2000, she filed for divorce, marking a new chapter in her life. Still harboring feelings for her ex-husband, she decided to move to Arizona to dull the pain of their painful separation by starting a relationship with another man. However, this attempt failed, as Chinene realized she still loved Clay, who was also reaching out, asking her to return. Convinced he had repented, she gave him a second chance in 2001. The couple welcomed their son, Marshall, their fifth child. Yet, instead of solidifying their marriage, he became a new point of contention. Even a formal remarriage in 2006 could not save their fractured relationship. 6 months later, they moved to Deer Park in Spokane County, Washington. Clay found a suitable house for their large family. He continued to work at his previous job, so he was away most of the time. Shannon was left to manage the household and kids on her own, taking them to movies, theaters, and parks, and organizing home parties. However, doubts and distrust poisoned their marriage, further impacted by the long separations and breaks in their relationship. Ultimately, in 2010, the couple permanently separated. Crossing into her 40s, Shannon began to rebuild her life, holding on to hope that she might still experience the joy of love. She resolved never to give up or repeat past mistakes. Even when Clay suffered a serious injury, she chose not to return to him. Nonetheless, she supported her ex-husband and provided whatever help she could. In February 2011, Clay left his job and settled permanently in Deer Park, staying close, not just to his children, but to Shannon as well. He still hoped she would return, but she did not share his view. Finally, finding freedom, she enjoyed it. After undergoing surgery, Austin and Blake moved in with their father, happy to be away from under their mother's constant supervision. Shannon, breathing new life, found a part-time job and enrolled in a dental assistant course. Tired of being a housewife and needing to support her family, especially as her ex-husband stopped paying child support due to his illness, she still had him nearby for emergencies. The children stayed with him after school every Wednesday, as well as the second and fourth weekends of the month. That summer, Chanyeon proudly received her certification, marking off one dream and starting to pursue another, hoping to meet a worthy man. She created a profile on a dating site, feeling a keen need to live for herself. She also regretted spending her best years on a man who did not appreciate her and was capable of deceit. However, a criminal plan one December morning ended her dreams. Shannon's Starbucks funeral took place on December 10, 2011. The large number of people who came to the service testified to her being a bright and sincere person. She found her final resting place at a cemetery in Orlando. Search for the culprit. Public attention to the woman's death spurred law enforcement to move quickly while focusing on her ex-husband. Detectives decided to verify his alibi. As a result, they retraced Clay's movements on December 1. He once again explained what had happened that morning and detailed where and how his car had broken down. Additionally, the results of the initial examination came in. Starbucks fingerprints did not match any found at the crime scene. This led to a decision to check him against existing databases, while also focusing on Shannon's mobile phone, laptop, and personal diary. At the same time, they explored the possibility of other people being involved in the crime. After carefully examining Mrs. Starbuck's mobile phone, detectives added several names to the list of suspects. Men she had communicated with on the dating site raised suspicions. One, Tom Walker, had scheduled a date with her on December 5, hours before her demise. They had candid conversations and exchanged photos. Tom had asked Shannon to take a photo using an adult toy, which she refused. Notably, her body was later found in the exact pose mentioned by Tom. Within an hour, Walker was located. He was shocked, not only by the news but also by being considered a suspect. He immediately explained his activities on the day of her death, which were confirmed by colleagues and surveillance cameras. Next on the list was John Wilson, who had scheduled a meeting with Shannon on December 1. From their correspondence, it was clear he was not looking for a serious relationship. Their interaction was merely casual. It also turned out that the suitor had used a fake name. His real name was John Ken Lane. He worked in a completely different field than he had claimed and was married, hence the secrecy. On the day of the crime, Shannon postponed their morning meeting to a later time, citing headaches. Eventually, the date did not take place. After taking a DNA sample from him, he was released. His alibi was corroborated. Even as his deception was revealed to his family, critical evidence after these developments, the investigation reverted to square one. While examining Shannon's mobile phone, detectives made a request to the cellular service provider, uncovering another significant detail. It turned out that a 911 call was made from the victim's phone at 9:18 a.m. on the morning of December 1, but the suspect deleted it from the call log. Thanks to a request to the emergency services, the 30-second call was retrieved. Unfortunately, it contained nothing but sobs and rustling sounds before abruptly cutting off. It was also discovered that after the failed call, the call center operator tried to return the call, but it went to voicemail. According to GPS data, Shannon's mobile device was located at her home, pinpointing the exact date of her demise. She had been deprived of life after dropping her kids at school and returning home. This meant that the 11 messages sent afterward were not sent by her. The suspect tried to confuse the investigation. Moreover, he was close to the Starbuck family, as he used a nickname for the youngest son, calling him Marsh in the correspondence. After this information, Clay's statements underwent further scrutiny. He had sufficient motive for ending his ex-wife's life: divorce. Not all partners accept new realities with dignity. Moreover, he had a perfect opportunity, knowing her daily routine. Thus, authorities decided to again track the suspect's car route, this time using street surveillance camera recordings. This is where officers' suspicions took shape. Starbuck's car had not broken down concurrently. Results from another analysis arrived. DNA material collected from Shannon's body matched the suspect's samples exactly. Harsh reprisal, the scenario unfolded as follows. On the morning of December 1, Clay sent a message to his ex-wife, asking her to take the kids to school, fabricating a car breakdown. While she was out, he entered the house and waited. During this time, he accessed her unprotected laptop and found personal correspondences that infuriated the already jealous Starbuck. When Shannon returned, a heated argument ensued, which ultimately led to bloodshed. This explained the unusual pose in which the deceased was found, an act of vengeance for her newfound freedom. Afterward, Clay stayed in the house, impersonating her in text exchanges. His intentions to harm his ex-wife might have been long-standing. Now, a friend's words to detectives took on new meaning during a conversation. She mentioned that Clay and Shannon's relationship was far from what it seemed. Shannon had confessed in candid conversations that she was tired of his constant control and criticisms, daring to divorce. She feared he might harm her someday. From June to November 2011, she had repeatedly contacted the police, claiming her ex-husband was stalking her. She felt unsafe even in her own home, hence did not trust anyone with the keys. Ultimately, she managed to secure a restraining order against Clay, so their communications were confined to text messages. Careful examination of Mrs. Starbuck's diary made it evident that she not only feared her former lover, but believed he was turning the children against her. He concocted vile stories and portrayed her as promiscuous. Thus, the children's reaction to their father's arrest on February 6, 2012 was not surprising. They refused to believe in his involvement. They were not perturbed by the fact that a tracking program was found on their mother's laptop and a hard drive labeled Chanine's desktop computer in their father's house, along with printed correspondences. The older children doubted the authenticity of the DNA analysis, believing the accusation against their father was far-fetched and the case fabricated. However, the views of law enforcement and other relatives differed. Triumph of truth and justice. At the trial, the prosecution was confident in the man's guilt, supported by a substantial amount of physical evidence and testimonies. In June 2013, justice prevailed. Clay Starbuck was found guilty of first-degree deprivation of life under aggravating circumstances and disrespect to human remains. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In 2015, Clay's attorney filed an appeal against the verdict, but it was rejected. To this day, the perpetrator remains behind bars at the Airway Heights Corrections Center in Spokane County. Shannon's relatives mourn the woman's untimely departure profoundly, yet their hearts are even more shattered by the thought that the children sided with their father. He was so obsessed with his ex-wife that in seeking revenge, he forgot about the consequences. Unable to accept his new reality, he left his children effectively orphaned. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Inevitability. That haunting word takes on a chilling weight when an entire family vanishes without a trace. It's tragic when one person goes missing, but when children are involved, the pain cuts deeper, the questions multiply, and the urgency becomes unbearable. Children, innocent by nature, are rarely seen as part of dark adult tragedies. But sometimes, their lives are swept into chaos they never asked for, bearing consequences meant for others. In the fall of 2013, Deltona, Florida became the backdrop of one such tragedy, one that remains etched in silence and mystery. Yesenia Suarez, a 28-year-old mother of two, was building a life with her young children, 9-year-old Thalia and 8-year-old Michael Otto. But on the night of October 22 into the early hours of the 23rd birthday, something went terribly wrong. By morning, all three were gone. It began with a missed call. Every morning, like clockwork, Yesenia would call her mother, Felicia Perez, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock a.m. It was part of their routine, a simple check-in, a habit born out of closeness. But on October 23, 2013, the call never came. Felicia knew something was wrong. What followed was a search that quickly escalated into a full-blown investigation. Law enforcement moved swiftly, sensing early on that this wasn't just a disappearance, it was something more sinister. But as they began to piece together the events of that night, the clues they uncovered stunned even the most seasoned officers. What happened inside that home between October 22 and 23 remains a puzzle, one filled with gaps, shadows, and horror. And at the center of it all was a mother and her two innocent children, gone, as if they had vanished into thin air. The elderly woman grew concerned, as such behavior was out of character for her daughter. Over the next 2 hours, she tried to make contact, but all attempts were futile. The mobile phone of the person being called was turned off. Felicia then called the school where her grandchildren attended. However, the administration informed her that the children had not arrived for classes. The mother's concern grew. Around 11 a.m., she decided to visit Yesenia's home, but nobody answered the door. After this, the worried woman sought help from the police. The compelling arguments she presented convinced the officers to respond to the message. Upon arriving at Yesenia's residence, police officers began inspecting the house and the surrounding area. Soon after, 35-year-old Luis, the husband of the missing woman, arrived. He seemed surprised to find law enforcement at his home and initially expressed indignation. However, once he learned the reasons for their presence, he softened. During the conversation, the man mentioned that he last saw his wife and children the night before. After a minor argument, she packed some belongings and left, saying nothing to him. The family was on the verge of divorce, so after another quarrel, he spent the night in the car. By morning, the house was empty. Toledo stated that he was deeply saddened that, after years together, his wife did not even bother to say goodbye. His words were credible. He also gave permission for a search inside the home. Except for scattered children's toys, everything was orderly. No signs of forced entry or struggle were detected. It seemed quite possible that the young woman left at the first opportunity, along with her children. Also missing were her second car, a 2013 Honda Accord, as well as her personal items, documents, and mobile phone. Nevertheless, there were elements that raised concerns. Firstly, Suarez was very close to her relatives. Therefore, she would not have kept them in the dark and would have informed them of her plans or current whereabouts. Secondly, a peculiar smell lingered in the house, especially strong in the bedroom, bathroom, and the hallway leading from it. At places, the smell of cleaning products mixed with the scent of vinegar. This led detectives to two conclusions. Either the homeowners were exceptionally clean, or someone was attempting to destroy evidence of a crime that had occurred there. Thirdly, Felicia's account raised suspicions. She had previously told the police that on October 22, a terrible argument occurred between Yesenia and Luis, during which he showed aggression and struck her daughter. Finally, neighbors of the couple who had gathered at the arrival of the police reported strange noises coming from the house under investigation. Witnesses explained that they heard something resembling a scream around 2 a.m., but did not attach any significance to it. Altercations among teenagers in this area were not uncommon. Therefore, only when law enforcement arrived did they realize that something extraordinary had happened, on the brink of collapse. Subsequent investigations shed light on the details of the argument mentioned by the mother of the missing woman and her children. Luis suspected his wife of infidelity and had installed a tracking program on her phone. This led him to discover an affair between Yesenia and her colleague Kevin Drin. On October 22, the distraught husband confronted his wife at her workplace publicly, accused her of infidelity, and slapped her. He then declared he would not hinder the lovers further. During the conflict, one of the organization's employees called emergency services to report the incident. However, Toledo left the building before the police arrived. The officers interviewed Suarez, who admitted that she often experienced such uncontrollable behavior from her husband, but had never sought help. Her statements were documented and recorded. After work, Yesenia visited her mother's house, where her children were waiting. They had dinner together, after which Toledo called her. Felicia recounted hearing about their conversation. Luis apologized and pleaded not to press charges against him. He also warned that something unpleasant might happen if she did not comply with his demands. It turns out the protagonist of the story had decided to obtain a restraining order against her husband, but after the call, she changed her mind, explaining to her family that it would only make things worse. Late in the evening, Toledo came to his mother-in-law's house and spoke with the women. He was distraught, complaining that his marriage was falling apart. He expressed his love for his family and his desire not to lose them. Yesenia, however, was determined and declared that a divorce was imminent. After this, he left to give her time to cool off and come to terms with the new reality. The woman initially decided to stay overnight at her parental home. Nevertheless, after meeting with her husband, she took the children and returned home. Unfortunately, this was the last time the mother saw her daughter and grandchildren. Arrested due to the incident at Suarez's office the day before and her subsequent disappearance, the police had solid grounds to arrest Luis. The man was shocked and appeared bewildered at the station. He reiterated his version of the events that happened overnight. After arguing with his wife at her mother's house, he went to a neighbor's place, where he stayed until 1 a.m. He then decided to spend the night in his car to avoid further conflict. At 7 a.m., he returned home and found that no one was there. Despite this, the suspect remained calm and did not express any concern for the missing individuals. He explained this by his confidence that they would soon return or make contact. He claimed Yesenia was not the kind of person who kept others regularly informed, and the current situation was just a foolish coincidence. A love story. Yesenia and Luis met in 2009 during a street festival. They were immediately attracted to each other and quickly fell in love. However, their relationship was anything but harmonious. Everyone around them was convinced that the two were not suited for each other. Suarez had been through a failed marriage before. At 24, she found herself a single mother of 2 young children. Thus, she was determined to set up their lives in the most favorable way possible. She dreamed of providing them with a good education and a better future. To this end, she re-enrolled in college and took up a full-time job. Yesenia worked for an American canine detection service in Lake Mary, a company known for training dogs to work with military and police forces. Luis, in contrast to his partner, was older and just beginning to sort out his life. He had been convicted multiple times in the past and was a former member of the Latin Kings gang. Thanks to his disposition and well-honed fighting skills, he had once held a leading position within the group. However, after turning state's evidence and betraying his peers, he lost his former influence and respect. Therefore, Toledo left the gang, turned away from his criminal past, and enrolled in college for barber training. He even got baptized and started attending church. Luis emerged as a sociable and caring person who tried to help everyone. After meeting Yesenia, he transformed completely. He became a loving and tender partner to her and a caring stepfather to her children. All the neighbors spoke highly of him. They often saw him spending time with his family and playing with the kids in the yard. The young couple got married on the first day of 2011. Although their relationship was initially happy, over time, everything changed. Respect and understanding faded away. Luis began to spend a lot of time on video games and neglected his family duties. It seemed all his attention had shifted to the virtual world. His wife repeatedly expressed her grievances, but the situation would only improve temporarily. Felicia often visited the couple, since she lived just a few blocks away. Therefore, she was well aware of everything happening in her daughter's life. Gradually, the number of arguments in the family increased. Toledo genuinely did not understand what was expected of him and why they couldn't live as before. One day he became so angry that he physically lashed out at his wife. After this, their marriage began to crumble. Eyewitnesses. After Luis was detained, detectives began interviewing relatives and acquaintances of the missing family. They also contacted Yesenia's lover, Kevin. He reported that he had spoken with her late on the evening of October 22. He called to check on her, concerned that she might be in trouble after the incident at work. During the conversation, Suarez seemed tense. but she assured him that everything was fine and that it would just take some time to settle down. Sometimes, her voice sounded unclear, which made him think that she might have had a drink. Their conversation lasted about 5 minutes. At the end, Yesenia wished him a good night and said goodbye. It was clear that Kevin did not know where she was and was genuinely worried that something irreparable might have happened to her. Later, a call came into the police station from Jackson Titian, a neighbor of the suspect. The young man lived with his mother across the street and had inadvertently witnessed the events unfold. He reported that at 6 a.m., Luis came to him asking for help with the task. He needed to pick up a neighbor on his way back from Lake Mary, but did not explain why. Meanwhile, Toledo got into Yesenia's car, leading the student to assume that her vehicle needed repair and they were heading to a garage. However, the reality was different from what he had imagined. They drove for about 30 minutes and then stopped in the parking lot of a large supermarket. Luis got out and started cleaning the interior of the car. Jackson noticed how thoroughly he wiped down the cabin, all the doors and windows using a cleaning agent. Afterwards, he put the car mats, a rag and gloves into a bag, and then disposed of the bundle in a trash container. At that moment, the eyewitness did not understand what was happening and felt mixed emotions. He began to suspect that something serious had occurred the night before. Yet, on the other hand, if Toledo was hiding something, why would he take him along? After leaving Yesenia his vehicle, the men headed back. This time, Luis drove while Jackson was sent to the back seat. The ride back to Delton was silent. Unable to bear the tension, Jackson finally asked what had happened. The neighbor simply replied that he had lost his temper and refused to explain further. The incident occupied the 20-year-old student's mind all morning, but after hearing rumors about the family's disappearance, he pieced together the events and immediately called the police. Later, the young man was questioned in the office and confirmed everything he had said on the phone. He then directed law enforcement officers to the location of the sought-seller vehicle and the container where Luis had discarded the items. Armed with Jackson's testimony, detectives summoned Toledo. Everyone hoped to see Yesenia and her children alive, so they hoped the alleged criminal would confess sooner rather than later. Therefore, they informed him of everything the neighbor had reported and asked him to comment on these statements. However, the suspects suggested that the law enforcement officers were bluffing and refused to engage in conversation. Detectives knew that solid evidence was needed for substantial accusations, so they didn't rush things and instead headed to the parking lot. The sought-after car was indeed there, but it was empty. However, Yesenia's personal belongings were found inside: her purse, Idaho card, wallet, work pass, and mobile phone. Forensic experts examined the vehicle for DNA, blood, or fingerprints, but were unable to find anything conclusive. The experts stated that this was because the car had been cleaned thoroughly. Later, it was discovered that the garage keys still bore a single fingerprint, which turned out to be the suspect's. In the trash bin that Jackson had pointed out, they found a bag containing cleaning supplies, a rag, and some clothing. Additionally, bloodstains were found on the discarded mats and men's shoes. A wet shower curtain and the same cleaning products were then found in a container near the couple's home. When the house was thoroughly inspected, it was difficult to find any traces. However, experts were able to find a few stains in the bathroom. Blood spatters were found on the cabinet door, doors, and on the floor under the bathtub. DNA analysis determined that they belonged to Talia and Michael. After this discovery, the lead detective expressed doubt that the missing persons would be found alive. Nevertheless, the search continued. The operation involved relatives and acquaintances of Yesenia, as well as numerous volunteers. They searched everywhere using dogs and divers, but to no avail. It became obvious that the only person who could give any information was Luis, but he continued to remain silent. Confession. Eventually, during the third interrogation, Toledo cracked and confessed to Yesenia's death. However, he continued to deny that he had harmed the children. He recounted that Jackson Titan had come over to his house in the evening to play video games. Suddenly, his wife and children appeared on the doorstep. She no longer liked his games and was even more upset by the events of the day, so she demanded that they leave. But when Luis refused, Yesenia walked up to him and started shaking him by the shoulders. To make her stop, he punched her in the neck. Unfortunately, he didn't calculate the force, and the blow proved fatal. She couldn't breathe. I could see her gasping for breath, and I couldn't do anything to help. She ended up dying. Looking at me, the suspect finished his story. The detective then provocatively asked, "Do you miss your children? Would you trade places with them?" Toledo nodded silently. The investigator then asked him to explain how they died. The suspect's behavior changed, and he stated that they were massacred by a neighbor who was present after Yesenia's death. Talia and Michael ran into the room. They saw their mother lying on the floor and began screaming. Luis therefore asked Jackson to take them to another place. However, he soon heard loud noises and followed them into the bathroom. When he looked inside, he saw that they were lying on the floor and the neighbor was holding an axe. Luis burst into tears. The man added that after the incident, he was in shock and lost all self-awareness, and Jackson took advantage of the situation and got rid of the bodies. There was silence in the interrogation room. The last hope of finding the missing alive was gone. All that remained was to find the bodies, but the likelihood of finding them was rapidly diminishing. The detectives doubted the man's sincerity. Nevertheless, his claims had to be verified, so Jackson Titan was questioned again. He was immediately told the neighbor's version of events. The young man stated that after returning home from college, he never went out again. He also noted that he had no reason to end the lives of Yesenia or Michael and Thalia. Moreover, he personally went to the police and reported the incident. Soon his alibi was confirmed. He was cleared of suspicion and released. The desire to end it all, the search for Yesenia, Michael, and Thalia continued relentlessly. Despite considerable public attention and the large number of people involved, the efforts were unsuccessful. Every neighborhood was combed, including woods, bodies of water, and local landfills, all to no avail. Detectives feared that without the bodies, there might not be enough evidence to convict. However, something unexpected soon happened. During one of the routine interrogations, Toledo asked to use the restroom, accompanied by several officers. Since the restroom was at the other end of the building, they had to walk a short distance. During this walk, the detainee asked for a favor. He wanted to be taken home so that he could end his life. Understandably, he was not released. Instead, Luis asked the officers to remove his handcuffs so they could shoot him, as if he were trying to escape. This bizarre request was also ignored. In response, one of the officers asked where his family's bodies were. Toledo muttered that he would never reveal that information. When the detainee entered the restroom, he managed to close the door behind him. Soon, there was the sound of breaking glass. It turned out that the suspect had broken the mirror over the sink and used the shards to slash his wrists. He was clearly determined to end his life and was doing everything he could to do so, but it was unclear what was driving him. Was it guilt and remorse for what had happened, or fear of the punishment awaiting him? Later, he did give an explanation for his actions. The policeman broke down the door and pulled out the bloody man, whose devious plan had failed. He received timely medical attention and his life was not threatened. However, the detainee's behavior revealed much. It turned out that he feared retaliation from his former colleagues, who traditionally had an unkind attitude toward those who harmed children, unlike their attitude toward unfaithful spouses. Luis realized that if he ended up in prison, he was in for a rough ride. His past convictions, when he turned in the Latin King's leaders, and the new murder charges would weigh heavily against him. This was confirmed by the contents of his letters sent during the investigation. In one of them, he expressed his desire to tell the whole truth but could not, as it would be used against him. He reminded everyone that Yesenia had been unfaithful to him and added that he would never harm the children in any way. "I love them more than anything and continue to love them to this day," he wrote on October 28. Luis was charged with Yesenia's murder and the following January with the murders of Michael and Thalia. The prosecution did not rule out that a third person was involved in the crime and helped the accused dispose of the bodies. Given his past criminal experience, Toledo also knew how to clean up a crime scene professionally on his own. Justice has been served. The trial of the man took place in 2017. The prosecutor argued that the accused committed the crime out of jealousy. However, he did not confess to ending the lives of Thalia and Michael. Since there was no justification for such actions, therefore, Luis came up with an absurd story involving a neighbor, Kimberly. Toledo's sister-in-law testified in favor of the prosecution, She told the court that because of numerous threats from him, she obtained a restraining order against him. She claimed that Luis had previously sent her text messages threatening to take the children and send someone to harm her. At trial, she testified to her constant fear of him and produced the saved text messages. The defense, on the other hand, attempted to incriminate Jackson Titan, resulting in a lie detector test and searches of his home and car, though nothing incriminating was found that day. Jackson was indeed troubled by Luis's erratic behavior. Luis looked tense and scared, but Jackson didn't bother to get to the bottom of it because he couldn't imagine the horrible events that had transpired. Felicia and the children's biological father attended the trial. Relatives of the victims seemed overwhelmed with grief and were almost ready to confront Toledo in the courtroom. After 7 hours of deliberation, the jury found the defendant guilty of second-degree murder in the case of Yesenia and first-degree murder in the case of Talia and Michael. Luis was sentenced to 3 life terms without the possibility of parole. Interestingly, he initially asked for the death penalty, explaining that death row inmates do not face other inmates, and therefore he would not face retaliation from former gang members with whom he was once associated. The defendant knew that there was a bounty on his head, and that he would suffer for the rest of his life. Everyone but the defense was convinced that Toledo had no remorse for his actions, but was simply afraid of what awaited him. After the trial, the relatives of the victims were satisfied with the verdict outcomes. It is known that Yesenia and her children were active members of the Spanish-speaking Seventh-day Adventist church community in Deltona. The mother was studying at Rollins College in Winter Park, Florida. In spring 2014, she was expected to graduate with honors with a bachelor's degree in human resources management. After her disappearance, the college posthumously awarded her the degree. As of April 2024, the convicted Toledo continues to serve his sentence. He claims that he did not interrupt Talia and Michael's lives and does not know the whereabouts of their bodies. In one of the letters written from prison, he appears to have coded the message, writing that he sent 3 boxes, 1 large and 2 small ones. The large package reached its destination, and the 2 small ones were fine. He added that he cared about what happens to him next, but he was innocent of the charges against him. Perhaps in this way, he wanted to let his acquaintances know that his conscience was clear and he should not be punished. Nevertheless, the evidence was against him. Even the fact that he had previously served 4 years for burglary, robbery, and kidnapping spoke volumes. It is possible that he did lose control of himself and committed inexplicable acts. Experience shows that those who embark on a criminal path rarely get off it. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These 2 little boys were the perfect reminder that sometimes the greatest danger doesn't come from outside the home, it comes from within it. On the night of November 26, 2001, a quiet street in Cantonment, Florida, was jolted awake by the sight of flames rising into the sky. A frantic 911 call had alerted firefighters to a house fire, and first responders rushed to the scene, expecting to find a tragic accident, perhaps someone trapped inside, or a last-minute attempt to escape that had gone horribly wrong. But what they found inside the burning home was far more disturbing. On the floor of the living room lay 40-year-old Terry King. His body was twisted, lifeless, and badly beaten. His head had been bludgeoned with such violence that his skull was shattered. The fire, it turned out, had been intentionally set, but not to harm him. It was an attempt to erase the truth. Terry King hadn't died in the blaze. He had been murdered. And as investigators would soon discover, the people responsible were the very ones who should have been safest in his care, his own sons. But as investigators processed the gruesome scene, they quickly realized something even more disturbing. Terry's 2 sons, 13-year-old Derek and 12-year-old Alex, were nowhere to be found. At first, the situation seemed like an unspeakable tragedy. A father dead, his children possibly kidnapped, or, even worse, trapped inside the burning house. But the truth that unfolded over the next few hours was something no one could have expected. When authorities located Derek and Alex nearby, the boys didn't run. They didn't cry. They didn't even hesitate. Instead, they calmly confessed. They had taken a baseball bat, crept into their father's room while he slept, and repeatedly beat him until his skull caved in. And then, as if that wasn't horrifying enough, they set the house on fire in an attempt to erase their crime. At first, their reasoning seemed simple. They claimed their father was too strict, that his punishments were too harsh, spankings, rules, a home with too many restrictions. That was why they did it, they said. But something about their confession felt off. Their words were rehearsed, their emotions strangely absent, and then, just as quickly as they had admitted to the crime, they changed their story. Now they said they weren't acting alone. A new name surfaced. 40-year-old Ricky Chavez, a local man who had been a family friend. According to the boys, Chavez had manipulated them, convinced them to kill their father, and after the crime, took them in, washing their bloody clothes and coaching them on what to say. He had given them a place to stay, a place where they wouldn't have to follow rules or face their father's discipline. But when pressed for details, the story changed yet again. Suddenly, Derek and Alex claimed that they never killed their father at all. Ricky Chavez had done it. They insisted he had beaten Terry to death, then forced them to take the blame. Each new version of events contradicted the last, leaving investigators struggling to separate truth from lies. But then a chilling revelation came to light, one that would shake the case to its core. Alex revealed that his relationship with Ricky Chavez wasn't just that of a family friend. According to him, Chavez had manipulated him into believing they were in love. He described a twisted dynamic where Chavez, a grown man, had taken advantage of him, convincing him that they shared something special. With every revelation, the case became more unsettling. Was this the story of two boys rebelling against an overly strict father, or were they victims themselves, manipulated by a predator who had used them to carry out his own dark agenda? Before we begin to dissect every inch of this case, let's take a moment to understand the King family. First, Terry Lee King was born in Florida on April 17, 1961. He met Janet Little at a young age, and by the time Terry was 23, the two had started living together. They went on to have two sons, Derek, born in 1988, and Alex, who followed just 14 months later. Life wasn't easy for the young couple. Financial struggles weighed them down, and by the time their boys were just toddlers, things took a turn for the worse. Their relationship fell apart. But even after breaking up, Terry and Janet continued living under the same roof for about 2 years. During this time, Janet gave birth to twins fathered by another man. Despite their split, Terry attempted to co-parent all 4 children with Janet, trying to make the best of a complicated situation. But raising 4 young children with limited resources became overwhelming. Desperate for a solution, the couple turned to the Heritage Christian Academy, a church-run institution that provided shelter for struggling families. The director introduced them to the idea of open adoptions, assuring them that their children would live with new families while still staying in touch with their biological parents. Believing this was in their children's best interest, Terry and Janet made the heartbreaking decision to give them up. Soon after, Janet moved out of Terry's home, leaving him behind to start over. Terry picked up another job, but it paid little, and he was barely getting by. 8 months later, another blow hit the family. The church shut down, unable to afford the costs of caring for the children. The 4 siblings were separated, each sent to different families across the state. Derek and Alex, once inseparable, were now miles apart. Alex, in particular, struggled. No matter how much his new family tried, he couldn't adjust. He cried endlessly, mourning the loss of his father. His distress became so unbearable that his foster parents ultimately sent him back to Terry. The boy clung to his father like a lifeline, refusing to be apart from him again. While Terry worked, Alex would sit quietly in the lunchroom playing by himself. And at night, he made a makeshift bed by pushing 2 chairs together, anything just to be near his dad. Meanwhile, Derek took a different path. As he grew older, his rebellious streak intensified. By the year 2001, Janet received a call from his foster parents. They could no longer handle him. They were at their breaking point. And just like that, Derek was sent back to Terry, reuniting with his younger brother. Around the same time, Janet had moved to Lexington, Kentucky, after marrying another man. While Terry had finally reached some stability, he had bought a rental home with a large garden, creating what seemed like a fresh start for his boys. Derek and Alex were enrolled at Ransom Middle School, and at first, things seemed to be settling down. They were bright kids, performing above average in their classes. But just as life started to resemble some kind of normalcy, everything unraveled on November 16. The boys vanished. Terry reported them missing, frantic with worry. Days passed, and then he received a phone call from his own children. They told him to stop looking for them. But Terry refused to give up, frustrated by what he believed was police inaction. He even went to the local news, pleading for help. Then, on November 24, there was a breakthrough. Derek was found wandering near a wooded area in Pace. The next day, Alex resurfaced, returning home. Neighbors saw the three of them together, preparing to leave the house to visit a friend. It looked like things might return to normal. Later that night, they came back home, but within hours their house was engulfed in flames. Firefighters rushed to the scene, but what they found inside was far more horrifying than the fire itself. Authorities quickly pieced together the gruesome truth. The attack had happened in the dead of night. Terry had been asleep in his recliner, completely unaware that his own children were lurking in the shadows. Derek, gripping an aluminum baseball bat, struck the first blow, then another, and another. It was a ruthless, frenzied assault. The man who had fought so hard to keep his sons together was left unrecognizable. His skull had been shattered as his lifeless body lay there. The boys set the house on fire, hoping the flames would erase the evidence. But fire doesn't destroy everything. Instead of seeking help, Derek and Alex fled. They didn't go to the police or a family member. They ran straight into the arms of Ricky Chavis, a man who had been lurking in the background of their lives for some time. Chavis wasn't just a family friend. He was a convicted felon with a troubling history. While Terry had been busy working hard as a single father, Chavis had been keeping a watchful eye on his boys, offering them an escape from their strict household. His home was their hideaway, a place where rules didn't apply. Investigators soon uncovered disturbing details. Chavis had more than just a casual friendship with the boys. He had introduced them to alcohol and marijuana, blurring the lines of authority. But the most unsettling revelation came from Alex himself. He confessed that he and Chavis weren't just friends. He claimed they were lovers. Chavis had manipulated him, convinced him they were in love. Authorities found letters, love notes written by Chavis to Alex, diary entries from the young boy professing his devotion to the 40-year-old man. It was clear this was grooming, and it raised a terrifying question. Had Chavis orchestrated the murder of Terry King? To understand just how deep Chavis's influence ran, you have to understand who he was in their lives. Every neighborhood has that one house, the one where kids gather, where rules are flexible, where no one asks too many questions. For Derek and Alex, that house belonged to Ricky Chavis. To some, he was just a friendly neighbor, the guy who let kids hang out at his place, play video games, and escape their troubles. But to others, there was something unsettling about him. Rumors swirled over the years. Multiple minors had come forward with allegations of inappropriate relationships with Chavis. Yet somehow, nothing ever stuck. As a father juggling work and raising two kids, Terry King had no idea about Chavis's past when he first allowed his sons to spend time there. As a struggling single father, he saw it as a blessing, someone willing to watch over Derek and Alex when he was working long hours. But the relationship between Chavis and the boys became too close. Prosecutors had a tangled case on their hands. Two minors accused of patricide, a felon with suspicious ties to them, and a defense riddled with inconsistencies in statements of two young, angry boys. Alex took the stand first. His testimony retold a horrific tale. On the night of the murder, he claimed Chavis had sneaked into the house while Terry was asleep. The brothers had been woken and led outside, told to wait in the car while Chavis carried out the evils that he had kept hidden all these years. It wasn't until they reached Chavis's home that he revealed the truth. Terry, their father, was dead. The crime, he insisted, had been for them. The alternative, he allegedly warned, was far worse. Terry would have never allowed them to live with Chavis, even if it meant taking their lives himself. As the jury absorbed the disturbing details, Derek King supported his brother's version of events, though his emotions overwhelmed him. He spoke of how Chavis had promised them a better life, a life where they would be free, taken care of, and given everything they wanted. Yet as he tried to put into words the gravity of what had happened, his composure shattered, revealing the confusion of a child caught in the midst of something far beyond his understanding. With the prosecution's case laid out, the defense turned its attention to one crucial element, the confession. When the boys had first been arrested, they had admitted to the crime, offering chilling descriptions of their father's final moments. The defense seized upon this and argued that their detailed account clearly showed they had been present during the attack, not waiting outside in Chavis's car as they now claimed. The jury deliberated, reaching a decision in a short time. However, the verdict was sealed, its contents hidden until the conclusion of the second trial, the one in which Alex and Derek King, still barely more than children, would stand accused of the same crime. As the trial of the King brothers commenced, the two young defendants now sat in the courtroom in their best clothes, no longer just witnesses, but accused murderers. The prosecution put forth an argument backed by tangible evidence that Alex had harbored a deep resentment toward his father and had convinced his younger brother to act. The motive, they argued, lay in Alex's infatuation with Chavis, a man who had fed him fantasies of love and freedom from his evil father. This was backed by the letters that were found at the scene, one of which read something like this: "My life used to be cloudy before I made friends with Rick. My ultimate goal in life now is what his is. It is about sharing your life with someone else's. Before I met Rick, I was straight. But now, I am gay." Unlike before, Derek did not testify, but Alex once again took the stand. The court listened as the prosecution introduced the deeply unsettling letters written by the boy, in which he described how Chavis had changed him, how he no longer saw himself as straight, how his ultimate goal in life was to be with the older man. These letters, the prosecution argued, showed the dangerous and strong influence Chavis had over Alex, an influence firm enough to push him toward murder. The defense, however, turned the focus back to Chavis. They painted him as a manipulative predator who had lured the boys into his grasp, exploiting their troubled home life and preying on their vulnerabilities. He had given them gifts, let them indulge in forbidden pleasures, and most importantly, convinced them that Terry King was the enemy. To Alex and Derek, he had been the savior they thought they needed, until they were left alone to take the fall. The jury weighed the conflicting narratives carefully. Were these two boys, still so childlike in their behavior, truly capable of such a heinous crime on their own? Or had they been merely pawns in a far darker game? The final answer came swiftly. In just 5 hours, the verdict was in. Alex and Derek King were found guilty. Their knowledge of the crime scene, their shifting testimonies, and their own confession ultimately convinced the jury that they had been present when their father was murdered. Yet the court also seemed to acknowledge the complexities of the case. As most children their age prepared to return to school, Alex and Derek King prepared for a very different kind of future. A future inside the walls of Florida's juvenile detention centers. They had entered the world as victims, suspects, and pawns in a deadly game, and now they would pay for a crime whose true mastermind remained a mystery in the eyes of many. In an unconventional move, the prosecution tried both Chavis and the King brothers for the same crime. Chavis was acquitted, despite the damning letters and his attempts to cover up the murder. The King brothers, however, were convicted of second-degree murder on September 6, 2002. But in yet another twist, the judge overturned their convictions, citing violations of due process. Rather than face another trial, the prosecution and defense reached a plea deal. Both Derek and Alex pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. Derek was sentenced to 8 years, Alex 7. But was justice truly served? Why did nobody consider the disturbing relationship of a minor with a convicted felon? Almost nobody would ask this question. Derek and Alex King entered prison as children and left as men. Long after the trials had ended and the headlines had begun to fade, the King brothers still had those who remained invested in their fate. Among them was journalist and writer Catherine Medico, whose interest in their case had shifted from professional to deeply personal. What had started as research for a book had transformed into an emotional bond, particularly with Alex. She had spent months exchanging letters with him, their conversations stretching over long phone calls. But it wasn't until late 2002 that she finally met him in prison. From the moment they were face to face, she felt an instant connection, as though he were a child in desperate need of care. Catherine was not alone in this sentiment. In different corners of the country, strangers had been drawn to the case, outraged by the way two children had been thrust into the adult legal system. Their frustration turned into action, culminating in the formation of the King Brothers Trust in 2003. Lisa Drew Alton spearheaded the initiative, determined to provide support for the boys once they were released. It was, she believed, a gesture of faith, an assurance that, despite their past, they would not have to navigate their future alone. Among those who became involved was Dan Daly, a widower and freelance writer from Texas. Through online discussions about the case, he had connected with Lisa, who suggested he send Derek books in prison, a simple act of kindness that turned into something much more. When he received a heartfelt thank you letter from the boy, that letter marked the beginning of an unexpected friendship. Over time, they corresponded frequently, and Daly made the long drive to Florida several times to visit Derek behind bars. He was struck by the boy's openness, the way he spoke about his guilt without hesitation. For Daly, the relationship was not about the notoriety of the case, but about helping a young life find direction after a tragic past. As Alex and Derek spent their formative years behind bars, these unlikely supporters waited for them on the outside, but there remained a looming question: were the boys worth saving? Would they emerge from prison rehabilitated, or would they become hardened criminals like so many before them? When Alex King finally walked free, he did not dwell on the past. At 19, nearly a year and a half out of prison, he presented himself as someone who had left the darkness behind. He had built a new life, one he never imagined possible, with a family that embraced him as one of their own. Prison had changed him. Though for years he had felt emotionally numb, disconnected from reality, the full weight of his circumstances had not sunk in until he made a reckless mistake, one that nearly cost him his freedom all over again. In April 2005, with 3 years remaining on his sentence, Alex and another inmate attempted an escape. Their plan had been amateurish at best, stuffing their beds to make it appear as though they were still sleeping, then slipping into a classroom where they attempted to climb through the ceiling. The plan failed, and they found themselves right back where they started, caught before they even had a chance to make it beyond the walls of the facility. The consequences were severe. Arrested and booked on new charges, Alex faced the terrifying possibility of an additional 15 years behind bars. It was then that Catherine Medico rushed to see him, shaken by the news. When she expressed her worry, his response was dismissive. She wasn't his mother, he told her, but she refused to accept that. In her eyes, Alex was as much her child as her own biological children. Something in that moment shifted. The next time she received a letter from him, it was addressed simply, "Dear Mother." From that day forward, he never called her anything else. Derek was released at the age of 20 in 2009 after serving 7 years. Alex was freed a year earlier, in 2008, at the age of 18. But freedom didn't guarantee a new beginning. Alex King's life had been anything but ordinary. From a troubled childhood to a high-profile murder trial, his past had always loomed over him like a shadow he could never escape. And now, at just 35 years old, his story had come to a tragic end. For years, Alex struggled with drug addiction, a battle that, according to his uncle Greg King, had consumed him. The last time Greg saw Alex was 5 years ago in Pensacola. He had urged his nephew to enter a rehab program, but Alex found it difficult to handle confinement yet again. Whether it was prison walls or the strict rules of rehab, he always found a way to run. On April 14, Alex was found unresponsive in Missoula, Montana, after a drug overdose. Doctors at Providence St. Patrick Hospital fought to save him, but the damage had been done. It wasn't his first overdose in recent weeks. In fact, the doctor treating him recognized him immediately. Alex had already been in the hospital several times before. This time around, however, he wasn't so lucky. His heart had stopped. Medical staff worked desperately to revive him, but after days on life support, Alex King was declared legally dead. On April 23, 2024, his family gathered for a final goodbye, but not in person. His last moments were witnessed through a screen, a heartbreaking farewell from miles away. He had once been the boy at the center of a case that captivated the nation, the child who made a confession that changed everything. But in the end, Alex King was just another lost soul, caught in the tight grip of a past that never let him go. And Ricky Chavis, he remains incarcerated, serving a 35-year sentence, not for murder, but for false imprisonment and being an accessory to the crime. The murder of Terry King also ignited a media firestorm. Were the boys victims of abuse or cold-blooded killers? A book, A Perversion of Justice, a Southern tragedy of murder, lies, and innocence betrayed, argued that they were innocent. But Assistant State Attorney David Rimmer had his own take. There will always be people who believe Derek and Alex are innocent, just like there will always be people who believe that Michael Jackson is innocent. The murder of Terry King was not just a local tragedy. It became a nationwide sensation, dividing public opinion and sparking heated debates about justice, abuse, and manipulation. One of the most controversial takes on the case came from authors Catherine Medico and Molly A. Barrows in their book, A Perversion of Justice, a Southern tragedy of murder, lies, and innocence betrayed. The book painted the King brothers not as cold-blooded killers, but as victims, children caught in a web of manipulation and discrepancies in the legal system. It suggested that the justice system failed them, raising a question that left goosebumps. Were the boys innocent all along? Years after their release, Derek and Alex King sat down for an exclusive Dateline NBC interview in a special titled Second Chances. For the first time in years, the brothers reunited on camera, their faces now marked by time and the weight of their past. They reflected on the choices that led them to that fateful night and the scars they carried from it. The case was also the subject of Evil Kin, Season 1, Episode 5, titled Deadly Darlings. The episode delved deep into the chilling bond between the King brothers and the sinister influence of Ricky Chavis. The legal battle that followed was examined in American Justice, Season 12, Episode 21, Blood Brothers, the Derek and Alex King case. It presented the twists and turns of the trial, leaving audiences to decide. Were these boys monsters or merely pawns in a much larger, darker game? Even decades later, the story of Terry King's murder remains as unsettling as ever. Some still believe justice was served, while others insist that the full truth has yet to be uncovered. What do you think should have happened? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. The Shafia family escaped the chaos of war in search of a fresh start in Canada. Hailing from Afghanistan, a country where tradition often dictates one's destiny and family honor can outweigh personal freedom, they seemed like a typical immigrant success story. Mohammed Shafia had achieved financial stability, maintained a large household with 2 wives and 7 children, and appeared to be living the Canadian dream. But beneath that image of success lay a strict household, ruled by discipline, fear, and control. Eventually, this hidden reality would unravel into one of the most disturbing and tragic criminal cases in Canadian history. Mohammed Shafia was born into a poor family in Afghanistan. His father passed away when he was just 2, leaving his mother to raise the family alone. From a young age, Mohammed understood that survival meant hard work and resilience. Without access to formal education, he began working early, starting with small chores around the house before moving on to appliance repairs. Over time, he discovered that buying and reselling goods could be profitable. He quickly expanded his trade, dealing in electronics, furniture, and cars, and constantly sought new ways to grow his business. Lacking formal education, He relied on his instincts and sharp business sense to seize every opportunity. As his financial situation improved, he decided it was time to start a family. Rona came from a respected and well-off background. Her family valued traditions but also ensured their daughters received an education. She was raised in a nurturing environment, yet her future was already determined. Like most young women in her social circle, she was expected to marry whomever her parents chose for her. When her parents announced that she would be marrying Mohammed Shafia, she had no say in the matter. She accepted their decision as an obligation. The wedding was a grand affair held at one of the finest hotels in Kabul, with hundreds of guests in attendance. To the outside world, it was a union between two honorable families, but no one asked Rona what she truly wanted. After the wedding, her life changed drastically. She was now expected to obey her husband, manage the household, and fulfill all of his expectations. Years passed, but no children were born into the marriage, and Rona's position in the family became uncertain. In Afghan society, a woman's worth is often tied to her ability to have children. Mohammed grew increasingly frustrated, and rumors about Rona's inability to conceive began spreading among relatives. Over time, his frustration turned into cold indifference, creating a distance between them that only grew wider. After 7 years in a marriage without children, Mohammed made the decision to take a second wife. Tuba was younger, more obedient, and most importantly, able to give him heirs. As soon as she became his wife, she gave birth to their first son, followed by another child. With each passing year, her influence in the household grew, while Rona was pushed further into the background of family life. Mohammed Shafia established strict rules in his household, where everyone was expected to follow his will. No one dared to challenge him, and any disobedience was met with humiliation or physical punishment. He controlled the finances, made decisions for all family members, and demanded absolute respect. The women in the home existed strictly within the boundaries he set. Tuba didn't just support these rules, she reinforced them. She fully embraced the role of the primary wife, completely overshadowing Rona. Her authority in the house became absolute. She managed the children, the finances, and even Rona's fate. Over the years, her treatment of the first wife became even harsher. She isolated her, limited her interactions with the children, and denied her even the most basic personal freedoms. Hamed, the eldest son, became an enforcer of control over his sisters from an early age. He was raised in an environment that upheld strict patriarchal traditions, where men were the leaders and women were expected to obey without question. His father instilled in him the belief that it was his duty to watch over his sisters, ensuring they followed the family's rules and reporting any perceived disobedience. The sisters, Zainab, Sahar, and Giti, lived under constant surveillance. Any attempt to defy their father or Hamed resulted in punishment. They weren't allowed to make friends, leave the house freely, or even choose their own clothing. Mohammed didn't see them as individuals with their own aspirations. He saw them as an extension of the family, expected to uphold his idea of honor. When the family moved to Canada, many assumed this would give the children a chance at a better life, but even a change in country didn't alter the way the household operated. If anything, the control became even more rigid. Mohammed was aware that his children were now in an environment where women had rights, so he tightened his grip to maintain authority. The daughters began to realize that life outside their home was different from what they had always known. They saw their classmates interacting freely, choosing their own clothes, making decisions about their futures. But inside their own home, nothing had changed. Hamed became even stricter. He monitored his sisters to ensure they didn't adopt Western habits. He checked their phones, observed their behavior at school, and reported everything to their parents. Rona had hoped that moving to a new country would change her circumstances, but her fate remained the same. She didn't know the language, had no legal documents, and no job. Without a passport or financial independence, she remained entirely under the family's control. Canada did not bring the Shafia family freedom. It became a new territory, where their old rules still applied. Zainab, the eldest daughter of Mohammed Shafia, was the first to openly defy her family. Despite the strict control imposed on her, she secretly began a relationship with a young man named Amar. He was older, of Pakistani descent, and most importantly, not someone her father would ever approve of. Their connection started with passing notes, then evolved into email exchanges, and eventually led to secret meetings. Zainab knew how dangerous her actions were. At home, she was constantly watched by Hamid, and even at school, she couldn't feel safe. Yet her love for Ammar made her willing to take the risk. When her father left for a business trip, she saw an opportunity and invited Ammar to the house, believing no one would find out. Hamid Shafia accidentally noticed a pair of unfamiliar shoes in the hallway. Immediately realizing there was an outsider in the house, he wasted no time reporting it to his parents. Ammar managed to escape, but Zainab faced severe consequences. She was physically punished and confined to her room for several months, forbidden from stepping outside. While she remained in isolation, Sahar tried to fight for her independence in a different way. She didn't engage in open rebellion, but gradually distanced herself from the traditional expectations imposed by her family. At school, she removed her headscarf, wore makeup, and dressed in ways that were strictly forbidden at home. She also formed a close bond with Ricardo, a young man from Honduras who was the complete opposite of the kind of husband her parents would have chosen for her. Sahar longed for freedom and seriously planned her escape. She and Ricardo discussed leaving for another country where her family wouldn't be able to find her. Her idea was to make it seem like she had gone to Honduras, while in reality she planned to cross into the United States. But one unexpected moment shattered her plans. One evening, she was having dinner at a cafe with Ricardo when she suddenly noticed her brother watching her from another table. He didn't say a word or approach her, but his presence alone sent a chilling message. She was now in serious danger. When she returned home, she braced herself for the worst. Her father already knew everything. There were no discussions, only punishment. After enduring physical aggression, she was forbidden from even attending school. Realizing that escaping could put her life at risk, Sahara understood that getting away from her family would be far more difficult than she had imagined. Amid all this turmoil, Geethi, the youngest of the sisters, expressed her defiance in a different way. She didn't try to run away or pursue a secret relationship. Instead, she acted out at school. Her aggressive behavior, frequent absences, and open defiance of teachers became her way of resisting. She wanted someone to notice that something was deeply wrong in her home. She was called to the principal's office, followed by a meeting with social services, but when her parents were invited to discuss the situation, they claimed that Geethi's behavior was the result of negative Western influence. They assured the social workers that they would handle the matter themselves. The daughters' attempts to resist the strict family rules only made their situation worse. Their father and brother became convinced that they had lost control over them, and that meant they had to be punished. The conflict between the sisters and their family had reached a breaking point. Their fate was now sealed. When Zainab, Sahar, and Geeti tried to break free from their family's control, they knew the risks involved, but they never expected that the very system meant to protect them would prove powerless against the authority of their father and brother. Zainab was the first to seek help after months of refinement. She realized that her only chance for survival was to leave for good. She escaped from home and found refuge in a shelter for women in crisis. For the first time, she felt safe, but her disappearance did not go unnoticed. Hamid immediately contacted the police, claiming that his sister had been kidnapped. He accused her friend Ammar, hoping to have him arrested. When the police located Zainab, she told them the truth. She had left on her own to escape her family. Law enforcement did not force her to return home, but they also failed to provide her with real protection. After seeing what happened to her sister, Sahar tried to find her own way out. She was too afraid to go directly to the police, but she made a call to Child Protective Services. She spoke about the harsh restrictions, the constant threats, and the fact that she feared for her life. The caseworkers listened, but in the end, they decided that intervention wasn't necessary. Since she was close to turning 18, they offered her temporary shelter, but that only meant one thing. Once her stay was over, she would have to go back home. She knew that, if she returned, the punishment would be far worse than anything she had endured before. Terrified, Sahar declined their help. In that moment, she realized the system could not protect her. Rona was the only one who truly understood how much danger the sisters were in, but she was powerless to stop it. She too lived in constant fear. She knew that Mohammed and Tuba no longer saw their daughters as obedient members of the family. They saw them as a threat to the family's honor, and she understood that any attempt to intervene would be useless. After everything that had happened, it became clear within the Shafia household that the daughters no longer followed the rules imposed on them. They had crossed the line. They had openly rejected the traditional way of life. Their actions were seen not just as defiance, but as a serious threat to the family's reputation. Muhammad couldn't allow rumors about his defiant daughters to spread among acquaintances. In Afghan culture, such stories traveled fast, and the family risked losing respect. What angered him the most was that their open disobedience was happening in Canada, a country where he couldn't control his daughter's surroundings the way he could back in Afghanistan. But to the family, the biggest threat came from Zainab. She hadn't just disobeyed, she had run away. That was unacceptable. She was living on her own, making her own choices, no longer following her father's rules. To them, this was the ultimate betrayal. Tuba knew that forcing her to return wouldn't work, so she devised a way to bring Zainab back willingly. She called her daughter and convinced her that their father had changed his mind. She told her that he had given his blessing for her to marry Ammar, and now they could officially be together. On May 18, 2009, a religious wedding ceremony took place at an Islamic center. The next day, Zainab had her hair styled and decorated her hands with henna. Her uncle drove her to a restaurant, and on the way, he made one final attempt to persuade her to reconsider the marriage, but her response was firm. That freedom, however, was short-lived. None of the groom's family members attended the ceremony. Ironically, they also disapproved of the marriage. Tuba was in tears, overwhelmed with embarrassment. She collapsed, fainting from the humiliation. People poured water on her, trying to revive her. Seeing this, Zainab threw herself into her mother's arms and said, "If you're against the marriage, I'll walk away from him." Zainab requested a divorce, and Ammar agreed. "I can't bring shame to my family," he said. The cleric declared them divorced right there in the restaurant. They had been husband and wife for only 24 hours. After the annulment, Zainab's relationship with Ammar Wahid deteriorated significantly. Under intense pressure from her family, she was forced to cut off all contact with him. Her movements were monitored, her interactions controlled. Ammar tried to stay in touch, but her relatives made it impossible. Eventually, their relationship ended completely, adding even more stress and emotional turmoil to Zainab's life. Zainab realized that she would never be given true freedom. She lost all hope of gaining independence. After this event, tensions between Zainab and her family escalated even further, ultimately leading to tragic consequences. This was the point of no return. If their father had previously hesitated, hoping his daughters would eventually recognize their mistake and conform, he now saw that they had no intention of returning to the family's rules. Hamid insisted that waiting any longer was not an option. In his view, betrayal could not be forgiven, and women who had tarnished the family's honor had to face consequences. He believed their father had been too lenient for too long, and if they didn't act immediately, the family's reputation would be in serious jeopardy. The decision was made. Their daughters would no longer have the right to live. Now, the only thing left was to plan how to carry it out. Muhammad didn't want to draw attention. He knew that a crime like this couldn't be impulsive. It had to look like an accident. And so the planning began, leading to an unthinkable tragedy. Preparation started weeks in advance. Muhammad, Tuba, and Hamed carefully discussed how to execute their plan. One of the key steps was acquiring a second vehicle, a Nissan Sentra. Officially, it was purchased for convenience, but in reality, it was intended to play a crucial role in what was about to happen. To avoid suspicion, they decided to organize a family trip to Niagara Falls. This would create the appearance of a family trying to reconnect after conflicts and tensions. A vacation together would give the impression that everything was fine, and that they were working to mend their relationships. Zainab, Sahar, Giti, and Rona had no choice but to go. Even if they had doubts, resisting their father's decision was pointless. From the beginning of the trip, they felt uneasy, but none of them could have imagined that this journey would be their last. Everything went according to plan. For several days, the family visited tourist attractions, took photos, and engaged in casual conversations with strangers. It was all carefully orchestrated so that later, no one would suspect there had been any hostility between them. In the early hours of June 30, 2009, two vehicles, a Nissan Sentra and Lexus RX, left the Kingston East Motel and headed toward the Kingston Mills Locks. Inside the Nissan Sentra were Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona. The exact driver at that moment remains unknown, but it was most likely Zainab, as she was the eldest and had a driver's license. They were being followed at a short distance by Muhammad, Shafia, Tuba, and their son Hamid in the Lexus RX. They kept enough space between the vehicles to avoid drawing suspicion. When the Nissan Sentra parked near the locks, Muhammad Shafia stepped out of his car and approached the Nissan. Zainab either voluntarily moved from the driver's seat or was forced to exit. Tuba then took the wheel of the Nissan, staying inside with the victims. This was done to keep them from suspecting anything. Seeing their mother beside them, they felt no immediate danger. Meanwhile, Mohammed and Hamid returned to the Lexus and drove to a nearby motel, where they planned to create the illusion that the family was simply stopping for the night before continuing their trip. At the motel, they woke the manager and rented 2 rooms, but their responses about the number of guests were inconsistent. They couldn't decide whether there were 6 or 9 people in their group, which raised suspicions. After dropping off the 3 youngest family members, Mohammed and Hamid got back into the Lexus and returned to the locks. As soon as Tuba saw their headlights in the darkness, she quickly got out of the Nissan and ran toward them. This was the signal. The time had come. At this moment, the women inside the car were still alive, unaware that they were trapped in a deadly situation. What happened next could only be partially reconstructed during the investigation. It remains unclear whether the victims were harmed inside the car or outside of it. However, forensic evidence revealed crucial details. 3 of them, Rona, Geeti, and Zainab, had sustained head injuries, likely inflicted to render them unconscious before they were submerged. Sahar, however, appeared to have resisted. There were no signs of head trauma on her body, suggesting that she may have remained conscious longer than the others. One by one, the victims were either drowned in the water or placed inside the car after losing consciousness. Their bodies were then repositioned in the Nissan. The front seats were reclined to accommodate them. At this stage, Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamid began staging the scene to make it appear like a tragic accident. Their plan was to send the vehicle into the water, making it seem as if it had rolled in by mistake. One of them started the engine, shifted the car into neutral, and exited, expecting the Nissan to roll into the canal on its own. But something went wrong. The car got stuck on the edge of the concrete ledge. The front wheels had gone over, but instead of plunging into the water, the vehicle remained suspended in place. This was a major setback. If anyone had appeared at that moment, they would have been caught at the scene. One of them reached through the open driver's window and turned off the ignition. They realized that the Nissan wouldn't go into the water without additional force. The only way to complete the plan was to use the Lexus to push the Nissan into the canal. They got into the Lexus, accelerated, and rammed the Nissan from behind. The impact was strong. The SUV's left headlight shattered, leaving fragments at the scene. With that final push, the Nissan Sentra plunged into the water, taking the 4 women with it. Believing their crime was now complete, they began covering their tracks. They attempted to pick up the broken pieces of the Lexus headlight, but couldn't gather them all. Then they quickly left the scene and returned to the motel to create the illusion that they had spent the night there and knew nothing about the disappearance. Early on the morning of June 30, 2009, a Kingston canal worker noticed something unusual beneath the water. He could see the roof of a submerged car. The man immediately contacted the authorities. Emergency responders and divers arrived at the scene. When they pulled the vehicle from the water, they discovered the bodies of 4 women inside. None of them had attempted to escape. There were no broken windows, no signs of anyone trying to open the doors. It wasn't long before authorities identified the victims: 3 sisters and their relative. Zainab Shafia was found in the front passenger seat, her head tilted forward. Her black cardigan, soaked after hours underwater, was on backward. Her younger sister Sahar was in the back of the sunken Nissan Sentra. Geeti's lifeless body floated above the driver's seat, one arm resting on the headrest. Rana was hunched in the middle of the back seat. She wasn't wearing a seatbelt. None of them were. The initial inspection of the car immediately raised questions. The vehicle was in first gear, but the engine was off. The keys were still in the ignition. The seatbelts were unused, which was strange. People instinctively grab onto something in an emergency, but here there were no signs of struggle. At the same time, 3 people walked into the Kingston police station: Mohammed Shafia, his wife Tuba, and their son Hamid. They reported that 4 women were missing. Their story was simple. The women had taken the car keys during the night and left without permission. They claimed the most likely explanation was that they had tried to run away, but something had gone wrong. At first, the story seemed believable. The family explained that Zainab and Sahar had often shown defiance and clashed with their parents. If they had indeed attempted to run away, they might have panicked, lost control of the vehicle, and accidentally driven into the water. However, the first pieces of evidence quickly cast doubt on this version. First, the location of the car. The Kingston Canal was not a road, a highway, or even a place where someone could end up by accident. It was a controlled waterway system, and reaching it without knowing the area was nearly impossible. Second, the condition of the bodies. If the women had been alive when the car entered the water, they would have undoubtedly tried to escape. But there were no signs of struggle, no scratches on the windows, no attempts to open the doors. This led investigators to question the family's account. The theory of an accidental crash was beginning to fall apart. At the same time, detectives started reviewing statements from the staff at the motel where the Shafia family had stayed. It turned out that no one had seen the women leaving the building. Surveillance cameras did not record them exiting. The suspicions deepened. Police continued their investigation without rushing to conclusions, but even at this early stage, it was clear this was not just a tragic accident. It was a carefully planned crime, staged to look like one. During questioning, Muhammad, Tuba, and Hamed struggled with details. At first, they claimed the women had left during the night, but when asked for the exact time, none of them could provide a clear answer. Their statements about when they supposedly left kept changing. Hamed insisted that he had been asleep and hadn't heard anything, while Tuba claimed there had been noise in the house that night. Later, she added that she had woken up and seen the women leaving, only to contradict herself by saying she didn't remember. Mohammed initially stated that he had been in a different motel room at the time, but security footage showed otherwise. Police conducted a thorough examination of the car found in the water. At the scene, they discovered fragments of broken headlights. However, these fragments did not belong to the submerged vehicle. This meant that another car had been present and could have played a role in the incident. Forensic experts took a closer look at the front of the family's Lexus SUV. The damage patterns on the vehicle matched the broken fragments found at the scene. Further analysis revealed that the Lexus had dents and impact marks consistent with a collision with another car. These findings confirmed a new theory. The victims had not simply been left in the vehicle, they had been deliberately pushed into the water. Investigators knew they needed stronger evidence. They decided to place a listening device in the Shafia family's vehicle, hoping the suspects would incriminate themselves. A few days later, the police got exactly what they were looking for. The recordings captured conversations in which Muhammad openly expressed satisfaction with what had happened. He stated that his daughters had brought shame to the family and that honor had been restored. Tuba supported his words, saying they had done what was necessary. Hamed, meanwhile, repeatedly insisted that their actions had been justified. These recordings became key pieces of evidence. They proved that the crime had been premeditated and that the family had deliberately taken the lives of 4 women. The evidence left no room for doubt. The police were now ready to make their move. Mohammed Shafia, his wife Tuba, and their son Hamed were arrested on July 22, 2009. That day, they had no idea that law enforcement had already gathered enough proof to charge them. The family was preparing to fly to Dubai, but they were taken into custody just before departure. Mohammed never saw it coming until the last moment. He believed that the deaths of his daughters and Rona had been successfully staged as an accident, but the investigation had stayed one step ahead. When they were read their charges, first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder, they tried to remain composed, but their expressions told a different story. The trial began in January 2012. It lasted 3 months and drew enormous public attention. Prosecutors presented undeniable evidence that the crime had been meticulously planned. The most damning evidence was the recorded conversations in the family's vehicle. In them, Mohammed proudly stated that his daughters had gotten what they deserved, while Tuba and Hamid fully supported this sentiment. These recordings shattered any remaining doubts about their guilt. In addition to the recordings, physical evidence was presented. Investigators demonstrated that the family's Lexus had damage consistent with a collision involving the Nissan Sentra. Experts confirmed that the SUV had been used to push the victim's car into the water. Witnesses were called to testify, social workers, teachers, and friends of the sisters, who revealed that they had spoken about the harsh treatment they faced from their father and brother. Many knew they lived in fear, but no one could have imagined it would end in such a horrific way. During the trial, Mohammed showed no remorse. He insisted that the court had misinterpreted the situation and continued to claim that his daughters had brought shame to the family. Tuba, who initially portrayed herself as a grieving mother, later changed her strategy and began denying any involvement. Hamed attempted to present himself as a victim of his father's influence, but the recorded conversations completely dismantled his defense. After 15 hours of deliberation, the jury delivered its verdict: guilty. Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed were sentenced to life in prison, with no possibility of parole for 25 years. They appealed, hoping the ruling would be overturned, but the court upheld the conviction. Their crime was classified as an act of so-called honor-based violence, a cold and calculated crime carried out in the name of control and tradition. The family that had once sought to preserve its honor lost everything. Their names became synonymous with cruelty, and the Shafia case remains one of the most horrifying examples of such crimes in Canadian history. After the arrests of Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed, the remaining Shafia children were left in a difficult situation. As they were still minors, they could not be left without guardianship. Canadian authorities placed them under state protection. Social services took responsibility for their well-being. Their identities and locations were kept confidential to protect them from public scrutiny and potential retaliation from extended relatives. Some family members in Afghanistan attempted to intervene, demanding that the children be returned to their biological relatives, but Canadian law shielded them from such claims. The younger Shafia children were given the opportunity to grow up away from the harmful environment they had known. They changed their names and started new lives, but their past was forever marked by a devastating tragedy. The fact that their parents and brother committed such a crime became a permanent shadow over them, something they could never fully escape. Their current whereabouts remain unknown, but one thing is certain: they were given a chance at a different life, unlike their lost sisters and Rona. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say a child is meant to protect their mother, but in this story, that sacred bond became the very weapon that shattered a family. What happened wasn't just tragic, it was almost unthinkable. That's why Seames Brown, the woman you saw in that interview, made it her mission to fight for justice. Because sometimes the signs are there, silent, subtle, and waiting. And when they finally erupt, the aftermath is devastating. Unlike other crimes we've covered, this one hits differently. It wasn't just a daughter turning on her mother. It was a calculated act, carried out with disturbing precision. After the murder, she covered her mother's body in bleach, not just to erase evidence, but to erase what she had done: the guilt, the pain, the past. She wanted it all gone, and if it hadn't been for one crucial phone call, the truth might have stayed hidden forever. But to understand how something so dark could unfold, we have to go back to where it began. Because sometimes the ending only makes sense when you truly understand the beginning. Nicole Lowe's story started in Cincinnati, Ohio, a place she called home for most of her life. Like many children, her early years were filled with a blend of joyful memories and hidden struggles. One of her favorite memories was learning to ride a bike. It gave her a sense of freedom, a burst of independence that felt like the whole world had opened up to her. Simple, yet unforgettable. But childhood rarely stays simple for long. For Nicole, one of the first cracks in her world came at age 12, when she discovered that the man she had always believed was her father wasn't. The truth was sudden, heavy, and hard to process. It didn't just change the way she saw him, it changed the way she saw herself. And from that moment on, the lines between trust and betrayal, love and resentment, began to blur. Nicole wasn't alone in growing up. She had siblings, 3 of them, lived in the same house, with her being the only girl in the family. She had her share of experiences that shaped who she was. She described herself as quiet, well-behaved, and a bit naive. Growing up, she wasn't the kind of kid who got into trouble or caused problems. In fact, she was pretty innocent for her age. Nicole said that she was always focused on being a good kid and doing what was expected of her. Life seemed to be going along smoothly, but as with many stories, life had other plans. When she reached middle school, things still seemed to be on track. She didn't face any major issues, and she did well enough academically, but it was high school where her life began to take a different turn. At the age of 16, Nicole became pregnant, and this moment changed the course of her education and future. With the weight of pregnancy, she made the decision to drop out of high school. Instead of continuing with her schooling, she decided to focus on raising her child. The challenges of pregnancy and motherhood at such a young age were overwhelming, but Nicole pushed through. She later went back to earn her GED, working hard to regain some sense of normalcy. However, Nicole's life continued to take unexpected and dark turns as she grew into adulthood. Though she initially avoided serious criminal activity, she did have a few run-ins with the law. These were minor offenses, things like receiving stolen property and participating in joyrides. They weren't the kind of crimes that would put her on anyone's radar, but they still marked the beginning of her struggles with the law, and these minor crimes would escalate in 2002 when Nicole became involved in a crime that would leave a man dead and forever alter the course of her life. The victim, Jeffrey Brown, was someone she knew well. They weren't just acquaintances or strangers. Nicole and Jeffrey were close friends. They worked near each other, and from the outside, it seemed like they had a regular friendship, but that wasn't the whole story. Behind the scenes, there were things going on in Nicole's life that no one could have known, and those secrets would eventually play a significant role in what happened that fateful day. Nicole was married at the time, and she had a husband and a friend who would also play critical roles in the crime. She met her husband on a chat line, something that was fairly common at the time, and the two developed a relationship that would later lead to criminal involvement. The third person involved in the situation was a friend of her husband's, someone she didn't know very well but enough to trust at that time. These 3 people, Nicole, her husband, and his friend, would be the ones involved in the crime that ended in murder. When asked to explain what happened, Nicole spoke openly about her role in the crime. She had been the one to set things up, though she never imagined things would turn out as badly as they did at the time. She allegedly believed that her co-defendants were simply going to retrieve stolen drugs that had been taken from someone else. She thought the plan was to steal those drugs back, not to kill anyone. She didn't know that things would escalate to the point of a homicide. Nicole explained that she had given her co-defendants the key to Jeffrey's house, thinking they were going to take the drugs and leave without causing harm. But in the end, that wasn't how it happened. The robbery turned deadly. Jeffrey Brown was shot and killed. Her actions, whether intentional or not, had played a crucial role in the events that unfolded. She had helped her co-defendants cover their tracks and kept quiet about the whole situation afterward. Even though she hadn't pulled the trigger, she had still helped make it happen, whether she fully understood it or not. She knew that her actions would come with serious consequences, and deep down, she realized that she was just as responsible for the outcome. After the shooting, things didn't calm down quickly. The chaotic aftermath left Nicole in a state of shock and fear. She described what happened next in her account. She dropped her co-defendants off and went straight home. But her journey didn't end there. Once she was at home, she was faced with the grim task of cleaning the car. There was blood in the vehicle, a stark reminder of what had just occurred. Nicole had no idea what to do. She wasn't sure if her co-defendants had gotten rid of the evidence, like the weapons or the clothes they had worn during the crime, but she knew she had to act quickly to cover her tracks. In a panic, she tried to erase any trace of what had happened, but the reality of the situation set in. She was terrified, and she could feel the weight of the crime sinking in. Now, justice wasn't immediate. Nicole lived with the weight of what she had done for an entire year before the police finally caught up with her in 2003, nearly 12 months after the crime. The police tracked her down and arrested her. The year-long gap between the crime and her arrest gave her time to reflect, but it also meant that she lived with constant anxiety and dread. Nicole was convicted for her role in the robbery turned murder. She was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Her co-defendants were also convicted, and each received a sentence of 10 years in prison, 2 years longer than Nicole's own sentence. According to Nicole, her mother visited her once a week, helping her stay connected to the outside world and providing her with much-needed emotional support. It was these visits that helped her cope with the isolation and loneliness that prison life often brings. During her time behind bars, Nicole kept a job, staying productive and trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. Before we continue, I want to hear your thoughts on her sentencing, given her knowledge of the crime. Do you honestly think 8 years was enough? This case is especially chilling because, according to police reports, Nicole had been in an intimate relationship with the victim. She used that trust to her advantage, robbing him in his own apartment. And tragically, her co-defendants ended up taking his life. So for her to walk away with only 8 years, that's beyond disturbing. It almost feels like a slap in the face to the victim and his family. What do you think? Was justice truly served? Drop your thoughts below. Fast forward to 2010, near the end of her 8-year sentence, Nicole wrote a letter to the prison officials expressing her remorse and promising to make amends. In the letter she wrote, "I will find a group so I can give back. I have hurt a lot of people, so I have a lot of making up to do." These words seemed sincere, as though Nicole had finally come to terms with her past and wanted to make things right. It appeared as though she was truly trying to change and make amends for the pain she had caused. She was about to be released from prison, and she hoped that by helping others, she could somehow begin to heal the wounds she had inflicted. But in a tragic twist, Nicole's promises of redemption turned out to be hollow. Less than 5 years after her release, police found Nicole Flagg, as she now went by, accused of killing her own mother. 41-year-old Nicole Flagg made her way into the courtroom this morning. She turned herself in to officers yesterday. Officers found Flagg's mother, 61-year-old Ravinia Lowe, in her Montgomery Road apartment. Lowe's son asked police to check on her after calling his mother's cell phone and hearing an odd message on her voicemail. According to official reports, on the night of April 9, 2015, Nicole Flagg found herself being kicked out by her partner, Raman. After dropping her off at her mother's apartment, Raman handed her $150, 0 cents. With nowhere to turn, Nicole reportedly spent the night alone in the woods. Early the following morning on April 10, Nicole reached out to a friend, Mr. Barwick, asking for a ride. When Barwick arrived, Nicole appeared at her mother's apartment, carrying her mother's cell phone and credit cards. She claimed she had taken them while someone had been doing laundry in the building. Barwick drove her to a place on Betts Avenue where Nicole sold the phone in exchange for crack cocaine. Later that morning, a neighbor reported seeing Nicole outside, smoking a cigarette and talking on the phone. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, Nicole told Barwick that she was leaving on foot to catch a bus, and at that time she said her mother was fine. However, instead of traveling far, Nicole got off the bus early and met up with a drug dealer. She ended up back at a friend's house, where she used the money she had stolen from her mother to get high. That same day, Nicole's mother, Mervinia, who had been scheduled to begin her shift at 3 in the afternoon, didn't show up for work or call. This was completely out of character for her. Friends and co-workers began calling, concerned. Their calls went unanswered, and even her voicemail greeting had been changed to rap music, an unsettling detail that raised red flags among those who knew her. By April 11th, Suspicions surrounding Mervinia's whereabouts were escalating. Nicole, attempting to cover her tracks, began making calls. She asked Barwick to get rid of the stolen phone, fearing it might be tracked. That same day, she mowed Rahman's lawn and stayed inside, trying to avoid drawing attention to herself. Meanwhile, neighbors reported hearing arguing and shouting coming from Mervinia's apartment, although the timeline was unclear due to communication issues. The most disturbing details, however, came the following day. On April 12, at precisely 12:37 in the morning, Maurice Alanat, Mervinia's son, called the police to request a welfare check after he was unable to get in touch with his mother. When officers arrived, they found the door to the apartment locked and the apartment itself eerily silent. Upon entering, they discovered Mervinia's lifeless body. She had been brutally stabbed and partially covered in bleach, an apparent attempt to erase both the evidence and the guilt. Investigators immediately began piecing together the timeline, and by that same day, Nicole was brought in for questioning. Her phone was seized, and by evening, police had recovered Mervinia's stolen phone, beginning to make connections between Nicole and the crime. Just over a week later, on April 23, 2015, Nicole Flagg was arrested and charged with the murder of her mother. The motive for the crime was chillingly simple: robbery, driven by Nicole's addiction. The woman who had once called Mervinia Mom had stolen from her, taken her life, and tried to cover up her actions with chemicals and lies. What made this case even more disturbing was the fact that Nicole kept insisting on her innocence, despite overwhelming evidence pointing to the opposite. She even denied putting bleach on the victim. Yet the official reports told a chilling story. The victim was found lying on the kitchen floor in a twisted position. Her face was almost planted face down on the floor, though her body was on her right side. Her legs were crossed near the ankle, and her hair was tied into a ponytail held by a silver barrette. She was dressed in jeans and long johns, which had been pulled down to her hip bone over her torso. She wore a plaid shirt turned inside out, with a second shirt underneath it. She had no shoes or socks. Blood was visible on both the top and bottom of her feet, a haunting detail that added to the growing list of unsettling signs. The blood splatter was not confined to just the victim. It was visible all over the kitchen: the sink, stove, microwave stand, a dinner plate on the table, kitchen curtains, and even the stereo stand and its knob. All bore evidence of the violence that had unfolded. It was clear that she had been drenched in bleach. Her clothes were stained, and the pungent odor of bleach filled the air. Underneath her, 2 clear plastic bags lay, and when removed, a pool of bleach was visible on the floor. The door under the kitchen sink was left ajar, and a black and white lunch bag, still with a sandwich inside, sat on the counter next to a tomato with a knife stabbed into it. Another strange detail was a drawer of the victim's dresser that was open, containing nothing but underwear and bra. To further emphasize the crime scene's grim reality, special lighting was used to highlight areas where bleach had been poured or used to wipe down walls, including places where bleach had been touched. As the coroner's office collected evidence, it was found that medicine had been taken from the microwave area of the kitchen. Dr. Lumen arrived at the scene prior to the autopsy, with detectives Connect, Gregory, and Karagulev attending the autopsy. Later on, the autopsy revealed a horrific scene. The victim had suffered 11 stab wounds to her back. Most were superficial, but a few were deep, particularly one located on her upper left side. These stab wounds, striking from right to left, suggested the attacker was likely right-handed. In addition to the stab wounds, there were scratch marks on her right breast area and under her jawline, as well as cuts inside both her upper and lower lips. A scratch which seemed to start at her eyebrow and ran down her face to her mouth was also found. The injuries didn't stop there. She had a deep stab wound behind her right ear, another large cut to her right ear, and a stab wound to the right side of her neck. Most disturbingly, a defensive wound was found on her right middle finger. Other strange details began to emerge. The victim's house keys, car keys, and cell phone were missing, and no money or credit cards were found in the house. The only thing left on her person was a gold necklace, a tragic reminder of her life before this brutal attack. A rape exam was conducted by the coroner. Further compounding the horror, The victim's car, a maroon Hyundai Accent, was towed for processing. It didn't take long before palm prints and a right index fingerprint belonging to Nicole Flagg were found on the outside of the driver's side door. This was significant, especially considering that the weather during the week of the homicide was stormy, with the first decent day being on the 10th of April. Additionally, Denicia Gooden's left thumbprint was located on the rear window of the car. Nicole Flagg's story started to unravel during a taped interview. She claimed she took the bus to her mother's house on Friday morning, arriving at 11 a.m. She said her boyfriend left for work around 6 a.m. and that she spent the day at her mother's house doing her mother's hair and flat ironing it. She mentioned bringing her 2 joints with her and then leaving at around 1:10 a.m. She claimed to have caught a bus at 1:41 p.m. and got off at Seymour near Cincinnati Gardens to meet her friend Lo at the Sunoco. After buying $40.00 worth of crack, she was dropped back off at her boyfriend's house. There, she brushed her teeth, put in eye drops, and said that she knew her mom keeps everything in her bra. She also mentioned calling her mom around noon on Saturday, though there was no clear answer from her mother. This interview, along with her odd claims, left investigators suspicious. Pictures of a scratch on Nicole's hand were taken by Officer Gormley, and a DNA swab was collected from her. Her phone was seized and held for later examination. Interviews with others close to Nicole, including Betty Swan, Candy Loudermilk, and Arent Tate, all helped to piece together a clearer picture. Detective Connect contacted Lo, who later admitted to receiving a cell phone from Nicole, which led to more inconsistencies in Nicole's version of events. As more information came in, investigators learned that Nicole had been in contact with various people the day before the murder, including Lo, whose cell phone records confirmed their interactions. Her phone also contained several disturbing messages, including a text sent in the early hours of April 10, where she mentioned being at her mom's house, and then later sent messages regarding her whereabouts and actions. A search warrant for Lo's phone revealed even more inconsistencies in Nicole's story. By April 21, Nicole's story had completely unraveled, and she was arrested and charged with aggravated murder. After confessing to the crime during a second interview, as investigators continued to gather evidence, a search of Nicole's apartment revealed more damning details, including socks stained with bleach and a pocket knife belonging to Nicole that had been hidden in her mother's bathroom. Her past relationship with her mother, as well as her history of manipulation and theft, began to emerge as key factors in the crime. This would soon lead to a final tragic revelation, one that would forever haunt those who knew her. As of now, Nicole Flagg was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Identified as inmate number W97334, she is serving a life sentence, along with an additional 15 years for aggravated robbery, tampering with evidence, and gross abuse of a corpse, crimes that added to the gruesomeness of the case and revealed a deeper level of planning and disregard for human life. Despite her repeated claims of innocence, the evidence was undeniable. Her fingerprints and DNA were found at the crime scene, directly contradicting her story. Prosecutors presented a strong case, painting a picture of a daughter who was not only manipulative, but also driven by addiction and desperation. The courtroom was filled with emotion as Judge Stephen Martin, under docket number B1502174, handed down the sentence in Hamilton County, Ohio. The judge didn't hold back, emphasizing the brutality of the act and the utter betrayal of maternal trust. Flagg showed little remorse during the trial, and many described her demeanor as cold and detached. Her legal team's appeals have so far been unsuccessful, and the court documents, now public, detail the extensive efforts made by law enforcement and forensic experts to bring the truth to light. Today, Nicole remains behind bars, with no hope for freedom, her name forever tied to one of Ohio's most disturbing family murders. Now I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think Nicole's punishment was too harsh or not harsh enough? Life in prison means she'll never walk free again. But some people believe that what she did was so cruel and calculated that only the death sentence would have been fitting. What do you think? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me. And you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In July 1974, the body of a young woman was found buried in the sand near Race Point Beach in Provincetown, Massachusetts. Her murder was brutal, but what shocked investigators the most wasn't just the violence, it was the silence that followed. No one came forward. No missing persons report matched her. No desperate families searching for answers. She had no name, no past, and no identity. For decades, she would be known only as the Lady of the Dunes, a haunting mystery that would baffle law enforcement for nearly 50 years. Provincetown, a peaceful coastal town at the tip of Cape Cod, thrives on tourism. In the summer months, it fills with visitors, artists, and families soaking in the sun. But in 1974, the town's serenity was shattered by a gruesome discovery. It was July 26th, and 12-year-old Leslie Metcalf was spending the day with her family, walking their dog through the dunes about a mile inland from the Cape Cod National Seashore. The dog suddenly bolted, catching an unfamiliar scent. Leslie chased after it, expecting maybe a deer or a seabird. What she found instead would scar her memory forever. Hidden among the brush was the decomposing body of a woman. At first glance, Leslie thought it was an animal, but as she got closer, the horrific truth became clear. The authorities were called immediately, and soon police arrived to secure the scene. The woman's body was found lying face down on a beach towel, her hands missing, likely removed to hinder identification. Her head had suffered a devastating blow and her jeans were folded neatly beneath her. Despite the brutality, certain details suggested a strange, almost staged kind of order. Just yards away, investigators noticed tire tracks and 2 sets of footprints leading to the body. They believed the killer had driven in, committed the crime, and fled quickly, possibly in a panic. But the tracks left behind could be the key to unlocking the mystery. As days turned into years, and years into decades, countless leads were followed. But each time, detectives hit a wall. The Lady of the Dunes remained unidentified. Her story became folklore in the town, a cautionary tale whispered among locals and revisited in cold case files again and again. And through it all, one question endured. Who was she? And why did no one notice she was gone? Her body was laying face down on half of a beach blanket, with no signs of struggle. This lack of resistance led police to theorize that she either knew her killer or had been asleep when she died. A blue bandana and Wrangler jeans were found under her head, and her long brown hair was tied back with a gold elastic band. Her pink-painted toenails showed that she took care of herself and had her own style. Moreover, the physical description of the woman revealed she was approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed 145 pounds with an athletic build. The dental work of the victim was unusually expensive, with crowns priced between $5,000 and $10,000. However, for now, several of her teeth had been removed, and both hands and one forearm were missing. Estimating her age proved challenging, with investigators placing her between 25 and 40 years old. However, some believed she could have been as young as 20 or as old as 49. Her date of death was sought to be anywhere from 10 days to 3 weeks before she was found. The cause of the death was severe neck injuries, which were likely from strangulation. One side of her head had been crushed, most probably with a military-type entrenching tool. The nature of the attack suggested a disturbing level of intimacy. Investigators believe the attacker lay next to the Lady of the Dunes before delivering the fatal blow to her head. Additionally, the autopsy revealed signs of sexual assault, which investigators believe happened after she died. The deliberate removal of identifying features such as teeth and hands suggests the killer sought to hide either the identity of the victim or their own connection to her. This calculated act has fueled speculation and deepened the mystery surrounding her tragic death. Her last meal consisted of a burger and fries. Her body was laid to rest as unknown, because no one knew her identity. She was buried near the town center at the cemetery of St. Peter. A simple gravestone marked her final resting place, bearing the inscription, "Unidentified female body found Race Point Dunes, July 26, 1974. Dr. Stanley Schwartz reconstructed the skull from fragments. The reconstructed skull was stored in a cardboard box during the investigation in the office of the chief. Despite efforts, the skull remained unidentified and it awaited a name that never came. Police started a thorough investigation on this mysterious case. They accurately reviewed thousands of missing person reports and cross-referenced them with records of vehicles that had passed through the area. Despite their efforts, they found no matches, which even deepened the mystery surrounding her identity and the circumstances of her tragic death. Upon arriving at the scene, investigators observed some striking details. The sand surrounding the victim and the nearby beach blanket were mysteriously undisturbed. This suggested that her body had been carefully placed in that exact spot, rather than left haphazardly. Moreover, this deliberate act spoke to a level of planning and calculation on the part of the killer. It raised more questions than answers. What motivated the perpetrator to choose this location? Was there a specific reason for leaving her body in this precise spot? Despite extensive searches of the surrounding dunes which led to the discovery of her personal and key items, no further evidence appeared to explain who the attacker was or what happened before the crime. Investigators faced numerous challenges while trying to identify her. Every abandoned bicycle and vehicle in the area was thoroughly examined and owners were tracked down as part of the investigation. Officials looked at the vehicles that had driven through the dunes before the body was found. Unfortunately, these leads did not yield any significant breakthroughs. Her identity was unknown for a long time, therefore she became the Lady of the Dunes. To expose her identity, her teeth and skull were reconstructed to match dental records. Thousands of dentists nationwide were contacted to identify the distinctive and expensive dental work, but there were no results. The case gathered national attention with articles published in dental journals and police magazines. In 1979, a forensic anthropologist created a clay model of the face of the woman. His interpretations based on the model were then distributed worldwide. In 1980, investigators exhumed the remains of the Lady of the Dunes for further examination. The police chief made heartfelt pleas for information on national television and in magazines. He traveled extensively across North America where he pursued leads, but none proved fruitful. Over the years, the chief received thousands of letters and phone calls, some of which offered potential clues to the identity of the victim. Each tip was carefully investigated, and various family members from all over the country supplied dental records for comparison. However, no match was ever found. In desperation, the chief even consulted a psychic, but the result was nothing. As time passed, the case grew cold with no concrete leads to investigate. The Lady of the Dunes remained a haunting mystery. However, there was another shocking fact, and a mysterious gesture has become an annual tradition. Every July 26, on the anniversary of her discovery, someone left flowers and bars at the site. The identity and motivations of this person remained unknown. Was it the killer, someone who knew her, or a good person paying respects? There were no leads, and police were looking for new ones. It was not until 1987 when this happened. A Canadian woman shocked investigators with a terrifying revelation. She disclosed this to her friend and claimed she had witnessed her father strangling a woman in Massachusetts around 1972. Police immediately pursued this lead and hoped it would shed light on the identity of the Lady of the Dunes. Despite their efforts, they could not locate the woman or gather further evidence to substantiate the claim. Around the same time, another woman approached the authorities with a heart-wrenching suspicion. She believed the reconstructed image of the victim resembled her long-lost sister who had vanished from Boston in 1974. This lead sparked renewed hope for answers. Detectives then deeply investigated the disappearance of her sister to establish its potential connections to the Lady of the Dunes case, but again it was all in vain. Not only this, but there was also another lead from the police. Police criminal records in a separate angle. Investigators focused on Rory Jean Kessinger, a notorious criminal who had escaped from jail in 1973 at the age of 25. Authorities noticed a close resemblance between Kessinger and the victim. which raised suspicions about his possible involvement. However, DNA testing from the mother of Kessinger ultimately did not match the victim, which again led investigators to rule him out as a suspect. Additionally, the cases of two other missing women, Frances Awalt from Montana and Vicki Lamberton from Massachusetts, were thoroughly examined but ultimately dismissed because these were unrelated to the Lady of the Dunes. Each new lead brought hope, but the mystery remained unsolved. The community and investigators were left with haunting, unanswered questions. There were multiple theories surrounding the circumstances of her death, and each of them attempted to explain the mysterious clues and disturbing facts. Here are some of them. The first theory was about Tony Costa. His name often surfaces in connection to this case. He was a serial killer active in the area at the time. However, investigators quickly ruled him out as a suspect, as he died in May 1974. It was 2 months before the discovery of the body of the woman in July. Despite his elimination as a suspect, the name of Tony Costa frequently appeared alongside in discussions about the case. The second theory surrounding the Lady of the Dunes involved Haddon Clark, who was a convicted serial killer notorious for his heinous crimes. The criminal history of Clark included the murders of 6-year-old Michelle Dorr in 1986 and 23-year-old Laura Howling in 1992, for which he received 2 consecutive 30-year sentences. While imprisoned, Clark made numerous confessions and claimed responsibility for dozens of murders. In 2004, he wrote a letter to a friend asserting that he was the one who killed the Lady of the Dunes. According to his account, he disposed of the evidence in the garden of his grandfather. He knew the identity of the woman but refused to mention it because police had mistreated him. However, Clark had paranoid schizophrenia. It is a mental disorder characterized by hallucinations, delusions, and paranoia, which distort reality and impair daily functioning. It involves distorted thinking, suspiciousness, and social withdrawal, and requires treatment through medication and psychotherapy to manage symptoms. Therefore, it raised doubts about the credibility of his claims. Despite his history of confessions, law enforcement could not verify his involvement in the Lady of the Dunes case. In 2000, Clark led police to the former residence of his grandparents, where they discovered a plastic bucket containing over 200 pieces of jewelry, which also included items from his known victims. He referred to these as his trophies and suggested a disturbing pattern of collecting souvenirs from his crimes. Despite these discoveries, authorities never found concrete evidence linking Clark to the Lady of the Dunes. The history of Clark as a manipulative and unreliable source underscored the challenges in determining the truth in his claims of guilt in multiple unsolved cases. The body of the woman was exhumed again in March 2000 for DNA testing. Investigators turned to an extraordinary identification method that had been used only once in Massachusetts. State Police Sergeant Richard Nagel stated, "We have no record of another case like this. It's the first time." Let's come toward the James Whiteley Bulger theory. In May 2010, experts took CT scans of the skull of the Lady of the Dunes to create computer-generated detailed images. These images were then sent to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, where forensic artists created a new 3D reconstruction of her face. Investigators made multiple facial reconstructions between sketches and images in 1979 and 2006, and circulated these in the whole area, but got no lead. In the meantime, another compelling theory revolves around notorious mobster James Whitey Bulger during the 1960s and 70s. James Whitey Bulger was a familiar figure in Provincetown. He regularly visited popular LGBT bars, so was the Crown and Anchor at the time. Provincetown provided a welcoming refuge for the gay community, which faced discrimination elsewhere. Meanwhile, author Sandra Lee adds another surprising twist. As a young girl, she claims to have discovered the Lady of the Dunes before the teenager Leslie, who reported it to the police. Lee remembers the scene clearly. The body lay face down with a neck wound covered by a green blanket. Later, she saw a similar blanket at her family's campsite near June's Edge Campground, close to the discovery site. Lee alleges her stepfather associated with Whitey Bulger and occasionally socialized with him in Provincetown. On one occasion, her stepfather returned home intoxicated, covered in a green cotton blanket that resembled the one found with the victim. This coincidence caught the attention of the investigators when Lee shared her story around 2012. Detective Meredith Labor confirmed that notorious gangster Whitey Bulger had a substantial presence in Provincetown during that period. Despite the later capture of Bulger and imprisonment for other crimes, he never mentioned anything about the Lady of the Dunes before he died in 2018. His brutal reputation and rumored involvement in human trafficking added weight to the theory. The removal of the teeth of the victim was especially significant because it presented its similarity to known methods of Bulger. However, like many leads in this enduring mystery, this theory lacks solid evidence to validate it fully. Even if he had some connection to the crime, the identity of the Lady of the Dunes remains unknown. This left investigators and the community still searching for answers for 5 decades later. Another theory was revolving, and it again sparked light among people. This theory was Jaws film theory. It was about a movie that warned of the dangers of human greed, ignorance, and disregard for nature. Moreover, it tells the story of a small beach town that prioritizes profits over safety, which ignored warnings of a giant shark lurking in the waters. In 2015, reputed author Joe Hill, who was the son of the famous author Stephen King, proposed an interesting theory about the Lady of the Dunes. While watching Jaws movie for the first time, Hill noticed a brief scene that caught his eye during the 4th of July festivities. He suggested that the unidentified woman who was known as the Lady in the Dunes might have appeared as an extra in Jaws before her tragic demise. Specifically, Hill pointed to a scene approximately 54 minutes into the movie, set during a 4th of July crowd sequence. Here he identified an extra who was a young woman with brown hair and a blue bandana, and who strikingly resembled police sketches of the unidentified lady. Hill posed a thought-provoking question. Could this mysterious figure, which no one had been able to identify, have been seen by millions in the classic summer thriller without anyone realizing it? In that same post, Hill also acknowledged multiple issues with his out-there theory, such as the extra not wearing the same type of Wranglers found with the lady. Even more, he noted blue bandanas were worn by 6 other women in the following sequence in the movie. Nevertheless, he pointed out that Jaws was filmed near where the body of the Lady of the Dunes was found on the Vineyard of Martha, which was approximately 100 miles away. This proximity sparked local curiosity about the production of film. Drawing on his storytelling background, Hill wrote that celebrity attractions and nearby locations could have drawn the lady to the Vineyard of Martha. It was much like any other summer visitor exploring the Cape Cod area. Despite the skepticism, the theory of Hill found some unexpected support. He recounted how an FBI agent he consulted cautiously encouraged him to pursue his idea and suggested that stranger ideas like this had cracked colder cases before. Reflecting on his unconventional theory, Hill admitted to the Washington Post that he struggled greatly. He found difficulty in distinguishing whether his imagination was merely at play or if there might be substance to his idea. The absence of concrete evidence or eyewitness accounts linking the background actors in Jaws to the Lady of the Dunes has made investigators cautious. Jaws, by Steven Spielberg, attracted local talent and suggested a regional casting pool. This limited casting scope supports the theory that the mysterious woman might have been a resident of the Provincetown area. Detectives continued to seek leads and hoped someone would reveal the truth, but there was no lead. In 2022, a significant breakthrough occurred in the Lady of the Dunes case when the skeletal remains were sent to Othram for analysis using advanced DNA technology. A profile was generated that allowed investigators to trace distant relatives of the victim, which eventually led to her identification. On October 31, 2022, the FBI field office in Boston made a long-awaited announcement. The victim was identified as Ruth Marie Terry. The discovery marked a significant breakthrough in the Lady of the Dunes case. After decades of uncertainty, it finally shed light on a mystery that had puzzled investigators and the community for 48 years. However, the announcement did not disclose any details about potential suspects or why Terry was in Massachusetts at the time of her murder. The FBI credited investigative genealogy for the identification of Terry. It was a method that has been instrumental in solving numerous cold cases and identifying over 150 criminals. and included infamous cases like the Golden State Killer. The Golden State Killer, who was also known as Joseph James DeAngelo, was a former police officer and responsible for a series of rapes and murders in California during the 1970s and 1980s. He was identified and arrested in 2018 after decades of evading authorities using DNA evidence in genealogical research. This genealogical scientific approach involves using DNA databases to match genetic profiles with known relatives, which pierces together familial connections to expose the identities of unidentified victims. The identification of Ruth Marie Terry represents a significant step toward closing the Lady of the Dunes case. Ruth Marie Terry was born on September 8, 1936, in a small mountainside shack in Whitwell, Tennessee. Her parents were Johnny and Eva Terry, with her mother tragically passing away at just 23 years old. The life of Ruth took a significant turn in 1957 when she left Tennessee to move to Livonia, Michigan, to work at the Fisher Body Automotive plant. The next year, she gave birth to her son Richard. However, financial difficulties forced her to make a difficult decision. Richard Hatchett Sr. was her workplace superintendent, and she allowed Richard to adopt her son in exchange for paying off her expenses. After the adoption was finalized, Ruth moved to California and started a new chapter in her life. On February 16, 1974, Ruth Terry married Guy Moldavan, who was an antique dealer in Reno, Nevada. In August 1974, just months before her death, Ruth and Guy visited her family in Whitwell, Tennessee. Her grandniece Brittany noticed that Ruth seemed distant and uneasy around Guy, who appeared overly possessive. The couple then traveled to Chattanooga to visit the half-brother of Ruth, Kenneth, and his wife Carol. They mentioned plans to travel to the U.S. to search for antiques, which included a possible stop in Massachusetts. Ruth Marie Terry visited home alone in April 1974, and it was just a few months before her body was found. As she went missing, no one knew about her. In late summer 1974, Guy Moldavan visited the family of Ruth Terry in Tennessee and claimed she had vanished from their California home after they fought during their honeymoon. He stayed briefly and said he had no idea where she was. Her brother James searched for answers. He hired a private investigator in California who discovered that belongings of Ruth had been sold for 20 years. A family of Ruth assumed she was dead and listed her as deceased and in family obituaries. However, her sister-in-law, named Carol, suspected Ruth might be in a witness protection program and was unable to contact her loved ones. On November 2, 2022, the Massachusetts State Police announced they were seeking information about the late husband of Ruth Terry, Guy Rockwell Moldavan, who was born on October 27, 1923, and passed away on March 14, 2002. The background of Guy Moldavan was marked by adoption. He was an orphan taken in by Abram Albert Zadwansky Moldavan and Sylvia Lily Silverblatt. He also had a brother, Michael Semyon J. Moldavan. The life of Guy Moldavan took shape during World War II. In 1942, he studied at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in New York City. However, due to a mastoid infection, he was considered unfit for military service. After the war, the personal life of Moldavan started to grow. On May 11, 1946, he married Joellen Mayloop in Bellevue, Pennsylvania, while working as a professor. The couple moved frequently and lived in New York, California, and Seattle, where Moldavan worked as a disc jockey. However, their marriage was short-lived. Guy and Joellen divorced on July 16, 1956. In 1958, Guy Moldavan married again, with Manzanita Eileen Ryan in Kootenai, Idaho. Manzanita had a 16-year-old daughter named Dolores Ann Mearns from a previous marriage. On April 4, 1960, Manzanita Ryan and her daughter Dolores Ann Mearns disappeared in Seattle. Guy Moldavan became the prime suspect. Moldavan attempted to escape, but was captured by the FBI. He was charged with unlawful flight to avoid testifying about the disappearances. Guy Moldavan quickly remarried after the disappearance of Manzanita. He wed Evelyn Marie Emerson in King County, Washington, on July 29, 1960. This was the same woman Guy would marry again in Los Angeles on August 10, 1963. However, Moldovan got in trouble when he faced burglary charges for swindling $10,000 from the family of his third wife. In 1961, he was convicted and sentenced to 15 years in prison. Moldovan received a reprieve in March 1962, when a judge suspended his sentence on the condition that he repay the stolen funds. True crime author Anne Rule examined case of Moldovan Guy in her 2007 books, Smoke, Mirrors, and Murder. She focused on the 1960 disappearances of Manzanita Ryan and her daughter Dolores Mearns. Investigators discovered dismembered human remains in the septic tank of Moldovan, but couldn't confirm they belonged to the missing woman. Despite suspicions, Moldovan wasn't charged due to insufficient concrete evidence. Anne Rule noted that Moldovan married again in 1974, this time to a woman named Terry in Reno, Nevada. She was later revealed as Ruth. Terry Moldovan was the prime suspect in the murder of Henry Lawrence Baird, a 28-year-old bread truck driver. Additionally, he was also suspected in the disappearance of 17-year-old waitress Barbara Jo Kelly, which occurred in June 1950. Barbara was last seen in Humboldt County, California, on June 17, 1950, when she went on a date with Baird, who was her boyfriend. The next morning, the body of Baird was found, face down on the beach near Table Bluff, and had been shot in the back of the head. He was found naked except for his shoes and socks. The clothing of Barbara was also discovered neatly folded under Baird, though her shoes and stockings were missing. To this day, no trace of Barbara has been found, and it is believed that whoever shot Baird may have kidnapped her. In 1983, after the murder of Ruth Terry, Guy Moldovan published Cooking with Rump Oil. This contained a disturbing recipe. Cape Cod shed the disturbing content of the recipe sent chills down the spine. An illustration of a long-hailed creature who looked innocent was juxtaposed with instructions that implied violence and suffering. The ominous language throughout the recipe only added to the sense of suspicion, and scary phrases like "the tender look will become one of despair" hinted at a dark and sinister purpose. Later, investigators analyzed and raised concerns about the involvement of Moldovan in the murder of Terry. In 1976, Moldovan relocated to Chualar, California, which is a small community near Salinas. A feature article published in 1985 noted that he had retired from his position as executive vice president of a silver store on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. Police find some additional information. At the time of his profiling, he was volunteering as a host for a 3-hour weekly call-in show on aging and personal transitions at the radio station KAZU in Pacific Grove. Additionally, he worked at a tobacco shop in Carmel. As noted in his obituary, Moldovan was born in Santa Fe, New Mexico. He spent 22 years living in Salinas and worked as a buyer for bullocks. In addition to his career, he appeared to be a poet, artist, and actor, but beneath his charismatic face, there was pure evil. He deceived people with his charm and appearance and was responsible for a string of heinous crimes. He passed away at home after a prolonged illness and left behind his wife, Phyllis Moldovan, and his sister, Joan Tower. In 2018, Richard Hanchett, son of Ruth Marie Terry, learned the biological name of his mother through DNA testing. Moreover, throughout these years, the Tennessee family thought she was missing. On August 28, 2023, Moldovan was officially identified as the killer of Terry. Terry and her son finally found closure after 48 years, thanks to advances in DNA technology and diligent police efforts. The breakthrough brought peace to Richard Hanchett, ended decades of uncertainty, and provided justice for her memory. Dedicated police work and DNA technology made it possible to identify the remains of Ruth and give her loved ones the closure they had long awaited. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In 2016, 3 homes belonging to the Roden family became the backdrop of one of the most haunting mass murders in Ohio's history. Between the night of April 21 and the early morning hours of April 22, 8 members of the same family were executed, shot in their sleep across multiple trailers on a quiet rural property in Pike County. The brutality was staggering, but what made this massacre even more unsettling was that 3 young children, all under the age of 3, were found alive, untouched, unharmed, and left behind amidst the carnage. Why were they spared? Who could commit such a calculated, cold-blooded act and yet choose to leave behind the most vulnerable witnesses? And perhaps more disturbingly, what could possibly justify such slaughter? The horror came to light when Bobby Jo Manley, the sister of one of the victims, arrived at the family farm on the morning of April 22. Like any other day, she had come by to feed the animals, just part of the usual routine. But as soon as she stepped inside one of the homes, she knew something was terribly wrong. The air was still, too still. The usual sounds of family life, laughers, footsteps, morning conversations, were gone. Bobby Jo called out, hoping for a response. Nothing. Her brother, James Manley, soon joined her, and together they began searching the home. What they discovered would leave scars that never fade. In the living room, they found the lifeless body of 40-year-old Christopher Roden Sr., the head of the family. He had been shot 9 times in total. 5 bullets struck his face and head. 3 more tore through his torso. 1 lodged in his arm. Perhaps a last futile attempt to shield himself from the ambush. The scene was brutal, intimate, and chilling. And Christopher was just the beginning. Inside the other homes, more family members lay dead, shot in their sleep, with terrifying precision. It was clear this wasn't a random act of violence. This was coordinated, intentional, personal. As detectives dug deeper, they would uncover a tangled web of secrets, one involving custody battles, feuds, deception, and a motive no one could have predicted. This wasn't just a massacre. It was the calculated destruction of an entire bloodline. And behind it all was a family hiding a truth far darker than anyone imagined. This was the only sign of resistance from anyone in the house. Nearby, in a different room, they found Gary Roden, Christopher's 38-year-old cousin. Gary had been shot twice in the head, with a 3rd shot fired so close to his temple it left a muzzle stamp. Unlike Christopher, there were no signs of struggle, and it was believed that Gary had been asleep when the killer, or killers, struck. The brutality of the scene left Bobby Jo and James in shock, struggling to comprehend the horror before them. Without wasting another moment, Bobby Jo dialed 911, her voice trembling with fear as she reported the unimaginable violence she had just discovered. In the next house, the scene was equally horrific. Clarence, Frankie Roden, Chris's eldest son, and his fiancée, Hannah Hazel Gilley, were found murdered in their bed. Their 4-month-old baby was miraculously unharmed, lying peacefully between them. However, their 3-year-old child had been found asleep on the floor, unaware of the nightmare unfolding around them. Frankie had been shot 3 times in the head and face, while Hannah had been shot through the eye, and then 4 more times. It was a cold, brutal execution, Manley. Then rushed to the 3rd home, that of her sister, Dana Roden, Chris Sr.'s ex-wife, where she lived with their 16-year-old son, Chris Jr., and their 19-year-old daughter, Hannah. Hannah had just given birth to her 2nd child only 4 days before. Dana's fate was just as horrifying. She had been shot 5 times in the head, including point-blank shots through her temple and another upward shot under her chin. In a nearby room, Chris Jr. had been shot twice through the top of his head, and in the final room, Hannah Roden was found dead from 2 fatal gunshots to the head. But in a chilling twist, Hannah's newborn was unharmed, still attempting to nurse from her mother's lifeless breast. Fortunately, Hannah's 2-year-old daughter Sophia had been staying with her father and had been spared the horror of that night. As police and first responders flooded the scene, the community began to gather in shock, trying to process the brutal killings. But the horror didn't stop there. Donald Stone, a cousin of Chris Roden Sr., began to worry about another family member, Kenneth Roden, who lived just a few miles down the road. He called Kenneth's phone repeatedly, but when there was no answer, Stone and 2 friends decided to go check on him. They found his house unlocked, and as they entered, they discovered Kenneth Roden's body. He had been murdered too, with a single gunshot wound through his eye, fired at close range. 8 members of the same family were now dead, each victim found within their own home. It was a massacre so brutal, yet the investigation was clouded by one terrifying reality. There was almost no trace of who had committed the crime. There were no shell casings, no gunshots heard, and shockingly, 2 pit bulls, known for being fiercely protective, didn't even bark that night. The dogs, who usually growled at anyone they didn't recognize, stood silent, adding a strange layer of mystery to the scene. Even more chilling, not a single cell phone was found among the victims, and there were no signs of theft. It was as though the phones had been deliberately taken, possibly to remove evidence. This eerie absence suggested that the killers might have planned their attack meticulously, eliminating any chance for the victims to alert anyone. The sheer scale of the massacre, combined with the victims' inability to defend themselves, hinted at multiple assailants. But who could have carried out such a heinous act? As forensic experts from the County Sheriff's Department and the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation sifted through the scene for clues, the investigation struggled to keep up with the flood of rumors and the silent code that runs through the tight-knit community. As families buried their dead in the shadowed hills of Appalachian, Ohio, the real question loomed: what could have sparked such a brutal killing spree? The Roden family patriarch, Chris Roden Sr., and his brother Kenneth were known for having brushes with the law. Their reputation had been tarnished further by the discovery of a pot-growing operation near Kenneth's barn and the unsettling hint of a cockfighting ring at the family compound. These findings sparked suspicion that criminal activity had led to their deaths. Rumors swirled, pointing to potential ties with the Mexican drug cartel whose brutal methods were notorious, but those killings usually occurred much farther south. Pike County had seen a few small-scale drug busts linked to cartels, but the idea that the Rodens operation could be connected to something larger was unsettling. Other whispers suggested the family had ties to the Cornbread Mafia, an infamous drug operation that spanned the central Appalachian Mountains, known for running pill mills and meth labs. This group made use of the region's isolated hollows with easy access to state lines to move materials. While the Cornbread Mafia was known for violence, nothing like this mass slaughter had ever been linked to them. Law enforcement had to consider the possibility that this notorious group had evolved, taking its brutal tactics into new dangerous territory. Hundreds of tips flooded in and rewards were offered in the hopes of finding answers, but the truth remained elusive. Investigators were stuck in a web of dead ends. Each promising lead turned to dust. Desperate for answers, they seized the evidence from the Roden property, vehicles, mobile homes, anything that might hold a clue, and stored it, hoping the next piece of the puzzle would surface. Meanwhile, the fate of the 3 children left behind lingered, especially 2-year-old Sophia, who had been with her father and other relatives the night of the killings. Little did anyone know at the time, this child would become the key to unlocking the entire mystery. What initially seemed like a professional hit carried out by organized crime was, in reality, something far more personal. A deep-rooted feud between 2 families, with young Sophia at the heart of it all. Billy Wagner and Chris Roden Sr. had a history, one that ran deep in the underbelly of their community. These 2 men had likely crossed paths more than once, whether as partners or rivals in crime. The local gossip ran rampant with whispers of their ties to criminal activity. But it wasn't just the men whose lives were intertwined. Billy's son Jake and Chris's daughter Hannah had a turbulent relationship that had lasted years. Since Hannah was just 13, their love affair had blossomed, and from it came the child that would set everything into motion: Sophia. In the wake of the massacre, Billy Wagner appeared to put on a show of concern for Sophia's well-being, going as far as filing for custody of the child. What raised red flags, however, was the timing. The custody documents were allegedly signed by Hannah herself, giving Billy sole custody if anything were to happen to her. Investigators couldn't ignore how conveniently the Wagners seemed to have prepared for this very moment. But this was only the beginning. After the murders, the Wagners seemingly vanished from Pike County. They packed up and moved to Alaska, as far away from the violent crime scene as they could get. The town of Pike County, still reeling from the horror, slowly returned to its routine, and the Wagners were almost forgotten, until they resurfaced about a year later. When they returned, it wasn't just Jake Wagner and his family. It was a new wife for Jake, and the entire family seemed to reintegrate smoothly into the community. Now everything seemed normal, but something felt off. The Wagners, who had once been known for their isolation and odd behaviors, were suddenly playing the role of model citizens, all working at a local trucking company. This was a far cry from their usual pattern. Jake and George, the Wagner brothers, had grown up in a family that kept everything close to the chest. They were homeschooled, isolated from others, and their parents, Billy and Angela, kept a tight grip on every decision the family made. Even after the divorce, the family unit remained unbreakable. Angela lived just down the road, but still part of the tightly controlled family system. As each family member entered new relationships, the control of the Wagners never loosened. When George married, his wife was absorbed into their world, and when Jake married, it was clear that she would be no exception to the suffocating family dynamic. What looked like a close-knit family was actually a manipulative, controlling unit that bound each member in a web of secrecy. Shortly after the Wagner family returned to Pike County from their time in Alaska, something strange happened that set off alarm bells. The two women, Jake's new wife and his mother, suddenly bolted. The reasons they fled, what they told the police, and the whispers shared with family members remained shrouded in mystery. But, as if on cue, the investigation into the Roden family massacre took an unexpected turn, focusing on the Wagner family. The illusion of friendship and their so-called concern for Sophia crumbled, and a darker truth began to surface. One of illicit love, jealousy, and a sinister conspiracy. What unfolded was no fairy tale. It was a calculated tale of manipulation and murder, all orchestrated to take permanent custody of young Sophia. The prosecution, led by Assistant Attorney General Angela Canopa, began pulling back the layers of a story that had been brewing in the shadows. It all started with a love story, or more accurately, a dangerous obsession. At just 13 years old, Hannah Mae Roden was at the Pike County Fairgrounds when she met Jake Wagner, almost 18 at the time. What began as innocent curiosity over bunnies quickly spiraled into something far darker. Despite their age difference, Jake and Hannah began a relationship. Interestingly, Chris Roden Sr., Hannah's father, approved, even though the age gap and the circumstances raised major red flags. But Chris, who knew Billy Wagner, Jake's father, gave his permission, albeit with conditions. Hannah wasn't allowed to be alone with Jake. A chaperone had to accompany her on every outing. But this wasn't just a romantic fling. This was a relationship fueled by a growing jealousy. And soon, the cracks began to show. As time passed, Hannah and Jake's relationship soured after an alleged incident where Jake choked Hannah. She fled to her father, saying she couldn't handle the toxic environment. Not just from Jake, but from the entire Wagner family, who had their claws in every aspect of her life. Then things took a darker turn. Hannah, in a moment of desperation, made a public statement on social media. She would never give her child up to Jake, even if it cost her life. What she didn't know was that her private post was being monitored by Jake and his mother, Angela Wagner. They had hacked into her Facebook account, and that message became a ticking time bomb that set the families on a tragic course toward violence. Jake was not only furious about the breakup, but he was also deeply resentful of the people who had been involved in Hannah and Sophia's life. His anger was reaching a boiling point. During this period, Hannah began seeing someone new, Charlie Gilly, the brother of her sister-in-law. Their brief relationship ended with yet another pregnancy, and this was the breaking point for Jake. But it wasn't just his anger. It was the Wagner family's chilling calculation that began to take shape. Months before the birth of Hannah's second child, the Wagners had gathered around a table to discuss a devastating plan. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been thought out and planned meticulously. Billy Wagner, Jake's father, presented a chilling proposal. They would not only remove Hannah from the picture, but anyone else who had a claim to Sophia. The Wagner family, as they often did, voted on the plan, deciding who would be eliminated and how they would proceed. The ultimate goal was clear: to ensure that no one could challenge their claim to Sophia and that the custody of the child would fall into their hands, no matter the cost. With a tragic finality, they decided that 7 people had to die and that no one would be left to stand in their way. The killings would be carried out, and once they were done, they would file legal motions to gain custody of Sophia. The Wagner family believed that after their calculated violence, no one would dare challenge them again. They began by making seemingly innocent purchases, but each item had a purpose in their twisted plan. They started by buying athletic shoes from a local Walmart, but these weren't just any shoes. They were the wrong sizes for the Wagner sons and were brand new, untouched by anyone's feet. These shoes were carefully chosen for the night of the murders, so the footprints they left behind would be harder to trace to them. The Wagners were meticulous, and this was just the beginning of their careful preparations. Along with the shoes, they secured handguns, specifically .22 caliber long rifles and semi-automatic pistols. These were quieter than larger calibers and had less recoil, making them perfect for close-range covert killings. But they didn't stop there. The Wagners also acquired suppressors, which wouldn't completely silence the gunshots but would reduce the noise to a muffled sound like a cough, so that no one outside of the trailers could hear the gunfire. They also bought brass catchers, little pouches attached to the pistols to catch the spent shells, ensuring they didn't leave behind any physical evidence. In the months leading up to the murders, the Wagners practiced relentlessly. Jake and his brother spent hours shooting in a secluded wooded area behind their property. Bullets were found lodged in the trees, and remnants of a burned-out homemade suppressor were recovered during the investigation, confirming their extensive practice. They were preparing for the moment when they would carry out the unimaginable. But their preparation didn't stop at weapons. They also purchased a cell phone jamming device, which they planned to use to ensure that no one could call for help during the killings. As if this wasn't enough, they went as far as dyeing their hair to alter their appearances and avoid being identified. Meanwhile, Angela Wagner, the mother, was busy forging crucial documents. She created fake papers that showed Hannah Roden had signed a statement declaring that if something happened to her, custody of her daughter Sophia would go to Jake and his family. These documents were meant to be revealed after the murders, in an attempt to make it seem as though the Wagners were just concerned relatives who were trying to step in for the good of the child, hoping that no one would question the timing or the circumstances of the custody arrangement. As the Wagners prepared, they also began staking out the Roden family's homes. They knew the routine of every person: when they came home, when they left, how late they stayed up, and whether anyone visited after dark. They learned everything they needed to know. The Wagners were ready. The time had come. The night of the murders. Right after Hannah Roden gave birth to her second child, the Wagners set their plan into motion. While Hannah recovered at home with her newborn, Sophia was sent to stay with the Wagners for a couple of nights. This was the opening they needed. The Wagners drove to the Roden family property, which consisted of 3 trailers and several outbuildings. They were familiar with the layout and the people, and they knew exactly what to do. So Billy Wagner, the father, entered Chris Roden Sr.'s home under the guise of discussing a potential drug deal. Meanwhile, Jake and his brother George hid in the pickup truck, waiting. Once inside, Billy moved with ruthless efficiency, gaining the trust of his victim and setting the stage for what would follow. The Wagners moved from home to home, killing everyone in their path, adults and teenagers alike, but they left the young children, including the newborn baby, unharmed, just as they had planned. They carried out the murders with brutal precision, making sure that no one would survive to testify against them. And then, like shadows in the night, they disappeared. Their next move was to dispose of any evidence that could link them to the killings. The truck was abandoned, their clothes and shoes were discarded, and the weapons, the most damning evidence, were carefully hidden. In an ingenious twist, the Wagners sent their cousin, a fisherman, a gruesome gift. The guns, shell casings, and suppressor remnants were placed in gallon buckets filled with wet cement and turned into boat anchors. The anchors were then dropped into a local lake, where they would sink to the bottom, far from anyone's reach. The Wagners went to great lengths to ensure that they would never be caught. They even maintained a public facade of grief-stricken, shocked family members who were devastated by the tragedy. They pretended to be innocent, heartbroken individuals, even as they returned to Ohio after their time in Alaska. But the cracks in their perfect lie began to show. Perhaps it was the two women who left the family, or maybe someone overheard a conversation at work. Whatever it was, law enforcement began to piece the puzzle together. It wouldn't be long before the Wagners' carefully crafted world of deceit would come crumbling down. Their calculated and cold-blooded plan designed to erase any trace of evidence would eventually unravel, leading them straight to the heart of their gruesome crimes. The authorities had hidden listening devices inside the work trucks used by the family. They also started tapping their phones, trying to gather every scrap of evidence they could. The Wagners were questioned, but their involvement with the Roden family remained a mystery to the public. The investigators kept working tirelessly, piecing together every clue until they were finally able to charge them with the gruesome murders. As the investigation progressed, the Wagners tried to maintain their innocence, but 2 years after being locked up, the pressure finally got to Jake. Under the weight of the silence and the months of imprisonment, he cracked. Jake admitted to everything, confessing to all 23 charges against him in exchange for the death penalty being taken off the table for him and his family. He agreed to tell everything. Jake revealed chilling details about the murders. He said that he personally pulled the trigger on 5 of the killings, leaving the remaining 3 deaths for his father and brother. Jake also admitted that while his mother didn't take part in the killings, she was deeply involved in the conspiracy, the cover-up, and even the forgery of custody documents to ensure they would get the child. The investigation uncovered key evidence that helped confirm Jake's story. Text messages from the night of the killings aligned with the details he gave about the meeting between Billy Wagner and Chris Roden. Weapons hidden in cement anchors, bullets matching those found in the bodies, and evidence of homemade suppressors were recovered from various locations, including the Wagner's property. They also found remnants of burned-out suppressors in the woods, the same type of suppressors used during the killings. This new information led to major breakthroughs in the case, with the Wagners now facing serious consequences. Jake's sentencing brought a sense of resolution as he was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole in 32 years, though this decision was met with mixed reactions. His confession was key to the closure of this chapter, though his actions remain unforgivable for the families who suffered from this horrific crime. His mother, Angela Wagner, was also sentenced to 30 years in prison for her role in the conspiracy. Her family, despite not being directly involved in the killings, her involvement in the plot to murder the Roden family and the subsequent cover-up was central to her conviction. The sentencing hearing was emotionally charged, with survivors of the victims calling out the Wagners for their cruelty. Meanwhile, George Wagner, the fourth who had decided to go to trial instead of cooperating, received a harsher sentence: 8 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. His refusal to admit guilt and his choice to face a trial made him ineligible for the same considerations that Jake received. The case against the Wagner family is now nearing its final stages, with only George Billy Wagner III left to stand trial. His role as the patriarch of the Wagner family makes his trial one of the most anticipated moments in this lengthy and devastating case. Now imagine being one of the surviving children in the Roden family, growing up and one day learning that nearly your entire family was wiped out in one horrifying night, all over a custody dispute. Imagine carrying that truth for the rest of your life, with that weight on your shoulders. You might feel that no punishment could ever truly measure up. And as justice slowly takes shape, with more members of the Wagner family being held accountable, the people of Pike County and especially the survivors are left clinging to the hope that this painful chapter is finally coming to an end. But let's talk. What do you think truly sparked law enforcement to zero in on the Wagners? Was it the inconsistencies, the failed alibis, or maybe something they couldn't hide no matter how much they tried? And do you believe the death penalty should have stayed on the table for a crime this brutal? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me. and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. That chilling scream you heard? It came from a woman whose world had just collapsed in an instant. Her friend, shot and bleeding out on her doorstep. The panic in her voice echoed through the 911 call, capturing a moment so raw, so devastating, that it would haunt everyone who heard it. But at that point, all the police had was a name, or rather, a nickname, and a body fighting for its final breath. It was just past midnight on April 17, 2017, when emergency responders rushed to a home in Blytheville, Arkansas. There, they found a young African-American man lying on the ground, blood pouring from his upper chest. Paramedics scrambled to stabilize him, while officers tried to piece together what had happened. The only witness, the woman who made the 911 call, was shaken, almost too distraught to speak, but through her sobs, she told them what little she knew. His name, she said, was Bucky I. No last name, no ID, just a street name that meant something to the people who knew him, but nothing to the system that was now trying to save him. As news of the shooting spread, neighbors began to gather outside, some curious, others horrified. Officers moved quickly, questioning anyone who might know more, and slowly the picture began to sharpen. One bystander said they knew Bucky as Big Glow. Another finally gave them what they needed, a real name, Delvin Meadows. But just as his identity was confirmed, hope slipped away. Despite the paramedics' best efforts, Delvin died at the scene. A life lost. A murder now on the record. The body was sent for autopsy, while detectives turned to what little they had, fragments of information and a growing list of unanswered questions. Delvin wasn't just another statistic. He was remembered for his warmth, his loyalty, and his willingness to provide for those he cared about. His death sent shockwaves through the community, but behind the grief was a burning need for justice. Investigators brought back in the 911 caller, Teosha Rudd, for another round of questioning. She was calmer now, able to speak more clearly, and what she said next shifted everything. She remembered Delvin arguing with someone before the gunshot rang out. She couldn't identify the person, but it was the first solid lead. Then came the autopsy results. A single gunshot wound, fired at close range. The evidence was clear. This wasn't a random drive-by. It was personal. Either the killer was someone Delvin knew, or someone close enough to confront him face to face. What no one realized yet was that the break in the case would come from somewhere completely unexpected. Another crime, another suspect, and a robbery that would open the door to the truth. The autopsy report indicated that the shooting happened at a close range, but that information being said, detectives felt like Delvin most likely knew who his killer was. Then, in an unexpected twist, detectives uncovered a chilling coincidence. Just a short distance away on the same night, April 17, an unrelated robbery had taken place. The suspect had already been caught in the act, but detectives weren't about to overlook the timing. They needed to question him because in a case like this, coincidences could mean everything. A man already wanted for an aggravated robbery was brought in for questioning. Initially, the focus was only on the robbery, but things were about to take a surprising turn. The suspect's behavior seemed unusual, almost as if he wanted to tell them more, as if something had been weighing on his mind. Soon it became clear that he wasn't just worried about the robbery. What he needed to get off his chest was much bigger. The approach was simple: listen and give him a chance to talk. But what came next was unexpected. He was about to say something that could completely shift the course of the investigation. With the possibility of crucial information on the table, the detectives were now all ears. They knew this could be their chance to uncover the truth about Delvin Bucky's murder. Every word from the suspect mattered, and detectives were ready to hear exactly what he had to say. As the suspect began recounting what he saw with his own eyes, they knew that every detail could bring them one step closer to solving Delvin Bucky's murder. With suspects now in sight and the names of two key individuals, Dante Reed and Quincy Whitfield, detectives were closing in on the truth. But before they could move forward, they needed to confirm whether the robber was telling the truth. The suspect quickly mentioned a friend who, according to him, could back up everything he'd said. Eager to verify this new lead, the detectives allowed him to make a call, hoping that this conversation would finally bring them closer to the truth. Following the lead, detectives quickly located the man the suspect had called and brought him in for questioning. Now they were eager to see if this witness's account would match the suspect's story or reveal an entirely different version of events. With the accounts from both men aligning, detectives felt they were finally piecing together the events that led to Delvin Bucky's murder. During the investigation, they also learned that Delvin Bucky had an argument with Quincy's sister, which could be the possible motive behind the killing. Now with a motive and a potential suspect in sight, there were still two key individuals who hadn't been questioned, Dante Reed and Quincy Whitfield. Speaking to them could either confirm the detective's suspicions or uncover even more unexpected details about that tragic night. With two key suspects now on the radar, detectives began digging deeper into their backgrounds. To get more information, detectives decided to speak with Quincy's sister, whose argument with Delvin was believed to be the motive for the crime. It seemed very odd to investigators at the time that this woman did not know anything about her brother and had no information on the case. Her lack of cooperation during the interview only raised more questions. Was she hiding something? Was she protecting her brother? Or was she more involved than they'd suspected? With doubts piling up, detectives knew they had to bring Quincy in for interrogation. They hoped that this time they'd finally get the answers they desperately needed. As they sat down with Quincy, they immediately revealed why they brought him in, hoping to elicit a reaction out of him. As soon as Quincy learned that he was being questioned for murder regarding Delvin Bucky Meadows' shooting, his demeanor changed rapidly, and he became defensive. The detective sensed an opportunity and immediately pushed on. Quincy, however, tried to play dumb and stuck to the story that he'd been in Missouri with his girlfriend when the murder occurred. He had no idea that the detectives actually knew more than they were letting on. They were about to confront him with the full weight of the evidence they gathered. But even confronted by the evidence and the testimonies of the witnesses, Quincy continued to deny everything. It was time for the detectives to ramp up their aggression to try and get a reaction from him. As the detectives intensified the pressure on him, Quincy slowly began to wear down. Eventually, he seemed close to cracking, but the detectives could never have expected what he'd reveal next. Quincy named someone the detectives were all too familiar with, Dante Reed. Having heard Quincy's side of the story, it was now time for them to speak to Dante and get the whole truth. But there was still one last twist lying in wait for them. With Dante already incarcerated, the detectives traveled to the prison where he was being held and sat down to speak with him. After telling him they already knew he was present at the scene due to multiple witnesses and getting no reaction from him, the detectives decided to reveal the crucial information they'd just gathered to gauge his response. Dante paused for a minute, as if calculating what the right decision could be. Then he dropped a bombshell that left the detectives floored. While speaking with Dante, he gave pretty much word for word of what the other witnesses had said happened that night. Where did he go? Dante's version of the events not only matched up with the other witnesses, it completely refuted Quincy's statement and painted Quincy as the sole killer in the crime. But he had more information to give the detectives. Quincy had apparently confessed everything to Dante, and Dante's stories seemed to match the evidence the detectives had gathered. Dante even agreed to sign a written statement to help the detectives in their investigation. As their interview came to a close, the detectives felt that they had all the information they needed. But why would they trust the words of a convicted murderer, Dante, over Quincy's statements? Now, with Dante's testimony to back up the statements from the first two, all the evidence seemed to point to Quincy Whitfield. It seemed this teenager would be spending the rest of his foreseeable future in prison. Based on the statements from all three, Quincy was arrested and charged with the murder of Delvin Bucky Meadows. Before the case could go to trial, Quincy decided to plead guilty to second-degree murder charges and was sentenced to 15 years in prison in late May 2019. This would ensure that the rest of his teens and 20s would be spent behind bars. For Delvin's family, the pain of losing him in such an untimely and tragic manner will never truly fade. His brother wishes every day that the outcome had been different. His friends and family have done their best to remember him fondly, but the pain of what they will never be able to say to him still lingers. We hope that those who loved him can find some form of peace and closure, with justice being served to his killer, and with the passage of time. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A ghastly discovery inside a modest home in Ohio, in the cold, humming depths of a household freezer. Not frozen food or ice cream, but a body, silent, preserved, waiting. On July 29, 2017, a chilling 911 call shattered the quiet in Youngstown, revealing a secret that had been hidden in plain sight, buried beneath frost and silence. But before we get to the call itself, let's answer the fundamental questions. What happened? When? Where? Why? And most importantly, who? To understand the horror that unfolded, we must go back. June 22, 2017. That was the day it all began. The Youngstown Police Department received a call. Someone was reporting a missing adult. On the surface, it may have sounded routine, but nothing about what followed was ordinary. The missing person was Shannon Graves. Her family had last seen her in February of that year, months before the report was even filed. Why the delay? Why did it take so long for anyone to sound the alarm? The answer would unfold slowly, piece by piece, revealing a story of manipulation, betrayal, and something far darker than anyone imagined. Because Shannon wasn't just missing. She had been hidden, preserved, and forgotten, until someone opened the freezer. As we move ahead, the detectives started searching for clues in Shannon Graves' disappearance, and they make a surprising discovery. They discovered that in April of 2017, the Youngstown Police Department towed Shannon's car. Shannon's car was being driven by her boyfriend, Arturo Novoa, and Arturo Novoa committed a traffic violation. There was a police officer present and tried to pull Arturo Novoa over. Arturo Novoa flees. He ditches Shannon's car, gets out of the car and runs, and he's apprehended. Said something else is going on here besides just a missing persons case. Why did Arturo run away from the cops when they told him to stop? It's important to know he was driving Shannon Graves' car, who happens to be his girlfriend. If he had her car, where was Shannon? As authorities try to contact Arturo Novoa, a suspect in Shannon's disappearance, he avoids them, ignoring his door and phone calls. Then, on July 3, 2017, 11 days after Shannon went missing, her ex-fiancé John Scarata reached out to detectives. He came forth with some information that Arturo also had another girlfriend. We learned that Arturo was dating on and off again for many years, Katrina Layton, and we learned that she was in the picture at the same time that Shannon Graves was in the picture. It was your stereotypical love triangle: Shannon Graves, Arturo Novoa, and Katrina Layton. The tale unfolds with Shannon Elizabeth Graves entering the world on November 4, 1988, as the beloved daughter of Christine Graves and Ronnie DePaul. Within the family, she held a special place as the older sibling, but her affection for her brother AJ was unmatched and unconditional. Their bond was not just that of blood, but a connection woven with love and shared adventures. Among her friends, Shannon was affectionately known as Star, a nickname that captured her radiant personality. Moreover, she was always willing to go to great lengths to help her friends in times of need. Apart from her human connections, Shannon had a deep bond with her puppy, spending countless hours in his company. Their companionship was a source of joy and comfort in her life. Between 2014 and 2016, Shannon was in a relationship with a man named John Scarata and even got engaged. John had a roofing business but also a criminal history as a drug dealer. He and Shannon parted ways while he was in prison. The exact details of their breakup remained undisclosed, but according to those who knew him, John still harbored feelings for her. In 2016, Shannon achieved a significant milestone by obtaining her cosmetology license from Raphael's School of Beauty in Boardman. Filled with enthusiasm, she looked forward to embarking on a new career in the beauty industry. During that year, she crossed paths with a man named Arturo Novoa, and their connection quickly evolved into a romantic relationship. They decided to share a home on Mahoning Avenue in Youngstown, Ohio. However, their relationship soon took a dark turn when Novoa became abusive, leading to their breakup. In December 2016, Novoa moved out of their shared apartment, but just a week later, they reconciled, and he was back living with Shannon. Things were starting to look good for Shannon. However, everything was about to change 6 months later, on June 22, 2017, when the Youngstown Police Department received a call from Shannon's half-sister, Debbie DePaul. Debbie reported Shannon missing, expressing her concern. While it was not uncommon for Shannon to go without contacting her family for extended periods, missing significant events like her birthday and Easter raised red flags for Debbie, prompting her to reach out to the authorities. Even when Shannon's father, Ronnie, contacted Novoa, he claimed that she had moved to Cleveland to be with another man. Furthermore, the family repeatedly attempted to contact Shannon on her phone, but were unsuccessful. By that time, the police were aware that solving the case would be challenging due to the delayed report. Nevertheless, the investigations into the case began in earnest, with authorities putting their full effort into unraveling the mystery. It didn't take the police much time to do a background check and find out that John and Shannon's breakup occurred while he was in prison, causing him distress, as per those acquainted with him and Shannon, adding to the suspicions. John had been released shortly before Shannon was believed to have disappeared. Detective Mike Lambert from the Youngstown Police Department believed that John had both motive and opportunity to do something to Shannon. However, John informed the police that he hadn't seen Shannon since February 2017. He claimed she told him she was giving her relationship with Novo another chance, but he also admitted to still having romantic feelings for her during their conversation. Due to this, the police couldn't shake their suspicions about John, a person with a criminal past and potential motives. However, lacking concrete evidence, their hands were tied, leaving them unable to take further action. Despite the suspicions, John, along with Debbie, was actively assisting the police in their investigation. Soon, law enforcement made an intriguing discovery. This finding led them to identify their second potential suspect in the case. The police conducted a search of the vehicle, hoping to find clues about Shannon's disappearance, but what they discovered would completely alter their initial perspective on the case. Police found a series of cardboard box tops, and they were able to determine that they had contained bottles of drain cleaner, mainly sulfuric acid. That kind of elevates their suspicions that something else is going on here, besides just a missing persons case. At this point, Arturo Novoa became the main focus of the investigation, but the question remained: was he really behind the disappearance, or was there more to the story? To find out, the police knew they had to dig deeper into the case, and they knew that the case was about to get much more twisted. The police made numerous attempts to contact Novoa, but he never responded or opened the door to his apartment. Faced with his silence, investigators turned to people who knew Shannon for information. They sought to uncover whether there were any suspicious circumstances surrounding Novoa, and if there were issues in his relationship with Shannon, and they did get some responses that would pique their interest. 11 days after Shannon was reported missing, on July 3, 2017, the police received a call from the first suspect and Shannon's ex-fiancé, John. John told them that Arturo and Shannon had broken up, and that Arturo was upset about the breakup. However, that wasn't the end of it. They had more to reveal. They came forth with some information in that Arturo also had another girlfriend. Police learned that Arturo was dating, on and off again, for many years, Katrina Layton, and they learned that she was in the picture at the same time that Shannon Graves was in the picture. It was a stereotypical love triangle involving individuals, so naturally police had to look at her as a strong person of interest. Now 3 people were in focus: John Scarata, Arturo Novoa, and his girlfriend Katrina Layton. Now, all police needed to do was to find them and ask what was going on. As the search efforts persisted, John had significant new information to disclose to the police, and this time it was a major revelation. John reported that a few known individuals had observed Arturo Novoa burning some of Shannon's items in a fire pit on the south side of Youngstown. In fact, another party helped them burn these items, the person being Andrew Herman. Suddenly, the focus shifted from 3 individuals to 4 suspects in the investigation. This time, Andrew Herman also made the list. Information was scattered in all directions, the puzzle pieces lying disjointed. Assembling them was proving to be a complicated challenge, but the investigators needed one crucial piece to unravel the case entirely. However, the case was just about to take the most horrific turn, and this moment came when the police received a chilling 911 call on July 29, 2017, at 5:05 p.m. The scene was horrifying, and Ken and Jill Eschenbaugh, the couple who discovered the remains of an unidentified woman in their freezer, were left in utter shock. When Dan Caceres, the lead prosecutor with the Ohio Attorney General's office, spoke to the couple, a chilling tale unraveled. Jill told the police that she was planning to retrieve meat for dinner from a freezer belonging to a friend of her husband's. She explained that she was looking for ground beef to make meatballs when she was startled to find a padlock on her husband's friend's freezer. Using a screwdriver, she managed to open the lock, discovering stacks of black bags and a bucket inside, emanating a horrible smell. Alarmed, she asked her husband to investigate further. Upon opening one of the bags, he was horrified to find what appeared to be a human foot. When they looked closely inside the bags, they found the dismembered body of a woman, wrapped in garbage bags, with the head missing. Now the question arose: whose freezer was it, and why did they have it? The answer to the question of whose freezer it was quite unpredictable, but before revealing the person, was it actually Shannon's remains? Upon examining the body parts, the police made a significant discovery. One of the feet bore a scorpion tattoo, just like Shannon's. The evidence was unmistakable. It was indeed Shannon's body in the freezer. Nevertheless, the police required a definitive confirmation. The remains were sent to the coroner's office, but due to the absence of the victim's head, the cause of death could not be determined. Despite this, the authorities were able to confirm Shannon's identity through her fingerprint. However, the police were now faced with the daunting task of unraveling the mystery of how she ended up there and when it happened. During separate interrogations, the Eschenbaughs maintained consistent accounts, leading investigators to rule them out as suspects. However, a new individual came into focus, a man named Anthony Gonzalez, reportedly the person responsible for delivering the freezer to the Eschenbaugh residence. Now, once again, another person emerged as a suspect in the unfolding investigation. While some aspects of the case were becoming clear simultaneously, the emerging details were also making it increasingly complex to pinpoint the killer. Investigators initiated a search for information regarding the new suspect, Anthony Gonzalez, and soon Anthony was in the interview room with the police. Intriguingly, it didn't take long for the police to discover something that would change the whole course of the case. Anthony Gonzalez is actually Arturo Novoa. He's Shannon Graves' boyfriend, but it's a shock to everyone. Additionally, investigators learned that Novoa was now in a relationship with Katrina Layton, with whom he had moved in just 2 weeks after the last confirmed sighting of Shannon. What made the situation even more unsettling was that they had moved into none other than Shannon's own apartment. Katrina's car was parked there, and it just so happened that it had been parked on the street for so long, and the plates were expired. It was now time to have an extensive conversation with the 2 prime suspects, Arturo Novoa and Katrina Layton. At the same time, the officers had a few questions for another person of interest, Andrew Herman. The police managed to locate Andrew and his girlfriend Michelle Illenfield, conducting an interview with them. However, the specific details of this interview were kept undisclosed for the time being. Rest assured, we will reveal the complete story behind this notorious crime soon enough. Now let's jump straight into the interview with Katrina Layton. At this point, it was becoming clear that the case was centered around a twisted love triangle. Now the police were determined to dig deeper into the relationships. aiming to uncover crucial clues from Katrina's statements that could provide vital insights into the case. Such was Katrina's obsession that made her involvement in this horrifying act plausible. The police, considering this possibility, now sought to extract a confession from her. They began systematically presenting the evidence they had, step by step. Simultaneously, while Katrina was being interviewed, the police had Novoa in another room ready to gather information from him. It was now time to confront him. However, Novoa was not going to give in so easily. In the meantime, the police worked to gather any available information about the two suspects, and they did find some crucial details that shed light on the characters of both Katrina and Novoa. What was interesting was police found out later that that wasn't it for Arturo. He was using other women too, that Katrina didn't know about. They've got evidence on his computer that he was involved with at least 3 other women that he's sexting pictures with. Having learned this about Novoa, they also uncovered further information regarding Katrina. Katrina Layton is a mom with 2 kids. She was absolutely in love with Arturo Novoa. She was crazy about him. People described her as his on-again, off-again girlfriend, that when he couldn't have somebody that he really wanted, that Katrina was his fallback. The police were quite sure by then that Katrina hated Shannon and had something to do with the murder too. However, she was yet to break down, but sooner or later the police believed Katrina's resolve would crumble. Their attention was primarily on her. Although they, from time to time, gave her a break and spoke with Novoa, they understood that extracting confession was becoming increasingly complex. Although Katrina's statements were gradually becoming inconsistent and unreliable. Finally, when she became certain that the police were aware of the freezer being in her apartment, she admitted to buying it. Her frustration was evident, and it wouldn't be long before she began mentioning things she shouldn't. She thought she could outsmart police. She was almost as good as Arturo, except that she had a need to try to explain things, and in doing so, she let little things slip. And that's when the interview went upside down for her. Katrina was living in Shannon's house. She was driving Shannon's car, and she was looking after Shannon's dog, yet she claimed to know nothing about Shannon's whereabouts. Such contradictions would easily raise suspicions for anyone. As the interview reached a temporary halt, with no confessions in sight, the police intensified their evidence collection efforts. During this whole case, Shannon's ex-fiancé John emerged as a crucial informant, as mentioned earlier in the video. He had informed police about Novoa burning items in a fire pit, and later, a partially burned bracelet engraved with Shannon's name was discovered where the items had been burned. This revelation strongly suggested Novoa's attempt to destroy Shannon's belongings, possibly to eliminate evidence. To validate this claim, the police decided to approach a man named Steve, whose house served as the location for the bonfire. Investigators interviewed Steve, and he recounted that on March 1, 2017, Novoa had requested permission for a bonfire at his house, a request Steve agreed to. Novoa, along with Andrew Herman, brought Shannon's belongings to throw into the fire. Steve revealed that Novoa had told him about Shannon's supposed betrayal, which was the motivation behind burning her belongings. Police intensified their investigation and reached out to Michelle Illenfeld, who was Herman's girlfriend. She revealed to police that both Novoa and Katrina had killed Shannon, and it was Herman who had dismembered her. According to Michelle, Katrina's jealousy over Shannon's relationship with Novoa had fueled the crime. It became evident that the entire group of friends had collaborated to conceal Shannon's murder. The police didn't waste much time, and with all the evidence in hand, on September 17, 2017, Novoa was arrested and charged with 1 count of aggravated murder, 1 count of murder, 24 counts of tampering with evidence, obstruction of justice, and 6 counts of abuse of a corpse, along with 3 counts of possession of criminal tools, 3 counts of theft of WIC benefits, 1 count of grand theft auto, and 4 counts of marijuana trafficking. However, Novoa pleaded not guilty. However, on August 8, 2018, the police decided to confront Katrina Layton once more. They reached out to her, offering a deal that guaranteed leniency, no jail time and probation, if she cooperated. Remarkably, the offer proved effective, prompting Katrina to come forward with information. Katrina revealed that Andrew Herman helped Arturo dismember Shannon. It does give police something to talk to Andrew about. The only difference is now they are confronting him with what Katrina told them about him actually participating in the dismemberment. Big difference between burning someone's things and cutting them apart. Following this, on December 18, 2018, the police arrested Andrew Herman for tampering with evidence and abuse of a corpse. However, prosecutor Dan Caceres struck a deal with Herman in exchange for testimony about the murder. He then stated that to get together, they attempted to dissolve the remains using sulfuric acid. This story was consistent with the packages of sulfuric acid found in the car Novoa was initially driving. However, they lacked enough acid to dissolve more than her head, leading them to purchase a deep freezer to store the remaining remains. This account aligned with the details surrounding the freezer, fitting the pieces of the puzzle together at last. Now all that remained was to confine these monsters behind bars. Following Herman's confession, Novoa agreed to a plea deal in exchange for the dismissal of the aggravated murder charge. He pleaded guilty to all other charges leveled against him. On June 24, 2019, he was sentenced to a total of 48 years to life in prison at the age of 34. Subsequently, 29-year-old Andrew Herman also pleaded guilty to the charges against him, including treating a corpse with cruelty, engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, and drug trafficking. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison in 2019. On the other hand, despite the initial deal made by Katrina Layton with the prosecution, which promised her no jail time and probation, new prosecutors took over the case and proved that Katrina was still in communication with Novoa while he was in prison. As a result, her original deal was revoked, and she was ultimately sentenced to 18 years in prison, starting from June 2020. Michelle Illenfeld, Herman's girlfriend, was also charged with lying to a grand jury and intimidating a witness. She received a sentence of 2.5 years in prison. Upon release, she would spend 6 months in a halfway house and serve 5 years of probation. On September 3, 2021, Novoa filed an appeal, arguing that his guilty plea should be deemed invalid because he was not informed that a judge could rule for the sentences of each count to be served consecutively. He further contended that the counts were not merged properly, leading to more convictions between them, which was not legally permissible. So, on October 1, 2021, likely meant to be October 20, 2021, the Supreme Court partially sided with Novoa. They upheld his guilty plea but determined that the trial court had made an error in sentencing, stating that some counts were not merged properly. Consequently, Novoa's sentence was vacated and sent back to the state court for resentencing. In February 2022, Novoa was resentenced to 43 years to life in prison. The case was solved and closed, providing a sense of justice to Shannon's family and friends. Yet nothing could bring back their dear Shannon. All that remained were cherished memories, a bittersweet reminder of the life she once lived. So, do you believe Shannon's murder was driven by jealousy, or do you think there might have been other factors at play? And, in your opinion, was the final verdict satisfactory? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It was late at night, and the streets of Lawrence, Kansas were quiet, lit only by scattered street lamps and the occasional passing car. A young woman stepped out of her house with urgency. She clipped a leash onto her dog, hurried them both into a parked vehicle, and within seconds the car disappeared into the night. For most, it might have looked like a late-night errand or a simple drive, but for her, it was the moment she had waited for 4 long years. That night, she wasn't running away. She was finally running toward freedom. Today, we take a closer look at what happened that night and the life that led up to it. Lawrence, Kansas is a small town of under 100,000 people. Known for its college town charm and strong community spirit, it consistently ranks among the top places to live and study in the Midwest. It's a city where families grow roots, students chase dreams, and crime is minimal. But this story shattered that calm. Beneath the town's quiet reputation lay a secret, one that would only come to light after this young woman disappeared. To understand why this night meant so much, we need to go back. Back to a life hidden behind closed doors. Back to a girl who looked ordinary, but carried the weight of something much deeper. And once the truth began to unravel, Lawrence would never look at one of its own the same way again. On January 15, 2014, a young man contacted the local police department to report a disturbing, suspicious noise at his neighbor's house. Officers were dispatched to the address provided, however, no one answered the door, and the house was empty. They surveyed the surrounding area, and through the glass door in the backyard, they spotted a silhouette resembling a person lying down. And once inside, the police confirmed that it wasn't a mistake. The silhouette indeed turned out to be a person on the living room floor. They were faced with a horrifying scene. A middle-aged man lay in a pool of dry blood. His hands were bound, and his throat had been cut so deeply that he was nearly decapitated. What was just a routine check turned into a criminal investigation, the motives of which needed to be determined. The identity of the deceased was quickly established. He was 52-year-old Harold Sasko, a local entrepreneur and owner of a chain of pizza restaurants. Harold was born on September 11, 1961, in Florida, and was the 10th child out of 12 in his family. His relatives described him as a responsible and organized person who was always a leader in everything. Harold worked hard from the age of 14, dreaming of becoming a successful entrepreneur and owning his own business. After studying for about 2 years in college in Oklahoma, Harold worked as an administrator in a chain of pizza restaurants in Texas, where he learned management and was able to save money to achieve his goals. In the 1990s, the Sasko family moved to Kansas. Here, the enterprising Harold opened his own pizzeria. The business was successful, and within a short span of time, Mr. Sasko opened another pizzeria in Topeka and won acclaim in Lawrence. But who could have done this to the respectable man? Or could Harold have had a dark side to his personality that warranted what happened to him? Investigators quickly established that Harold Sasko had been living with 19-year-old Sarah McLean for the last few years. However, she was not found at home and could have been the second victim of a brutal attack by a mysterious criminal. Sarah could have been the last person to see Harold alive, but where did the girl disappear to? In order to find the missing Sarah and uncover the mystery of the relationship between an adult man and a young woman, investigators had to piece together information about the complicated and secretive relationships that had been kept under wraps in the deceased Harold Sasko's home. Sarah Gonzalez McLean was born in 1994 in Topeka, Kansas. She was a normal child, energetic, cheerful, sweet, and smiling. The girl was interested in everything new and fearlessly tried new hobbies. In her teenage years, she faced harassment from a neighbor and her mental state was shaken. Sarah was very scared by the harsh behavior of the adult man. She felt helpless during this time. Disputes between her parents became more frequent, which aggravated the situation at home and had a detrimental effect on the girl's state. She had to grow up early to try to understand adult difficulties. But the immature psyche of a teenager did not yield the desired result, and Sarah began to drown her problems in alcohol. But the addiction to drinking did not bring relief, and Sarah, having a nervous breakdown, wanted to end her own life. After the attempt, she was hospitalized, where she underwent treatment in a psychiatric clinic. For some time, Sarah dreamed of leaving her parents' home where she was suffocated by the toxic atmosphere with parents who could not divide their property. During the divorce, she started saving money to rent a room and move out. During a period of despair, Sarah met an adult man who calmed her and boosted her confidence. That was Harold. He ran a mentorship program for youth where he met Sarah, who got a job at one of his restaurants. By the age of 16, she was already taking orders at the pizzeria counter and diligently saving money for her dream. During this time, Sarah was quite happy. She left the hated home for a place where she felt needed. She made friends and established a relationship with Harold. In turn, he became a second father to her, providing the love and attention she sorely lacked. One day, in a confidential conversation, Sarah honestly told him about her problems, and they moved him. Harold offered Sarah to move in with him temporarily until she found separate accommodation. Sarah's mother was against it, but the girl was adamant. After enrolling in college, Sarah moved in with her mentor. It was a forced measure which Sarah believed should not last long. Harold paid for her education. They established a friendly relationship and grew close as father and daughter, and for a long time that was indeed the case. Interviews with neighbors and witnesses showed that Harold was a pillar of support for Sarah after the difficulties she had experienced in her family. She found refuge with an adult friend. Harold was both a mentor and a friend to her. Despite their significant age difference, after Harold Sasko's demise, the police needed to find Sarah McLean as quickly as possible, as she could be in danger. Blood tests showed that all the blood belonged to the deceased, indicating that Sarah was alive and could indeed have been abducted. During the search, it was discovered that Sarah's biological father had reported her missing much earlier than the news of Harold's demise became known. But the police had been inactive, assuming teenage maximalism and her frequent departures from home. Detectives believed that the young woman might also have been a victim of an attack. Her search continued. However, the investigation considered various theories of the attack and crime. One of them was robbery. During the house inspection, it was found that some valuables and items had been stolen. Closets were partially emptied. Money and weapons owned by Harold were also stolen. There was disorder everywhere. Most of the items had been thrown out of the closets. After compiling lists of the stolen items, it became clear that only Sarah's belongings were missing. Her tablet, phone, and car were found on the parking lot at the house. For the investigators, this confirmed that the young woman had been abducted. Mr. Sasko's dog, Oliver, also disappeared without a trace. But why would the abductor take the dog? The disappearance of the dog puzzled the investigators, and they noted that Harold's car was also missing from the parking lot. The license plate was checked in the database, and the police began actively searching for the car by tracking all the recordings from the city's surveillance cameras where the car could have been spotted. They managed to determine the direction of the suspected criminal, but the blurred frames did not allow them to identify him. Information about the stolen car with the possible criminal was distributed to nearby posts along the possible routes, but no clarifying information was received. While waiting for information about the car's movement, the investigators did not waste time. They actively questioned Sarah's friends and acquaintances, hoping to get more information about the unusual cohabitation of the young woman and the mature man. At that time, Harold Sasko had been married 3 times but was divorced and lived only with Sarah. The fact that a 19-year-old woman was living with a 52-year-old man as friends was peculiar, but no other information about Sarah and Harold's relationship could be obtained. No one had ever seen them as a couple. Sarah had her own room in Harold's house. Could it be that this mature, well-to-do man really became a second father and mentor to the young lost girl? It really seemed to be the case. Harold Sasko was viewed as a kind and sensitive person, and a benefactor. His colleagues also confirmed no closeness between the boss and the employee. The investigation was at a standstill. After a critical 48 hours, Sarah McLean had still not been found. Investigators were puzzled, but continued their search for the young woman. 3 days into the search efforts, an unexpected phone call to Sarah's parents' home turned the detectives' theory upside down. The awaited call was brief. The caller waited for an answer and then hung up violently. The police, anticipating a call from the suspected abductor, managed to trace it quickly. The caller's location was identified as a 24-hour store at a gas station in Bishop, Texas. Immediately heading to the location and reviewing surveillance footage, the police were shocked to recognize a female figure very similar to Sarah. The woman freely entered the store, made purchases, made the call, and then left in Harold's car. Could it be possible that Sarah, whom the police were searching for as a victim of abduction, was actually the criminal and had fled, taking her beloved dog with her? On January 25, 2014, rangers in Everglades National Park in Dade County, Florida, found Sarah McLean sleeping in the parked car with Oliver, Mr. Sasko's dog. Upon searching the car, several knives, an axe, and Harold's pistol were found. On February 1, 2014, after she waived her extradition hearing in Florida, Sarah was transported back to Kansas, where officers placed her in the Douglas County Jail. The car was seized and sent for inspection. Forensic analysis confirmed that the bloodied knife found was the weapon used in Harold Sasko's demise. But what led to such a brutal crime? During Sarah's interrogation, it was revealed that their relationship initially mirrored that of a father and daughter. He took care of her and told everyone she was his stepdaughter to avoid unnecessary questions. Sasko was aware of Sarah's difficult relationship with her parents. He knew she had been brutally assaulted by a man who had left her with cigarette burn scars. She had tried to end her life and was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. Harold promised to take care of her, but the supposed sanctuary included unrestricted access to marijuana and alcohol. Cocaine and ecstasy were also available. He charged her rent, and she bought her own food. He gradually gained control over everything she did. After living together for about 6 months, Harold confessed his love for her. Sarah rejected him, but he persisted in his advances. Eventually, he demanded intimacy as a condition for her to stay with him. Harold took her salary, claiming it as compensation for what he spent on her upkeep daily. He threatened to sue her if she left. Harold degraded and insulted her daily. One day, Harold told Sarah that she was not attractive enough, and men preferred women with more voluptuous figures. With such an appearance, he said she would never find true love and would never be appealing to men. Sarah objected but felt she had no choice. He paid for her to have a nose job and buttock implants. After these surgeries, Sarah's debt to Harold increased by $10,000. 0 cents. Her last paycheck from the pizzeria was $265. 0 cents. He demeaned her and demanded total submission. Out of desperation, Sarah began drinking alcohol and using psychotropic substances. When Harold demanded intimacy, if she tried to resist, he would hold her down. Taking advantage of Sarah's weakened state, Harold repeatedly forced himself on her, and she eventually entered into a relationship with him at his insistence. Sarah fell into a state of depression, from which she sought to hide under Harold's supposed protection. She became increasingly restrained and withdrawn. She suffered from victim syndrome and was afraid to leave him or tell anyone. She saw only one way out of her moral confinement: ending her partner's life. Sarah confessed that she made the decision 5 days before the act. On January 14, Harold came home late in the evening and started working on the sound system. At one point, he asked Sarah to bring him a beer, knowing that if he drank, he would force himself on her. She decided to act. She added crushed sleeping pills to the beer, which she had prepared in advance. After some time, Harold lost consciousness. Sarah tied his ankles and wrists with zip ties. Then she took a hunting knife and inflicted a deep wound on his neck. During the interrogation, Sarah confessed that at one moment she reconsidered her decision to take his life. But Harold was already bleeding out, and she felt she had no choice but to finish what she started with renewed fury. She continued to stab him in the neck with relentless force, nearly decapitating him. Then Sarah took a shower, packed her belongings, and left in Harold's car, taking Oliver, the dog she had cared for. First she headed to Texas, then to Florida to see the ocean. That's where the Rangers detained her. The trial for the demise of Harold Sasko began on March 5, 2015, at the Douglas County Courthouse. In his opening statement, prosecutor Charles Branson told the jury that Sarah McLean had meticulously planned Harold Sasko's end. Lawrence Police Detective Robert Brown testified for the prosecution, showing that before the act, Sarah McLean had made Google searches using the phrase "vulnerable places on the neck." She confessed to inflicting knife wounds on the victim and then cutting his throat. When the detective asked her why she ended Mr. Sasko's life, she replied, "I wanted someone to die because of these words." The trial focused on her ability to form the intent to commit the act. However, in a private meeting with the judge prior to the trial, prosecutor Charles Branson stated that it would be inappropriate for the jury to hear about Harold Sasko's cruel treatment of Sarah McLean, and he intentionally omitted this information. He believed that the details of the accusations would be inappropriate at the trial stage because they would merely elicit sympathy for the defendant without any supporting evidence. Branson did not want the years of domestic abuse to become public knowledge. Defense attorney Carl Cornwell agreed with the restrictions on presenting evidence of cruel treatment, which he could have introduced in court. Instead, he tried to convince the jury that Sarah was mentally unstable and unable to fully comprehend her actions. Carl Cornwell argued that Douglas County Judge Paula Martin should send the accused Sarah McLean to a state hospital rather than prison, and if a prison sentence was to be decided, sentence her to 25 years due to her mental illness. However, prosecutor David Melton criticized the defense's portrayal of Sarah as a victim. He added that a psychological evaluation at a large state hospital, an impartial entity, showed that McLean did not meet the criteria for dissociative identity disorder. The district judge reported that she had been found to have borderline personality disorder with antisocial tendencies. The report also stated that Sarah McLean exaggerated the symptoms of her mental illness. In his courtroom address, the prosecutor added that the crime was not committed by a little sweet girl, but by a methodical and far-sighted criminal who had planned it in advance and intentionally left her mobile phone behind to avoid being tracked. In his closing statement, Prosecutor Melton said that in his legal career, he had never encountered something so reprehensible and brutal as the crime committed against Harold Sasko, and therefore the defendant deserved a sentence ranging from 50 years to life imprisonment. Some crimes are so evil, so horrendous, that they warrant harsher punishment. Melton argued that Sarah could have chosen a different method, such as suffocation, overdose, or poisoning Sasko, but the fact that McLean forcefully penetrated Sasko's carotid artery with a long knife spoke to the horror of the act. Addressing the court, the prosecutor repeatedly emphasized that she chose a knife because she wanted to prolong the experience of the act and likely enjoyed it greatly. After considering the arguments, psychological assessments, requests from relatives, and letters to the court, Martin ultimately decided that there is no evidence to support commitment to a psychiatric facility instead of prison, and that the act was committed in a disgusting, barbaric, and brutal manner. Douglas County Judge Paula Martin sentenced Sarah Gonzalez McLean to 50 years in prison. She must serve at least 50 years before becoming eligible for parole, at which time she will be nearly 70 years old. After the sentencing, Sarah apologized to her own family and Harold Sasko's family. Sarah has appealed the sentence based on the provision of ineffective counsel. In the meantime, the defense lawyers began preparing a clemency petition and uncovered necessary evidence of abuse and the dark side of Harold Sasko that had not been presented to the jury during the trial. It turned out that during the search for Sarah, a significant number of crucial clues were overlooked. After all, the investigation's attention was occupied with investigating a crime against life, not proving domestic abuse. An examination of Harold Sasko's phone confirmed that he had repeatedly shown interest in child-explicit material. He downloaded hundreds of videos to his phone and visited X-rated sites discussing children, teenagers, and zoophilia. At least 20 times, he visited websites where men were intimate or appeared to be intimate with women who seemed to be asleep. The police found a camera and flash drives on a desk in Sasko's bedroom. A detective stated that the images found on the flash drives showed that Sasko and Sarah McLean were just friends who spent time together. The defense attorneys were not allowed to review the files. Sarah was shocked and confused when the evidence of harsh treatment was not presented in court. She did not give up on proving that at the moment of ending her aggressor's life, she saw no other way to save herself. On March 20, 2015, after deliberating for just 4 hours, the jury found Sarah Gonzalez McLean guilty of first-degree premeditated homicide with aggravating circumstances, unaware of the months of harsh treatment that preceded her dreadful crime. Now her lawyers hope to get her out of prison, convincing the governor to pardon her, which is a long-term attempt to correct what they consider an injustice. In 2021, the newly elected district attorney of Douglas County, Susana Valdez, struck a stunning deal. The sentence for Sarah McLean was reduced by half in exchange for waiving the right to appeal. The case of Sarah McLean is one of the most confusing and recurring institutional failures where, in the pursuit of justice, the truth remains sidelined. Currently, Sarah Gonzalez McLean remains incarcerated at the correctional facility in Topeka, Kansas. The earliest she can be released is in 2039, but strangely enough, prison gave Sarah a chance to heal. In her only interview, she admitted that being locked up was the biggest relief for her. She found time to reflect on what had happened. She wrote letters to God trying to cope with her shame. In prison, she trains Labrador and Golden Retrievers for service in an organization based in Washington, Kansas. Sarah says that the dogs have healed her more than she could have ever imagined. In her statement, Sarah said that since she's been in prison, she's dedicated every day to becoming better, not just for herself, but for her family and society. I will continue to ensure that everything that happened was not in vain, as I am no longer the young woman who felt hopeless and didn't know what to do at the scene where Harold Sasko's life was ended. The word freedom was written on the wall in blood, a word the investigators initially struggled to decipher. During questioning, Sarah replied that she wrote what she felt after committing the crime. Paradoxically, it was in prison that Sarah Gonzalez McLean found her freedom. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On a cold February morning in 2021, something felt off at Sharon Public School in Kenton, Massachusetts. Staff members began to worry. 23-year-old Sandra Birchmore hadn't shown up in days, and she wasn't responding to calls or messages. At first, her absence was brushed off, attributed to a snowstorm that had recently swept through the area. But by day 4, concern turned into alarm. Her colleagues called emergency services, unaware that their call would open the door to one of the most baffling and heartbreaking investigations the town had ever seen. What unfolded next wasn't just a missing person case. It was the unraveling of a life marked by resilience, admiration, and ultimately betrayal. Sandra Birchmore was born on May 13, 1997, in the quiet town of Stone, Massachusetts. Her childhood was shaped by adversity. Her mother, Denise, struggled with chronic health problems that left her in and out of treatment and placed heavy pressure on the family's limited finances. Sandra's father was nowhere to be found, completely absent from both her life and her upbringing. The responsibility of raising her fell to Denise, her longtime partner, and Sandra's maternal grandmother, Grace. It was Grace who became a steady presence in Sandra's life, stepping in during the toughest times. When Denise was sick, when the bills piled up, when stability felt just out of reach. Amid all this, Sandra grew up fast. She learned early what it meant to shoulder responsibility and care for others. But even through hardship, one thing was clear. Sandra had dreams. She was fascinated by public service, drawn to uniforms, structure, and the idea of making a difference. Her admiration wasn't abstract, it was rooted in family. Several of her maternal relatives had served in law enforcement or the military, and she looked up to them with quiet pride. This environment shaped her worldview. She respected authority, craved order, and longed to be part of something bigger than herself. But what no one could have known was that this very admiration, this longing for purpose and connection, would lead her into a world of hidden relationships, blurred lines. Because what happened to Sandra Birchmore wasn't just a mystery. It was a betrayal hiding in plain sight. Her interest in police work first emerged at the age of 8, when she was enrolled in a program called Respect. This initiative aimed to teach young participants civic responsibility, communication skills, and respect for those around them. It was there that she first began interacting with police officers, further solidifying her aspirations. By the time she turned 12, Sandra joined the Police Explorers program, established in the 1970s. This initiative provided hands-on experience for young people interested in careers in law enforcement under the guidance of experienced officers. Participants learned the fundamentals of police work, safety protocols, and emergency response strategies. Sandra remained involved in the program from 2010 to 2016, showing an impressive level of dedication. Those close to her recalled how seriously she took her training and how much time she devoted to perfecting her skills. This was more than just a passing interest. Sandra saw the program as a stepping stone toward her ultimate goal. However, her journey was far from easy. In 2016, at the age of 19, Sandra experienced a devastating loss. Her mother, Denise, passed away. This was a tremendous blow for her. After Denise's passing, Sandra's aunt, her mother's sister, stepped in to provide support and guidance. This heartbreaking event coincided with the conclusion of her time in the Police Explorers program, leaving a profound impact on her life. Her dreams of a career in law enforcement gradually took a back seat as she faced new personal challenges. After finishing high school, Sandra searched for her path. She enrolled in college prep courses, planning to pursue a nursing degree. Despite shifting her focus, Her childhood admiration for police culture remained strong, and she stayed in touch with many individuals from the Police Explorers program over the years. Life's challenges and early losses didn't break Sandra, but they made her vulnerable to manipulation. The influences around her and the constant struggle to overcome hardships shaped her character and ambitions, yet they also left her seeking validation and support from those she viewed as authority figures. This longing for guidance would ultimately play a crucial role in her tragic fate. In 2020, after finishing high school, Sandra Birchmore moved to Kenton, a town in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, with a population of around 25,000. Kenton was known for its safe and family-friendly environment, making it an attractive place to settle for Sandra. This move marked a fresh start. She secured a job as a teacher's assistant at Sharon Public School. Her role involved working with students who had special needs, providing support while also earning a steady income. Though this position wasn't her ultimate goal, she saw it as a stepping stone toward a better future. Her ambitions were closely tied to her experience caring for her mother, which had instilled in her a deep desire to help others. To pursue this passion, she enrolled in preparatory courses for college, balancing her studies with her job in hopes of advancing her career. Her colleagues described Sandra as outgoing and friendly, but at times her behavior seemed somewhat immature. She tended to share personal details even with people she barely knew, which made some coworkers uncomfortable. Still, she had a genuine love for her students and put effort into her responsibilities. Despite having limited experience, her combination of warmth and emotional openness drew people toward her, but it also sometimes led to misunderstandings. Sandra viewed her time at Sharon Public School as a temporary phase on her way to fulfilling her dreams. She was full of plans, preparing for significant changes in her life. However, her trusting nature and eagerness to connect with those around her made her vulnerable, something that would later play a devastating role in her story. Sandra Birchmore first met Matthew Farwell in 2010 when she was 13 years old. At the time, she was part of the Police Explorers program, where Matthew, then 27, served as one of the instructors. He quickly became an influential figure in her life. Their communication began within the structure of the program, but gradually extended beyond it. By the time Sandra turned 15, she started receiving personal messages from Matthew. These conversations marked the beginning of a relationship, shaped by manipulation and psychological pressure. As someone older and more experienced, Matthew skillfully leveraged his position to establish control over her. Over time, their relationship evolved, but became increasingly unhealthy. Matthew grew excessively possessive, showing an unusual interest in her personal life and restricting her independence. He insisted on knowing her whereabouts at all times, and pressured her to provide constant updates about who she was with. Eventually, he began using technology to monitor her movements, further deepening her dependence on him. As his jealousy and need for control escalated, they were accompanied by bursts of aggressive behavior. His tone often turned threatening, and any attempt Sandra made to assert her independence was met with resistance. Matthew exerted pressure on her, expecting absolute compliance with his demands, and he viewed any disagreement as an act of betrayal. Despite the growing tension, Sandra continued to see Matthew as someone she could trust. She genuinely believed their relationship could improve, and often found ways to justify his behavior. However, his influence over her only intensified, gradually undermining her confidence and limiting her freedom. What had started as a friendship eventually became a toxic and inescapable dynamic. The beginning of 2021 marked an important period for Sandra Birchmore. She was preparing for motherhood. Despite the difficulties she faced, she approached the future with enthusiasm. Her apartment began filling up with baby essentials she had ordered online, including newborn clothing, infant care items, and decorations for a baby shower she was planning. She was eager to celebrate this new chapter of her life with her loved ones, carefully organizing every detail of the event, from decorations to the guest list. Despite her financial constraints, her excitement and energy surprised her relatives, who noted how inspired she seemed by the idea of becoming a mother. Sandra had also scheduled a newborn photography session, intending to capture special moments after her baby's arrival. This decision further highlighted her commitment to her pregnancy and her anticipation of what was to come. However, those close to her began noticing signs of inner turmoil. Much of this stress stemmed from her strained relationship with Matthew Farwell, who remained a significant presence in her life, but was increasingly a source of anxiety. In the days leading up to the tragic events, Matthew's behavior became unusual. He visited Sandra's apartment, claiming he wanted to help her prepare for the baby's arrival. He asked for access to her home, requesting both a key and the door code, explaining that he wanted to be available in case of an emergency. While inside, he seemed particularly interested in her bedroom closet, paying close attention to the space. After he left, Sandra confided in a friend, mentioning that Matthew had been acting strangely. Despite her concerns, she tried to rationalize his behavior, convincing herself that his intentions were rooted in concern. This would be the last time she openly expressed doubt about his actions. On February 4, 2021, colleagues at Sharon Public School contacted the police after Sandra had been out of touch for several days and failed to show up for work. A heavy snowstorm had recently disrupted movement throughout the city, keeping many employees at home. But Sandra's absence raised concerns. Attempts to reach her by phone were unsuccessful. Soon, officers were dispatched to her apartment for a welfare check. When officers arrived, they knocked repeatedly and rang the doorbell, but there was no response. A distinct odor coming from inside the apartment quickly raised red flags, as officers recognized it as a sign of decomposition. Given the circumstances, they made the decision to force entry inside the apartment. Officers found Sandra in the bedroom. She had been discovered hanging from a closet door using a belt. The condition of her body suggested she had been deceased for several days. At first glance, the scene did not appear suspicious. The initial police report stated that there were no signs of a struggle. Furniture remained undisturbed, and the general disorder in the apartment was consistent with Sandra's usual living habits. However, when her relatives were allowed into the apartment after the body was removed, they noticed several discrepancies that cast doubt on the initial findings. One of the first things they observed was a load of wet laundry inside the washing machine, indicating that Sandra had been going about her normal routine shortly before her passing. On the table, there were unopened packages containing baby essentials delivered just days before the incident. Another troubling detail was a broken necklace found near where she had been discovered. Strands of Sandra's hair were tangled in the chain, which suggested possible physical interference. Her relatives informed the police that Sandra never removed this necklace. She wore it at all times, even while sleeping or showering. This detail raised doubts about the conclusion that she had taken her own life. An even more alarming discovery was her phone. Sandra used her phone daily and was rarely seen without it. However, records showed that it had been powered off a full day before her passing and was never turned back on. Concerned by these inconsistencies, her family insisted on a more thorough investigation, believing there was evidence of outside involvement. With these new findings and growing concerns about her relationship with Matthew Farwell, law enforcement was forced to reconsider their initial assessment. His behavior in the days leading up to her passing, his request for access to her apartment, and his unusual demeanor during his final visit raised serious questions. These revelations marked the beginning of a deeper investigation to uncover what truly happened inside Sandra's apartment in those fateful days. The last recorded activities of Sandra Birchmore took place on the evening of February 1, 2021. Surveillance cameras captured her returning home from work around 5:00 p.m. A short while later, she stepped outside to retrieve a package containing baby clothes she had ordered. Afterwards, Sandra was seen once again on video clearing snow off her car parked outside her residence at 5:46 p.m. She went back inside her apartment, marking the last time she was seen alive. Later that evening, another key figure in this case appeared on the security footage around 9:00 p.m. Matthew Farwell entered the building. He was seen walking into the lobby, heading up to Sandra's floor, and spending approximately 30 minutes inside her apartment. Footage showed him dressed in heavy winter clothing, with a mask covering his face. While the cold weather could explain his attire, the way he deliberately concealed his identity seemed unusual. After a brief visit, Matthew left the building. The next day, Sandra did not show up for work and stopped responding to messages. Federal investigators took over the case, conducting a full review of the initial findings. One of the first concerns was the superficial crime scene assessment and the overlooked details. Agents soon discovered that Sandra had been actively preparing for motherhood, ordering baby supplies, planning a baby shower, and even booking professional photo shoots. These details contradicted the idea that she had intentionally harmed herself. Further suspicion arose from the nature of the marks found on her body, which did not align with a typical case of self-inflicted harm. While analyzing Matthew's phone records, investigators recovered deleted messages that revealed a long history of manipulation. It was also confirmed that Sandra was pregnant with Matthew's child, a key factor in the unfolding tragedy. At the time of her passing, Sandra was in her 3rd month of pregnancy, and this revelation significantly impacted her relationship with Matthew. He not only denied being the father but also exhibited aggressive behavior, pressuring her both psychologically and physically. After Sandra informed him about the pregnancy, his attitude shifted. First, he attempted to distance himself, but later, realizing the possible consequences, he reinitiated contact. His sudden interest in reconnecting with Sandra raised further suspicion. Following her death, investigators also uncovered that Matthew was married and had 3 children. Sandra was aware of his family situation, and in the fall of 2020, she learned that his wife was expecting their 3rd child. This discovery deeply affected her, and she confided in a close friend about the emotional distress it caused. In one of her messages, Sandra mentioned that she intended to tell Matthew's wife about their relationship. However, she ultimately never went through with it. When Sandra discovered her own pregnancy, she informed Matthew, but his reaction was hostile. He not only questioned whether he was the father, but also made it clear that he had no intention of acknowledging the baby. This led to growing conflicts between them. His behavior became increasingly erratic, and Sandra confided in those close to her about the pressure and threats she was experiencing. This dynamic played a crucial role in her fate and became a major focus of the investigation into her passing. Further examination of their messages revealed that Matthew had repeatedly monitored Sandra, expressed jealousy, and made threatening remarks. Even more concerning was the discovery that he may have used his professional position to exert influence over her. The investigation uncovered a much deeper issue. Sandra was not the only victim. A review of the Police Explorers Program archives, where Matthew Farwell had served as a mentor, revealed numerous cases of inappropriate relationships between instructors and participants. Sandra had joined the program at age 13, and her personal involvement with Matthew began when she was just 15. This was not only an ethical violation but also a serious offense, given the significant age difference. A broader investigation into the Police Explorers Program exposed systemic failures that enabled misconduct. Since its inception in the 1970s, there had been little oversight regarding the actions of mentors, creating an environment where some instructors exploited their authority. In addition to Matthew, other officers involved in the program were also suspected of inappropriate behavior. Among them were Matthew's brother William and their superior, Robert Devine. The investigation ultimately uncovered over 200 cases of misconduct, many of which had remained hidden for decades. FBI agents also discovered that a police officer had received an anonymous tip about potential misconduct in January 2021, but failed to file an official report. Instead, he privately warned Matthew, prompting a sudden shift in his behavior. From that point on, Matthew began deleting messages and attempting to rebuild Sandra's trust, moves that investigators believed were meant to prevent exposure. What exactly transpired inside Sandra's apartment remains unknown, but forensic evidence allowed investigators to reconstruct a likely sequence of events. The conversation may have escalated into a confrontation when Sandra once again brought up her pregnancy. She could have been pressing Matthew for acknowledgement or support, which posed a significant risk to him if exposed. The broken necklace found near her body suggested that a struggle had taken place. Investigators theorized that at some point, Matthew used force to overpower Sandra. Her phone was turned off shortly after he entered the apartment, leading to the possibility that he had deliberately disabled it to prevent her from reaching out for help. Sandra's case not only led to Matthew Farwell's arrest in 2024, but also shed light on widespread issues within regional law enforcement. The Police Explorers Program was permanently shut down, but the consequences of its failures continued to impact many lives. This case served as a wake-up call, prompting authorities to reevaluate policies regarding adult mentors interacting with young participants in similar programs. The charges against Matthew Farwell marked the culmination of a long and complex investigation following Sandra Birchmore's death. In August 2024, he was officially arrested and charged in connection with the crime. Prosecutors presented compelling evidence linking him to the events of that night. Key evidence included recovered text messages from his phone, revealing years of manipulation and coercion towards Sandra, as well as surveillance footage confirming his presence at her apartment on the night of the tragedy. Additionally, forensic experts testified that the injuries on Sandra's body did not align with a self-inflicted act, but instead pointed to external force. The charges against Matthew Farwell extended beyond the primary crime. They also included multiple counts of inappropriate conduct involving Sandra during the years when she was underage. These details, along with other critical evidence, directly undermined his claims of innocence, which he continued to assert even after his arrest. Despite the overwhelming evidence and widespread public outrage, bringing additional suspects to justice proved to be a major challenge. Alongside Matthew, the investigation also implicated his brother William, their superior Robert Devine, and other officers whose actions had come to light during the inquiry. However, while misconduct was established in several cases, formal charges were not filed against most of those involved. This was largely due to a lack of direct evidence or an apparent reluctance within law enforcement agencies to subject their internal system to deeper scrutiny. As of early 2025, the trial against Matthew Farwell was still ongoing. Prosecutors argued that after Sandra was fatally restrained, the perpetrator staged the scene to make it appear as though she had taken her own life, positioning her body on the closet door. However, forensic experts noted inconsistencies. Key physical indicators that would typically be present in such a case, such as specific hemorrhages in the eyes and facial swelling, were missing. This supported the theory that she had been overpowered before the scene was staged. If convicted, Matthew Farwell faced the harshest possible penalty, including the potential for capital punishment. Sandra Birchmore's case was not just a personal tragedy. It became a stark reminder of the urgent need for systemic reforms within law enforcement and increased oversight of programs designed to work with vulnerable individuals. Her memory lived on through the ongoing efforts of her family and activists who continued to push for justice and meaningful change. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The 31st floor of a high-rise in central Hong Kong was unusually quiet that day, until officers stopped outside apartment 1309. This wasn't a routine welfare check. It wasn't prompted by a neighbor's concern or the sound of a disturbance. The call had come from within. The apartment's owner had phoned the authorities himself. "Something terrible has happened. You need to come immediately," the man said. When officers arrived, no one answered the door, but from underneath it, a suffocating odor leaked into the hallway, thick, unmistakable, the scent of decay. The building's security guard confirmed that residents below had been complaining for days, convinced the source was this very unit. Police knocked. Nothing. Only a low, unintelligible murmur came from inside. Someone talking to themselves. When they finally breached the door, a wave of putrid air surged out. The apartment was in complete disarray. Stained walls, discarded food containers, clothing strewn across the floor, an air so stale it felt like it hadn't moved in days. In the middle of the living room, a young woman lay partially unclothed, her body lifeless and marked by wounds to the neck and upper chest. Investigators immediately suspected she had been dead for some time. Just a few feet away sat a man, barefoot, clutching a bloodied knife. His eyes were empty, his voice barely audible as he muttered incoherently about God, evil, and that it had already happened. He didn't move, didn't flinch. Officers restrained him and called for medical personnel. The apartment told its own story. Open liquor bottles, powdery residue on saucers, tangled cords, empty pill packets. Signs of days, maybe weeks of mental unraveling. Forensics combed through the wreckage, while the woman's body remained on the floor, as evidence was photographed and logged. But the nightmare wasn't over. One officer approached the balcony door, sealed shut. As he slid it open, he was hit by the same unbearable stench. Outside, tucked near the railing, sat a large black suitcase. The odor left no doubt. When they unzipped it, their worst fears were confirmed. Inside was a second body, dismembered, wrapped in cloth, and tightly packed. It wasn't a hasty cover-up, it was deliberate, methodical, and deeply disturbing. This wasn't just a crime scene. It was a descent into madness, hidden behind a locked door on the 31st floor. The suitcase had been placed in the far corner of the balcony, directly beneath a clothesline, perhaps in the hope that it would go unnoticed. Both victims were women, young with East Asian features. No passports, ID, or personal belongings were found near them. Their names, their stories, even the time they lost their lives remained unknown. But one thing was certain: something horrific had unfolded in that apartment, and it hadn't happened overnight. Investigators documented every detail. The man found inside the apartment was taken into custody under heightened security. There were no signs of a struggle on his body. The medical team confirmed he was conscious, but his behavior remained highly erratic. He offered no explanations, only fragmented phrases about guilt, blood, and the final week. Hong Kong is one of the most densely populated urban centers in the world. Within a compact space, millions of people live amid constant noise, urgency, and overcrowding. Towering buildings stretch skyward, packed closely, with barely any gaps in between. Every square foot comes at a premium, and most residents squeeze into tight apartments, often divided by thin partitions where multiple individuals may share a single room. Those with more resources live higher up, behind thick glass facades in high-rise residences, outfitted with security, surveillance, and private elevators. The contrasts are striking. At the base of these gleaming towers, narrow alleyways wind through grimy drainage lines, impromptu street stalls, and strange storefronts with no signage. During the day, these places seem deserted, but at night they come alive. In certain neighborhoods, behind the facade of bars and clubs, filled with loud music and flowing drinks, a hidden system operates, one that quietly disguises unauthorized escort services as nightlife entertainment. Officially, these spots are listed as lounges or karaoke bars, where women work as hosts simply to entertain guests with conversation. In reality, many arrangements are made for private meetups at hotels or apartments. These businesses aren't openly advertised, but they're known among a select crowd. Wealthy men, often foreigners, who know exactly where to go. The women working there usually don't have legal work permits and find themselves in a vulnerable position. They can't seek help, can't report mistreatment. Any complaint could risk deportation. Many of these women originally came to Hong Kong from underprivileged areas of Indonesia and the Philippines. In the past, they worked legally as domestic helpers under work visas, but once those permits expired, they had to leave. Some later returned on tourist visas, hoping to earn again and support their families back home. Club work often becomes their only available source of income. On paper, it's entertainment. In reality, it's off-the-books labor with risks, no protections, and strict oversight from the people who run the business. In the daily rush of city life, the disappearance of one woman rarely raises alarm, especially when she has no documentation, no legal status, and no formal ties. When someone in that position vanishes, it's not usually met with concern. It's often dismissed as routine. At best, a roommate or someone nearby might try to look for her. At worst, she's simply forgotten. Across the city, it's common to find apartments being rented off the books. Several tenants may share one room, paying in cash. It's simple, convenient, no background checks, no questions. For migrants, it's often the only housing option they can afford. But that same setup makes them almost invisible. One of the tenants doesn't return one night. No one raises an alarm. Even if days go by, Hong Kong runs like a well-oiled machine. There's no time to pause for one person. Those who fall outside the official system are treated as expendable. Their disappearance isn't considered an event. It's just another line in a statistic that no one pays attention to. Sumarti Ningsi was born in a small, impoverished village in Indonesia. Her family lived in difficult conditions. From the beginning, they struggled to afford basic necessities, food, medicine, and school supplies for her younger brothers. When she became an adult, the decision was made. She would go abroad to earn money. Hong Kong was the only place where she could secure a work visa and find employment as a domestic helper. The work was tough, but steady. Long hours, little freedom, and living inside the home of her employers. Despite the hardship, Samarthi saw it as a chance. Her primary goal was to send as much money home as possible. She worked for 2 years until her visa expired. Unable to get it renewed, she had to return to her village, but nothing had changed. There's still the same poverty, the same pressure. Her family was counting on her, so Samarthi applied for a tourist visa and went back to Hong Kong. That status didn't allow her to work legally, but there was no alternative. Her family needed the income, and there were no other options. Jessie Lorena faced a similar story, also from a struggling village in Indonesia. She came to Hong Kong in 2006 with a valid work visa. For years, she worked legally as a domestic worker, extending her permits when possible. Everything changed in 2012, when her renewal was denied. Like Samarthi, Jessie had to return home, but eventually she too came back to Hong Kong on a tourist visa, hoping to find some kind of work. Circumstances brought them to the same establishment, a club that officially posed as a bar with entertainment. In reality, it catered to clients seeking more than just drinks. That's where the women worked, despite having no legal right to be employed. Technically, they were there to create an atmosphere, socialize, dance, but most arrangements happened outside the club. Private meetups for money. The pay was low, but they had no choice. They couldn't go to the authorities. Their status left them unprotected. No one checked their working conditions. They worked at night, lived in small rented rooms with no paperwork. Club management maintained quiet but constant control. Refusal or complaint meant immediate dismissal, and for someone working off the books, that meant no more income. It was under these conditions that both women disappeared. Samarthi vanished on October 26. That evening, she had been at the club, spent time with clients, and then left. No one saw her again. Jessie went missing 6 days later on November 1. She had also been on shift, then left, but never returned to her rented room. Despite the short gap between their disappearances, no one made the connection. Neither the police nor the club's management linked the two cases. Both women had no legal status, weren't in any official records. Their vanishings caused no public reaction. Only later did it become clear. They had both disappeared from the same location, followed the same work pattern, and, as would later be discovered, both crossed paths with the same individual. But at the time they went missing, it was seen as just another loss among those living in the shadows. When Jessie Lorena didn't return home, her roommate began to worry. She first went to the club where Jessie worked. Staff told her Jessie had shown up the evening of November 1, spent some time with a guest, and then left with him. No one had seen her since. Her phone went unanswered. After several days without any word, the roommate reached out to law enforcement. Only after persistent urging was a missing person report officially filed. Police requested surveillance footage from the club. In one of the videos, Jessie could be seen speaking with a man who was a frequent visitor. They were together for a short time before leaving the premises. Club staff recognized the man immediately. He came in often, always alone. He was calm, reserved, didn't socialize much, and never caused a disturbance. He also stood out for consistently leaving generous tips. Authorities were able to identify him quickly. His name was Rurik Judding, a 29-year-old British national. He lived in a luxury high-rise in an apartment on the 31st floor. According to surveillance footage, that's where he took Jessie on the day she disappeared. Police attempted to contact him, but he didn't respond. Sometime later, however, Judding himself called. He said that something terrible had taken place in his apartment and asked for officers to come immediately. A response team was dispatched to the address he provided. What happened next became the starting point of a criminal investigation. Until then, Rurik Judding hadn't raised any red flags. He gave the impression of a successful, well-educated professional, a young banker, part of the financial elite, with a polished appearance and an impeccable background. He worked at a major American investment firm, and was considered a rising star. People who knew him described him as competent, punctual, and private. His social status, behavior in public, and lifestyle all aligned with the image of a confident international professional thriving in a global city. But what police discovered in his apartment shattered that illusion. Officers were stunned by the contrast between Judding's public persona and what they found behind closed doors. The upscale apartment was in disarray. Inside was the body of a woman showing signs of severe trauma, along with numerous items pointing to serious criminal acts. Among the evidence were knives, restraints, containers linked to restricted substances, and digital devices containing material that later became key to the charges filed against him. Investigators reviewed surveillance footage from the high-rise. The recordings showed both women entering the building on separate days. Neither of them was seen leaving. Security staff hadn't intervened. Residents had unrestricted access, and cameras were mainly used for archived monitoring. Both women spent their final days in an apartment legally registered to someone with a spotless public image. After Rurik Judding's arrest, he didn't resist. He acknowledged what had happened. There was no sign of panic or regret in his demeanor. He appeared worn out, detached, almost as if the situation didn't concern him personally. Rurik Judding was born in London into a family that gradually achieved financial stability. His father worked as an engineer, and his mother was involved in business. Through consistent effort, they managed to build a comfortable life, eventually purchasing a home in a well-regarded suburban neighborhood. Growing up, Rurik lacked nothing. He had access to quality education, care, and attention. His parents heavily invested in his development, with high hopes for his future. From an early age, Rurik showed strong academic talent. He consistently performed well in school, excelling in both math and literature. Former classmates remembered him as quiet and withdrawn but intellectually sharp. He avoided large social groups and preferred solitude. His academic success earned him a place at Cambridge, one of the UK's most prestigious universities. At university, he pursued economics. Soon after graduation, he landed a job with a major investment firm in London. His career advanced quickly. He moved between increasingly prominent banks, taking on more senior roles each time. Within just a few years, he earned a reputation as one of the most promising young professionals in finance. Colleagues described him as extremely driven, detail-oriented, and hardworking. When his employer, an American banking corporation, expanded operations in Hong Kong, Judding was offered a key position in the new office. He accepted without hesitation. The move significantly increased his income. He rented a high-end apartment in an exclusive complex, setting up a spacious home with panoramic views. Everything about his lifestyle looked like a textbook success story: youth, prestige, wealth, and social standing. Outwardly, he blended in perfectly with other professionals in the city's financial scene. But behind that polished exterior were traits that didn't stand out at first glance. Judding was an introvert. He kept a small social circle, avoided personal connections, and had no interest in public life. At the same time, he carried a quiet sense of superiority. Those who interacted with him professionally acknowledged his competence but rarely remembered anything personal. He shared little about his life and kept to himself. The first major disruption to his seemingly stable life came through a personal relationship. He had been involved with a woman named Sarah. Their relationship had lasted a while, though it was long distance. She lived and worked in the US while he was based in Hong Kong. According to people close to him, he was deeply attached to her and took the relationship seriously. The breakup came unexpectedly. Sarah began seeing someone else without giving Judding advance notice. The experience hit him hard. He fell into depression, began therapy, and was prescribed medication. His mental state began to show in his behavior: increased irritability, deeper isolation, and reduced focus. His relationships at work deteriorated. He missed deadlines, and his reputation started to decline. Internally, he was unraveling, a shift not immediately visible to others, but one that escalated quickly. During this period, his life began to unravel. He started using illegal substances, attending parties, and engaging in casual relationships. Gradually, he lost control, not only over his career but also over himself. Around the same time, he began dating a new girlfriend, Ariane Guaran. young, attractive, and active on social media. She frequently shared photos of their trips, dinners, and events. Their online presence appeared flawless. Luxurious interiors, expensive restaurants, scenic flights. However, behind the beautiful images were arguments, outbursts of aggression, and the growing coldness with which Rurik treated her. The illegal substances heightened his irritability, making him harsh and unpredictable. The relationship soon fell apart. From that point, Judding's life spiraled further out of control. His consumption of illicit substances increased. He became reclusive, rarely leaving his apartment, and disappeared from the radar of colleagues and acquaintances. His behavior grew so unstable that even those around him began to avoid contact. He lost friends, professional connections, and trust within the banking community. Simultaneously, alarming signs of deep psychological disturbances emerged. His social media posts became strange and illogical, filled with metaphors and phrases indicating internal destruction and a loss of connection with reality. He began using imagery of darkness, fear, and demise. A post from October 27 resembled a farewell note. "I'm jumping into the darkness. The journey has begun. I'm not afraid, but I'm excited. The first step is the hardest." This message puzzled those who read it, but no one took action. The next day, he resigned without explanations or prior discussions. His work email was deactivated, but the auto-reply function remained active. Any email sent to his address automatically received the response: "I am out of the office indefinitely. Please do not contact a psychopath in case of emergency. Contact God, though I suspect custody has passed to the devil." This message seemed strange and inappropriate to colleagues. Most perceived it as a failed attempt at dark humor. Later, the email's content became part of the evidence. All these events occurred within a few days. The abrupt change in behavior, loss of self-sacrifice, social isolation, and aggressive forms of self-dispression all indicated a deep internal crisis. However, no one intervened. Neither former colleagues, friends, nor acquaintances raised the alarm. His downfall was rapid and unstoppable. It was no longer possible. After Rurik Judding's arrest and the search of his 31st floor apartment, the main phase of the investigation began. Investigators seized his mobile phone, revealing a horrifyingly complete picture of his crimes. The device contained dozens of videos and photographs in which he documented his actions toward 2 women. The content left no doubt. Everything that happened was deliberate, meticulously recorded, and intentional on his part. The first video was recorded shortly after the death of Sumarti Ningsi. The camera focused on Rurik sitting next to the body. His speech was calm and cold-blooded. "My name is Rurik. 5 minutes ago I killed this woman. Since Saturday she was here. Today is Monday. I kept her locked up. She was good." "But that doesn't mean anything," he stated. These words conveyed neither remorse nor shock. He described the events as if summarizing an experiment. In other videos, he shared thoughts about what had been happening inside the apartment. He said he barely got off the couch, survived on delivered pizza, consumed illegal substances, and drank alcohol. The recordings painted a picture of someone conscious but completely detached from moral norms. "I don't feel guilt. There's something, but it's not guilt. I feel like a stranger to myself," he said. These were not impulsive actions. Every move was carefully recorded on camera. Surveillance footage showed him leaving the apartment and returning with 2 large duffel bags. Inside were saws, knives, and kitchen tools. All of it was used to dismember Sumarti's body. He placed the remains into a heavy-duty bag and left it on the balcony. Afterward, he made no effort to cover his tracks or leave the city. A few days later, he went back to the same club where he'd met his first victim. There, he approached Jessie Lorena. He offered her money to come to his apartment. Unlike the previous time, he didn't wait. The crime took place that same night. Her body was left in the middle of the room, and Judding was still beside it when officers arrived. He was covered in blood, holding a knife, and speaking incoherently. The recordings made it clear that these acts weren't the result of a breakdown, but a conscious decision. After the first crime, he chose to repeat it. His own words were chilling. "That was an experience. I want to do it again." The video files became more than just evidence. They were direct confessions captured and preserved by the perpetrator himself. Following his arrest, Rurik Judding was taken into custody, and during the initial interview, he immediately gave a full confession without pressure or hesitation. He described what had happened, made no excuses, and didn't attempt to soften the facts. He admitted to holding one of the women captive for several days before ending her life, and detailed the sequence of events. Investigators noted that he spoke calmly, showing no visible emotion. The next step was a mandatory court-ordered psychological evaluation. Several specialists assessed him. The goal was to determine whether Judding had the capacity to understand his actions and their consequences at the time of the crimes. Every professional involved reached the same conclusion: he was of sound mind and fully accountable. Though he was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, a condition marked by egocentrism, lack of empathy, and a tendency to dominate, this did not absolve him legally or exempt him from trial. The defense team attempted to reduce the sentence, arguing that he had been in a fragile emotional state, battling a substance dependency, and suffering psychological instability during the period in question. Former girlfriends testified that he had once been balanced, caring, and non-confrontational. The defense tried to portray the tragedy as the collapse of a person under the weight of addiction and mental deterioration. However, the court did not accept this narrative. Investigators demonstrated that the crimes were not crimes of passion. They were carefully premeditated, supported by recordings in which Judding methodically described his actions. The court classified his conduct as intentional, cold, and brutal. The evidence, his own confessions, phone records, photos, and video files, left no room to interpret his actions as those of someone out of touch with reality or in a temporary state of crisis. In October 2016, the court delivered its final verdict. Rurik Judding was found guilty on both counts. He received 2 life sentences, one for each crime, without the possibility of parole. The decision meant he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. During the sentencing, he remained silent. His face showed no emotion, no gestures, no expressions, no trace of inner turmoil, even when it became clear that he would never walk free again. Judding displayed neither remorse nor resistance. His complete indifference became the final note in a deeply disturbing case. Despite the numerous recordings and his own confessions, Judding never provided a clear answer to the question, why did he do it? The court interpreted this as a lack of remorse and a conscious choice to engage in extreme aggression. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The chaos that unfolded wasn't caused by a gang member, a drug dealer, or a fugitive on the run. Surprisingly, the man at the center of it all was once a respected figure. A judge, a former lawmaker, and someone trusted to shape laws and deliver justice. But beneath the surface of his polished public image was a darkness no one expected. By the time the truth came to light, it was already too late. The community was left in shock, and a family was shattered beyond repair. As the police moved in to make the arrest, the man, Lance Mason, fled through the back door of his sister's house. But what could he have possibly done to trigger the arrival of an entire task force? Lance Timothy Mason was not your average public servant. He symbolized authority and respect. He had served as a state representative, a state senator, and a judge in Ohio. In every role, he carried weight. His voice was heard, and his decisions impacted lives. He once walked the halls of power with ease, shaping public policy and commanding silence in courtrooms. His resume was impeccable. Lawmaker, judge, city official, to the public, he represented leadership and responsibility. But while his public image was one of discipline and trust, his private life was collapsing under the weight of something much darker. What started as a promising career ended in a way no one could have predicted, turning a man who once defined justice into the face of a chilling crime. Mason didn't just play the game, he seemed to master it. And yet, as he climbed, something else rose with him. something that stayed hidden behind the speeches and handshakes, something that no title could erase. But just when he thought he was untouchable, police were searching his sanctuary, looking for him like a wanted criminal. In the quiet corners of his world, behind closed doors and far from the flash of cameras, tension was building. Those who paid close enough attention might have felt it. The way his polished smiles sometimes didn't reach his eyes, the flicker of control beneath the calm. No one asked, and he never said, but the air around him began to shift slowly. At first, like the hush before a storm. Then one day, that storm came. November 17, 2018. The day was supposed to be like any other, but for Aisha Fraser, it would be the last day she saw her children, the last day she could breathe freely. The two were supposed to meet at a decided place. It was the house owned by Lance Mason's sister, a house that would become the scene of unimaginable horror. Lance had already decided the fate of Aisha Fraser. That day, a knife was used as a weapon to stab the mother of his children. Lance Mason didn't just lose control, he planned it in front of their two children, who could do nothing but watch in paralyzing fear. He attacked her. The sound of the knife cutting through the air was drowned by the agonizing cries of their children. They screamed for their mom, but it was already too late. And then, in a final act of desperation, Mason fled. He didn't stop. He stole Aisha's SUV and sped off, but his attempt to escape wouldn't last long. In his reckless flight, he collided with a police cruiser, slamming into it with brutal force. The officer inside was injured. But Mason's terror was only beginning. He kept running, thinking he could outrun his past, but fate had other plans. It wasn't long before the law caught up to him, and the nightmare he'd set in motion would begin to unravel inside the house. Lynn Mason, his own sister, was on the phone with 911, her voice shaking with disbelief as she watched her brother destroy everything in his path. "He stabbed her and she is dead," she said. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Meanwhile, in the background, the children sobbed uncontrollably. Their cries were haunting evidence to the horror that had just unfolded. And when it did, it would leave scars so deep that even the highest seat of justice couldn't overlook them. The man who had once delivered verdicts from the bench would soon find himself on the other side of the law, bending his knees on the floor like he never saw what true power looked like. The story hadn't reached its climax, not until the mask slipped, not until the truth clawed its way to the surface. "Okay, have a seat right here." As his hands told the tale of the horrific fate that Aisha Fraser was met with, it was difficult to tell him apart from the charismatic man that he once was. Or was he ever that man? People will be left wondering. But before the horrific scenes of 2018, Lance had already given hints of what monstrosity he was capable of. It was a hot summer day on August 2, 2014, when the image of Lance Mason, the once respected judge and former state senator, was torn apart in a storm of rage and violence that no one saw coming. He wasn't wearing a robe that day. He wasn't behind a bench delivering rulings. He was behind the wheel of a car, his wife beside him, and their children in the back seat. What should have been just another ride turned into a nightmare. Without warning, the calm shattered. Mason began pummeling his wife with his fists, 20 savage blows, one after another, as if he had lost all sense of control, all sense of humanity. But he didn't stop there. With their terrified children watching from the back seat, he grabbed her head and slammed it into the car's center console, not once, not twice, 5 brutal times. The force was enough to leave her dazed, bloodied, and in sheer panic. She tried to escape, desperate to get out, but even then, outside the car, away from the steering wheel and the false sense of safety, he followed. He bit her, he threatened her. His rage didn't cool. It followed her out of the vehicle like a predator locked on its prey. When the police arrested him later that day, the horror only deepened. Inside Mason's home was not the quiet, book-filled sanctuary one might expect from a judge. It was a war zone. Shotguns, semi-automatic rifles, handguns, smoke grenades, a bulletproof vest, a sword, and more than 2,500 rounds of ammunition. It looked less like the home of a public servant and more like the stockpile of someone preparing for combat. It was chilling. Not just the violence he had committed, but the world he had built behind closed doors. That attack got him 2 years in prison, but he only served 9 months, a slap on the wrist, a second chance he never deserved. You know why it was just a slap on the wrist when Lance Mason first beat his wife? Because powerful people were right there beside him, shielding him, vouching for him, smoothing the way back. Then he punched her so hard she had to undergo surgery for a broken orbital bone. Their daughters were in the car when it happened. It wasn't just domestic violence. It was terrifying, and yet, when it came time to face consequences, Mason had an army of high professor supporters ready to downplay the horror. U.S. Representative Marcia Fudge called him a good man who made a very bad mistake. Letters poured in from politicians, attorneys, and judges, all speaking about his character, his decades of service, his reputation. The victim, Aisha Frazier, barely seemed to factor in. That collective influence worked. Mason got just 2 years in prison and was released after serving 9 months. 9 months for disfiguring a woman in front of her children, and then just a few years later, he murdered her, stabbed her to death in front of those same daughters. Suddenly, those glowing endorsements from the political and legal elite became a stain. Marcia Fudge released a statement expressing heartbreak and claiming that the man who committed the murder wasn't the Lance Mason she knew. But that raises an uncomfortable question. If someone beats their partner so viciously they need surgery, how much more evidence do you need to protect the victim? During disciplinary hearings in 2017, other attorneys and judges again came to Mason's defense. They wrote letters expressing disbelief and emphasizing his achievements as a jurist. But the Ohio State Bar Association wasn't convinced. In their statement to the Supreme Court, they called out the letters for failing to explain what led to Mason's violent actions, or offer any assurance that it wouldn't happen again. This is more than just a case of poor judgment. It's a case study in how power protects power, even when it comes at the expense of a woman's life. Aisha was failed first by the justice system, then by the people who had the platform to do better. Instead of calling out the violence for what it was, too many were eager to excuse it, to write it off as an aberration from a man they respected. But monsters don't always look like monsters until it's too late. The hypocrisy is hard to stomach. The same people who once praised Mason's uncharacteristic mistake were suddenly offering condolences and shock. But here's the truth. They saw the violence, and they still chose to protect him. Aisha did everything right. She got the protection order. She followed the system. But Lance Mason had already made his choice, and long before the headlines and the whispers, before the scandal shattered the calm and sent shockwaves through Ohio's political circles, Lance Timothy Mason was just a boy growing up in Shaker Heights, bright, ambitious, and already dreaming of something bigger. Born on August 26, 1967, he followed a path that seemed carved out for greatness. From the hallways of Shaker Heights High School to the academic rigor of the College of Worcester, and finally to the esteemed University of Michigan Law School, where he earned his Juris Doctor in 1992. Mason's journey looked like the making of a legacy. Every step he took was calculated. Every role he stepped into only added to his growing reputation. Between 2002 and 2008, Mason served in the Ohio General Assembly, first as a representative and then as a senator, moving through the ranks with a confidence that suggested he wasn't just part of the system, he was built for it. His dedication and charm caught the attention of then-Governor Ted Strickland, who appointed him as a judge to the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas in 2008. A position of weight and visibility, a place where power wasn't just practiced, it was absolute. But the climb didn't end there. Nearly a decade later, in 2017, Mason returned to public service, this time as the Minority Business Development Administrator under Cleveland Mayor Frank G. Jackson. To outsiders, it seemed like a full-circle moment, an accomplished man continuing to serve, continuing to lead. His name appeared in political rosters and press releases, his image still polished and his influence very much intact. This was not a man at the beginning of his fall. This was someone already deep in descent. Mason had married his wife in 2005, but they were preparing for divorce, and by March 2014, they had separated. Still, that separation didn't offer her safety, not truly. Their divorce would only be finalized over a year later, in November 2015. The courtroom fell silent as Lance Mason, once a powerful figure draped in robes and respected in legal circles, stepped forward, now wearing a prison jumpsuit, wrists bound in cuffs. This wasn't a man accused of a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was a man now facing the most horrific charge of all: the calculated, violent murder of his ex-wife, Aisha Fraser. It was a cold, unforgiving day on Chagrin Boulevard when the horror unfolded behind the closed doors of Fraser's home. There were no warnings, no second chances. According to the grand jury, Mason didn't just kill. He planned it with purpose and calculation. He carried out an attack so brutal it sent shockwaves through the very community he once served. Aisha Fraser, a beloved mother and schoolteacher, was stabbed to death. She had trusted the system to protect her. She had a protection order in place. But that paper shield was no match for the man who had already proven what he was capable of. At his arraignment, Mason stood still as the charges were read out, one by one. Aggravated murder, felonious assault, twice violating a protection order, grand theft. Each count painted a clearer picture of a man spiraling deeper into darkness. Each word was a knife to the memory of who he once was. And still, he pleaded not guilty. The judge listened, watched, and responded with a bond that matched the weight of the crime. $5 million, 0 cents. A staggering amount for a staggering fall. But no number could reverse what had happened. No courtroom procedure could bring Aisha Fraser back. But then, things changed for him. Whether it was his ego in the way, or hidden love for his children. Lance pleaded guilty of his crimes in his pre-trial hearing, sitting there in the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas. He looked every bit the man who had shattered so many lives with his actions, with an unsettling calm. He said that he wishes to take responsibility for the crimes he had committed. Those words were heavy, but they didn't feel like remorse. They felt like a man just going through the motions, as if this was some kind of routine procedure, not the acknowledgement of a life-altering, soul-crushing tragedy. But then he dropped a sentence that showed his vulnerability. There was no way I was going to let my daughter testify against me. As those words left his mouth, it became clear this wasn't just a crime of passion or rage. It was calculated, cold. This was a man scared to face his daughter in court, scared of losing the delusion of being a great father that he thought he was to his children. Mason pled guilty to some of the most atrocious charges imaginable: aggravated murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, murder, violating a protection order, and grand theft. Every single charge was a grim reminder of the violence he had unleashed that day. As the courtroom absorbed the weight of his admission, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. This wasn't just a man who had gone astray. This was a man who had once held power, who had been trusted with the law, but now was nothing more than a broken figure sitting before a judge to answer for the unspeakable destruction he had caused. Aisha Fraser was more than just a name in the news. She was a devoted mother, a cherished friend, and a beloved schoolteacher in Shaker Heights, Ohio. To her students, she was a source of light. To her community, she was a role model. But on a quiet November day, her life was stolen in the most horrifying way imaginable by a man who once promised to be her protector. Aisha saw the worst in a man who rose to the highest rank in a system that failed her so many times to the point of losing her life. That's the tragedy that sparked Aisha's Law, a bold piece of legislation introduced by Ohio State Representative Janine Boyd, and now supported by over 32 co-sponsors in the Ohio House. But Aisha's Law isn't just about one woman. It's about every person trapped in a cycle of domestic abuse, and it's about finally changing a system that failed her, one that fails so many. Now, what exactly is Aisha's Law? It is a multi-layered bill designed to intervene before abuse turns deadly. It's based on one simple truth: Domestic violence homicides are predictable. Victims often show signs, abusers escalate, and yet, too often the system doesn't catch the red flags until it's too late. This bill aims to change that. It includes mandatory risk assessment training for police. Case officers would be trained to identify high-risk abusers, the kind most likely to commit lethal violence. Instead of treating each case as isolated, officers would learn to ask the right questions, recognize patterns, and respond with urgency. This means victims at the highest risk could finally be protected before tragedy strikes. Number 2, 24/7 access to protection orders. If someone needs a protection order at 2 a.m. on a Sunday, they shouldn't have to wait until Monday morning. Aisha's law would require courts to have judges or magistrates available 24/7 to issue emergency protective orders because violence doesn't wait, and neither should justice. Third key point, an expanded definition of child endangerment, which means that if a child is present when abuse happens, that's not just a side note, it's another layer of trauma. The bill expands child endangerment to include witnessing domestic violence, holding abusers accountable for the psychological damage inflicted on children, even if they aren't physically harmed, and then lastly, a broader definition of aggravated murder. It expands the definition of aggravated murder to directly reflect the reality of domestic violence cases like Aisha Fraser's. It means that if someone purposely kills a family or household member, and they already have a past conviction for domestic violence or any violent offense that caused serious harm to that same person, it can now be charged as aggravated murder. Let's be clear, this is huge. Why? Because in many past cases, abusers who escalated from beatings to murder weren't charged with the most serious level of homicide, even if their violence was part of a clear pattern. This update closes that gap and says, if you've seriously hurt someone before and you come back and kill them, you're facing the highest possible charge under the law. Why does this matter so much? Because Aisha Fraser did everything right. She left, she got help, she followed the legal steps. But the system didn't protect her. Her daughters witnessed the unthinkable. Her mother's murder after watching her suffer for years. This bill doesn't just honor Aisha's memory. It arms communities, law enforcement, and the justice system with the tools they need to prevent similar tragedies. And the stats are chilling. Nearly 112 Ohioans died from domestic violence in a single year. The stats also show that nearly half of domestic violence victims in Cleveland are at high risk of being killed. And shockingly, in Cuyahoga County, only 1 in 3 abusers ever spend a single day in jail. But up until now, change has been slow and scattered. Aisha's law, named in honor of Aisha Fraser, has actually passed the Ohio House, not once, but twice. Yet it's never made it all the way into law. Why? Because parts of the bill sparked pushback from prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys who disagreed with certain sections. As a result, both times it reached the Ohio Senate, it stalled. No vote, no law, no protection. Meanwhile, the threat to domestic violence victims hasn't slowed down, and survivors, they're still waiting for the system to catch up. Coming back to the man who once wore the robe of dignity and honor, the one who decided the fate of others, now his own fate rests in the hands of a parole board. Lance Mason, the former Cuyahoga County judge once trusted to uphold justice, is now serving a life sentence for the brutal murder of his ex-wife. But here's the twist that's left many stunned. He could one day walk free. After admitting to stabbing Aisha to death in front of their children, Mason was handed a life sentence. Yet it came with a caveat. He'll be eligible for parole in 35 years. That means at the age of 87, if he ever reaches it, the man who shattered a family and forever altered the lives of 2 young girls could make a case for his freedom. It's a painful reality for those who knew and loved Aisha, a respected teacher, a devoted mother, and a victim of unthinkable violence. Just 4 years before the murder, Mason had already served a shockingly brief sentence for violently attacking her in front of their children. He vowed then that he would never return to prison, but he did, and this time, he's not leaving. At least not for 35 years. For many, the idea of parole feels like a second betrayal, because some crimes, they say, deserve no second chances. But what do you think? Should someone who committed such a brutal act ever be eligible for parole, no matter how many years pass? Are 3 decades behind bars justice served? Or is it a loophole in a system meant to protect victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The insane courier of death. How quickly would you open your door? If a stranger knocked, would you hesitate? Ask who they are, why they've come? Most people would. It's common sense. But what if the stranger wore a uniform, held a package, and looked like any other delivery person? Would you still pause? Or would you open the door without a second thought? During the summer of 2020, at the height of the pandemic, couriers became lifelines, connecting the isolated with the essentials of daily life. Groceries, medicine, work documents, all passed through the hands of delivery workers who now seemed more trusted than ever. But in one case, behind the mask and the uniform, hid a killer. In the midst of lockdown, a man posing as a delivery driver was bringing something far more sinister than packages. He was bringing death, and no one knew who his next target might be. Police were baffled. No fingerprints, no clear motive, no witnesses. They feared spreading panic, but the truth was, a calculated killer was on the move. Everything changed on July 11th, 2020. That day, the masked courier arrived at a secluded, upscale property in the mountains southeast of Los Angeles. Inside was Mark Angelucci, a highly respected attorney, known across the country for his work on high-profile legal cases. Like many others, Mark had retreated to isolation during the pandemic, continuing his work remotely and waiting for the world to heal. But the world was about to come crashing down on his doorstep. And what appeared at first to be a random act of violence was only the beginning of a much darker story. On that day, the 52-year-old homeowner wasn't expecting any visitors or deliveries. But when a courier in FedEx Corporation uniform rang his doorbell with a package in hand, the man, without hesitation, opened the door. The lawyer probably thought that one of his partners or clients had sent some important documents, forgetting to inform him. Nothing indicated trouble, and the person on the doorstep did not seem alarming or suspicious. The courier, appropriately wearing a special protective mask and gloves for that period, had a parcel and an invoice that required a signature. However, as soon as the lawyer was about to receive the package, the delivery person suddenly drew a pistol and fired several shots at close range, aiming for vital organs to ensure the lawyer would be fatally injured. The lawyer had no chance to react, and being unarmed in his home robe, he had no chance of survival. After the deed, the courier simply left the scene, leaving the victim bleeding out on the floor. Since the house was in a rather secluded location, none of the neighbors noticed anything unusual, though sounds resembling shots did prompt them to call emergency services and report the disturbing incident. No leads at all. Mark Angelucci succumbed to his injuries at the scene, and the arriving medics and law enforcement could only confirm he was dead. Upon examining the crime scene, detectives immediately dismissed the notion that robbery was the criminal's motive. The house was truly luxurious, adorned with antique items, containing a safe and visibly expensive possessions. Yet everything remained untouched. In the lawyer's home office lay a mass of important documents concerning various cases, but these too did not interest the perpetrator. Everything in the house was left undisturbed. Nothing was searched or moved, and the criminal did not even cross the threshold of the home. Thus, from the very beginning, the main objective was clearly to eliminate the homeowner. The criminal was caught on several outdoor surveillance cameras, but as he was wearing a company cap from FedEx and a medical mask, it was virtually impossible to discern any distinctive features. All that could be determined was that he was a white male of average height and slender build. The criminal wore gloves, thus leaving no fingerprints anywhere. Essentially, the only evidence consisted of bullets extracted from the deceased's body. The police were baffled, and initially they decided to investigate the people closest to the lawyer to understand who might wish him harm and who might benefit from his death. The possibility that the crime was related to his professional activities was also not ruled out. Therefore, it was also necessary to examine which cases the lawyer had been handling recently, whether he had any dissatisfied clients, and whether he had conflict with any colleagues. There was a vast amount of work to be done, and determining a priority direction seemed impossible at the moment. So they decided to start with the relatives and close friends of the lawyer, rich, successful, and utterly alone. It soon emerged that Mark was profoundly lonely. No, he had quite a few friends, got along well with colleagues and neighbors, but he had no truly close or familial relationships. His parents had long passed away. Angelucci had no siblings, and he never started his own family in his youth. The man diligently studied, then he tirelessly built a career in legal practice, where he achieved great heights and recognition. But he intentionally decided to sacrifice his personal life, so at 52, he had never been married and had no heirs. Mark was quite attractive, intelligent, eloquent, always dressed expensively and stylishly, lived in a luxurious home and drove a luxury car. He was rich and successful, and wherever this man appeared, he literally drew the attention of women. But he did not engage in romances or intrigues, and in principle, always kept his personal life hidden from everyone. This led to many rumors about his orientation, but the lawyer himself never confirmed nor denied them. In his list of contacts, they found a woman named Cassie J., with whom the deceased was very close. Their relationship was not romantic, but rather akin to brotherly sisterly love. She was a journalist and had met the lawyer many years ago while preparing a report on a high-profile case he was handling. The man willingly agreed to help her. They quickly found common ground, got along well, and continued to communicate after their joint work ended. For Cassie, the news of the death of her close friend was a real shock. She described Mark as sincere, kind, and responsive, with an easygoing and cheerful nature, who was involved in charity and always responded to others' troubles. According to her, he had no enemies, at least she was unaware of their existence. But in recent years, he had been among the top lawyers in California and had not lost a single case, so he undoubtedly made some adversaries whom he might not even suspect. The anti-feminist and men's rights advocate, during the investigation, a rather intriguing detail emerged. It was discovered that the lawyer held anti-feminist views, but also supported traditional notions of men and women in family and society. Without harboring any animosity towards women, he opposed discrimination against men in matters such as child custody, which almost always tend to favor women. Angelucci was a fighter for justice, not male supremacy. He took on some complex cases completely free of charge, helping those who found themselves in trouble. The lawyer noted that with the rise of feminist organization activity, men were almost always presumed guilty from the start in any conflict and doomed to defeat, with no chance to prove their innocence. Over the years, Mark became an activist for men's rights, although in fact he simply sought to equalize rights for all people, ensuring that everyone could expect a fair judicial resolution in conflict situations, regardless of gender. Given this, it was not possible to exclude the likelihood that radically minded representatives of feminist organizations could have been involved in the lawyer's demise. As the deceased had no family or close people, and there were no leads or clues in the case, the investigation could have stalled and eventually been archived. In response, Cassie J. decided to take initiative, using her extensive connections in the media. The journalist brought widespread attention to the case, prompting law enforcement to conduct a more thorough investigation. Detectives carefully reviewed the case files that the lawyer had been handling recently, hoping to find any hints. The task was daunting, but before they could find anything, the courier criminal struck again. Collateral victims, or was the entire family targeted? On July 19, 2020, just a week after the first crime, on the other side of the country, in New Jersey, an armed courier paid a visit to the luxurious home of a state federal judge. That day, none of the family members were expecting any deliveries or packages, and they were all self-isolating. Both parents, being lawyers, continued to work remotely, and their college student son was on holiday. The head of the family, a 62-year-old lawyer named Mike Anderl, first noticed the approaching courier while he was on the second-floor balcony of his home. He thought that perhaps some work documents awaited his wife and hurried downstairs to open the door. However, his son, who was closer to the front door, opened it without a second thought. They exchanged just a few words before a shot rang out. Mike was descending the stairs at that time, and likely he was the initial target. But his 20-year-old son, Daniel, literally stood between his father and the criminal. The young man took a bullet to the chest, fell to the floor, and the criminal opened fire on the lawyer, wounding him 3 times. The courier, as in the previous case, did not enter the premises, but simply turned around and left, leaving the bleeding victims to die. However, there was another person in the house, Judge Esther Salas, who was the wife and mother of the victims. The woman, shortly before the incident, had gone down to the basement to sort through things and did not hear the gunshots. When she came upstairs, she first saw her son lying in a pool of blood at the door. Esther rushed to him, tried to stem the wound, called out for her husband's help, and only then saw that a bloodied Mike was lying on the stairs. Salas immediately called emergency services, reporting the incident, and tried to provide aid to her husband and son herself. By the time law enforcement and paramedics arrived, both men were alive, but in extremely critical condition. They were immediately taken to the nearest hospital, where they underwent surgery, and it seemed their condition was stabilized. The criminal's motive was unclear, and it was also uncertain whether he came to end the life of the judge, her lawyer husband, or intended to eliminate the entire family. Again, no traces or clues were found at the scene, and the only evidence consisted of bullets fired at the victims. The Federal Bureau of Investigation joined the case, immediately suspecting a connection between this incident and the murder of Mark Angelucci in California. In both cases, the targets were lawyers, and the shooter disguised himself as a FedEx courier. However, the agents were confident that in the second case, the true target was the judge, and her relatives were merely collateral victims. Eyewitnesses, final account, ballistic analysis established that the shooter used a .380 caliber pistol in both incidents, and all bullets were fired from the same weapon. This dispelled any remaining doubts that the acts were committed by the same individual. But who was this person? Where could he be found? And where, when, and to whom might he strike next? It was necessary to question the surviving witness who had come face to face with the criminal and had even exchanged a few words. After a serious surgery, Daniel was in the intensive care unit in critical condition, but when he regained consciousness, he expressed a desire to speak with detectives, to tell them everything he had seen. The young man couldn't describe the perpetrator appearance because he was masked, but he thought the individual was elderly, as he could see gray at the temples, wrinkles around the eyes, and the courier's hands appeared old behind the courier, near the road. Daniel noticed a light-colored car, though he couldn't remember the make. The student also speculated that the criminal's target might have been his mother, as the attacker had inquired if she was home. However, at that moment his father appeared on the stairs, apparently startling the criminal. The attacker quickly drew his pistol, shot the young man in the chest, and then began shooting at Mike, wounding him 3 times. After being injured, Daniel remembered nothing until he woke up in the hospital. The student's testimony provided little help to the investigation, except to confirm that the shooter was an older white male. Regrettably, Daniel's condition could not be stabilized. He worsened, and the day after speaking with law enforcement, the 20-year-old passed away in the hospital from resultant internal bleeding. Thus, detectives unanimously concluded that the main target of the shooter was indeed Esther Salas, but her husband and son were inadvertently in the way, and now the young man was deceased, while his father still hovered between life and death. It was urgent to understand what linked Salas and the earlier deceased Angelucci, what cases they were handling, and if they had common adversaries. Esther Salas was born in 1968 in Monterey Park, California. She had Cuban roots on her mother's side and Mexican on her father's. The girl who grew up in poverty achieved everything in life through her intellect and hard work. She attended Rutgers University for law school and earned her Juris Doctor in 1994. She built a stellar career, progressing from a clerk to an assistant U.S. public defender, and eventually to a United States magistrate judge in New Jersey. She also served several years as the president of the Hispanic Lawyers Association. Since 2011, she had been a judge for the U.S. District Court for the District of New Jersey. In 1993, Esther married renowned lawyer Mike Andrell, who was 11 years her senior. The couple desperately dreamed of having a child, but Esther struggled to conceive. After 4 consecutive miscarriages, doctors declared that she would never have children. However, a miracle happened on July 13, 2000, when the couple's only child, a son named Daniel, was born. The spouses adored their child, raising him in an atmosphere of love and care, striving to provide him with the best education and wide opportunities in life. Unfortunately, just a week after the young man celebrated his 20th birthday, he was gone. An unexpected turn in the case. News about a courier criminal operating across the country went viral on the internet, spreading rapidly and sowing panic among the population. With no precise information available about the investigation, wild rumors about the case began to emerge. People simply feared opening their doors to couriers, even though, during the pandemic, they were often the bearers of necessities. Several days later, on a deserted dead-end road near Rockland in northern New York, an abandoned beige sedan was found. Nearby lay the body of a man with a gunshot wound to the head. Documents found in the car quickly helped identify the deceased as 72-year-old Roy Den Hollander, a once successful lawyer. Near the body lay a pistol, and the scene resembled a self-deprivation of life, as there were no signs of struggle or the presence of third parties. These assumptions were soon confirmed, as the murder weapon bore only the victim's fingerprints. However, the weapon itself drew significant interest from investigators. It was a .380 caliber pistol, identical to the one used to end the lives of Mark Angelucci and Daniel Andariel. Ballistic analysis soon confirmed that all 3 men were deprived of life by bullets fired from this pistol. Yet it remained unclear what motivated the shooter to end the lives of 2 men, injure another, and then fire a bullet into his own head. A search of Hollander's home indicated that he had meticulously planned the attacks in advance. His diary contained addresses of the victims and notes on the dates of the attacks. Detectives, however, could not understand the criminal's motive. However, when they found memoirs on his laptop, which Roy had been working on for years, it became clear that he was a mentally unstable individual, embittered and angry at the world, who despised everyone, from his own mother and ex-wife to his neighbors, colleagues, and clients. It was only a matter of time before he would take up arms and begin to end lives. Who was Roy Den Hollander? Roy Den Hollander was born on September 26, 1947, in Midland Park, New Jersey. He had an older fraternal twin brother who died under mysterious circumstances in childhood. Roy blamed his mother for this his entire life, a sentiment he openly discussed in his memoirs, along with his hatred for his parents. He graduated from high school in 1965, then attended the prestigious George Washington University Law School and later earned an MBA from Columbia Business School. He worked as a lawyer at several renowned firms, and in the late 1990s, he moved to Russia, where he lived for several years working as a lawyer and private detective at Kroll Associates, a consulting firm specializing in financial issues and risk. Hollander earned significant money, which he immediately spent in various elite entertainment venues on young, beautiful women who were his main weakness. In 2000, at a Moscow nightclub, the 52-year-old American lawyer met a 24-year-old beauty named Angelina Shipolina. Previously a professional track athlete, she later decided to switch to modeling, possessing all the attributes necessary to succeed in that field. The aspiring model quickly realized that the older American was utterly infatuated with her and decided to use him for her purposes. She swiftly swept him off his feet and gently nudged him towards marriage. After moving to the United States and obtaining a marriage visa, she soon filed for divorce. Now Angelina could legally stay in the country and pursue her modeling career. For the lawyer, this turn of events was a huge blow. He realized that the beauty had merely used him to achieve her own goals, playing with his emotions. He came to despise all women, a sentiment he eloquently expressed in his memoirs. He referred to his former wife as a venal woman, willing to do anything for money, and also accused her of connections with the Russian mafia. Fundamental stance and puzzling motives for the crimes. Following his tumultuous divorce from Shipolina, Roy became a self-proclaimed anti-feminist and an active advocate for men's rights. However, his behavior grew increasingly eccentric and flamboyant. Unlike Angelucci, who provided free assistance to men affected by domestic abuse and handled custody issues during divorces, Hollander became notorious for his frivolous and unsuccessful lawsuits. For instance, he objected to ladies' night promotions in bars and nightclubs where women are offered free admission and complimentary drinks. Yet it remained unclear why Roy chose his victims and sought to deprive them of life. The situation with Angelucci was particularly puzzling, since they were effectively colleagues, both fighting for men's rights. The answer to this question was soon found in the criminal's memoirs. It turned out that Roy saw Mark as a rival and was extremely jealous of him because Mark was far more successful in his career, commanded widespread respect, and held considerable influence, whereas Hollander had been mostly ridiculed for his antics and bizarre lawsuits over the last decade. Furthermore, both lawyers were members of the same men's rights community, making Roy appear even more outlandish and unsuccessful. By contrast, about a year before these tragic events, he was expelled from the community for aggressive and inappropriate behavior. Roy's personal life and career spiraled downward after his divorce from the Russian model. He fell into depression, developed problems with alcohol and anger management, and started losing most of the cases he took on. Esther Salas, as a judge, presided over several cases Hollander had handled at different times, consistently ruling against him, which led him to longlist her as one of his sworn enemies. However, neither Salas, Angelucci, nor any of their colleagues considered Roy to be dangerous, but in 2018, when he was diagnosed with cancer, the lawyer likely felt he had nothing left to lose and began devising a plan for revenge and the elimination of his enemies. The long list of revenge. Hollander never made explicit threats, so it was difficult to determine whom he considered his enemies. However, in his memoirs and notebooks, a lengthy list of names was found with whom the lawyer apparently planned to settle scores. This list included not only judges and fellow lawyers, but also the doctors who treated him, whom he accused of incompetence and intentionally treating him poorly, allowing his disease to progress. Detectives checked all the other individuals on the list and, ensuring they were alive, warned them of potential danger, as it was unclear whether the criminal had acted alone or had accomplices. It also remained unclear why Roy stopped and unexpectedly settled accounts with life. There was speculation that this was due to the deteriorating state of his health. Hollander's memoirs contained over 2,000 pages. Also, about a dozen notebooks and diaries were found among his personal belongings, which needed to be meticulously examined. This process took several weeks, but ultimately established that the criminal acted alone and had no accomplices, meaning that everyone else on the list was safe following Roy's death. Daniel Andrews Law. After the attack, Mike Andrews spent over half a year in the hospital undergoing a challenging rehabilitation process due to 3 gunshot wounds. His wife, Esther Salas, remained in a prolonged state of depression due to the loss of their only son. However, in February 2021, she agreed to give an extensive interview for the television news magazine 60 Minutes, where she spoke publicly for the first time about the horrific events and the tragedy that struck their family. Simultaneously, the judge began working on legislative changes in New Jersey. A new law adopted in December 2021 was named after her late son, Daniel. The new amendments introduced a prohibition on the public disclosure of judges' addresses and other contact information, ensuring the safety and privacy of public officials and their family members. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This desperate cry for help came from Rachel Hendricks, a woman who was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Rachel was one of 3 close friends who gathered at Amanda Cawley's upscale home in a quiet suburban neighborhood on what seemed like an ordinary Thursday morning in August 2015. They were there to comfort Amanda as she struggled through the painful collapse of her marriage, but none of them had any idea that within hours, their lives would be shattered forever. In this sudden burst of chaos and gunfire, Their lives were stolen, leaving behind grieving families and 5 young children who would never see their mothers again. A once tranquil community was thrown into shock and heartbreak. But what could have caused such a horrific attack? What led to this moment of terror? This is the tragic story of Amanda Cawley, a woman for whom the help of the courts came far too late. Amanda had been living in her family home in Mirabella, a beautiful and upscale neighborhood in St. Augustine, Florida. She and her husband, James Cawley Jr., had chosen it as the perfect place to raise their children. If you took a walk through their neighborhood, you'd immediately get the sense that the Cawley family was living a good life. To anyone on the outside, they seemed like the perfect, happy, and successful family. Neighbors often saw James laughing and playing with their 2 children, 6-year-old Trey and 4-year-old Avery, in the cul-de-sac. The couple was known for hosting lively gatherings, inviting friends over for drinks and celebrations. Even as their marriage started to unravel, Amanda and James appeared to handle it with quiet grace. Whatever struggles they faced stayed hidden behind closed doors. That's why the events of August 27, 2015 were so shocking. Around 9 o'clock that morning, Rachel Hendricks received a message that something was wrong with Amanda. She and Amanda had been friends for years, having met at a mutual friend's party along with Lindy Dobbins. The 3 women had formed an unbreakable bond. They babysat each other's children, supported one another in times of distress, and were always just a phone call away. So when Amanda needed them, Rachel and Lindy didn't hesitate. That morning, Rachel had just dropped her kids off at school before heading to Amanda's house. She made a quick stop at a friend's home to get her hair done. It was supposed to be a normal day, but for Amanda, the chaos had already begun. Her usually pristine Mirabella home had been completely trashed overnight while she was away. When she returned at 9 o'clock that morning, she walked into a nightmare. Drawers had been pulled out, clothes and papers were scattered everywhere, personal belongings had been tossed aside, and even her TV had been smashed to pieces. Strangely, nothing had been stolen. Everything had simply been torn apart, as if someone had been searching for something. Maybe at that moment, Amanda realized just how much danger she was in. Maybe that's why she called her friends over, believing that safety came in numbers. But as that morning would soon prove, no number of people could have protected her from what was coming. Inside the house that morning were 4 people: Amanda, Lindy, Rachel, and Lamar Doberly. Lamar was Amanda's boyfriend. She had been officially separated from her husband James since June, but she had met Lamar months earlier, in April. Their connection started as a professional relationship, but slowly evolved into something more personal. By June 2015, after her separation, Amanda and Lamar had begun seeing each other. Now, Lamar wasn't just any man. He was a force to be reckoned with, a former military officer with an impressive resume. He had attended the U.S. Naval Academy, studied at the Marine Corps University, and even worked at the Pentagon. Sharp, disciplined, and strategic, he carried himself with the confidence of someone who had seen and handled high-stakes situations. Amanda met him while they were both working in corporate management at Fanatics, a sportswear company. As her marriage with James crumbled, she found solace in Lamar, a man who offered stability when everything else in her life was spiraling. And on that fateful Thursday morning, when she returned home to find her house torn apart, Lamar was one of the first people she called. Lamar, Lindy, and Rachel arrived, each of them hoping to provide Amanda with comfort and a sense of security. Together they walked through the wreckage, drawers overturned, belongings scattered, a silent warning that something was terribly wrong. While Amanda and Lindy stayed upstairs trying to make sense of it all, Lamar took Rachel to the garage to assess the damage. Now, imagine coming home to find your house completely ransacked, drawers pulled out, belongings scattered, a violation of every inch of your safe space. That alone is terrifying, but before you even have a chance to process the mess, gunshots ring out. Suddenly, a trashed home doesn't seem so bad. Amanda barely had time to react before the chaos escalated outside. A man stood in her backyard, gripping a handgun and aiming it directly at the living room. Shattered glass sprayed in all directions as bullets tore through the windows. His furious voice echoed through the air, saying, "Where is he?" Over and over again. That man was James Cawley, Amanda's estranged husband, And he wasn't just there to scare them, he was out for blood. Inside, Rachel and Lamar froze for a split second. Then reality hit. James wasn't just shooting into the house at random. He was looking for someone, and Lamar didn't need to guess who. Without hesitation, Lamar yelled for everyone to run. Then he bolted. He ducked under the garage door and sprinted between two houses in the cul-de-sac, his pulse racing as he put as much distance as possible between himself and the enraged gunman. Now, if you were in Lamar's shoes at that moment, what would you do? Would you leave Amanda behind, or would you make the same choice he did? Meanwhile, Amanda and Lindy, caught further inside the house, had no way out. They did the only thing they could. They ran upstairs. Rachel followed her instincts, screaming at her to find shelter. Amanda locked herself in the bathroom, while Lindy and Rachel dove into the master bedroom closet, barricading the door. Rachel braced herself, her foot pressed against the bottom of the door, her left hand gripping the doorknob with all her strength. Lindy crouched behind a chest of drawers, silent, barely breathing. At this point, James stormed through the front door while his gun was still drawn. He stomped up the stairs, rage fueling every step. He wanted Lamar, but Lamar was gone. Instead, he found Amanda from inside the closet. Rachel and Lindy could hear him screaming, but if you think James's rage ended with Amanda, think again. His bloodlust wasn't satisfied after gunning down his wife. He turned his attention to the master closet, where Rachel and Lindy were hiding. As mentioned earlier, Rachel was using her arm to brace the door, while Lindy frantically relayed their desperate situation to the 911 operator. James, growing more impatient by the second, pounded on the door and shouted, "Open the door! Open it now!" When they didn't comply, he fired a bullet that tore through the door, grazed Rachel's arm, and the searing pain forced her to stumble backward. That moment of weakness was all James needed. He kicked the door open, his eyes wild with rage, but Rachel got lucky. James wasn't looking for her. His target was Lindy. Without hesitation, he stormed past Rachel, giving her the split-second chance she needed. Heart pounding, she turned and ran, fleeing into the neighborhood, desperately searching for help. Meanwhile, Lamar, who had escaped earlier, had also found someone who called 911, and 11 of the law enforcement arrived. It was too late. James had vanished, leaving behind a house soaked in blood and horror. The once safe home was now a crime scene, a place of unthinkable violence and devastating law. Lindy had been shot 3 times, Amanda 9. James had shot her once before forcing his way into the closet where Lindy and Rachel were hiding. Then, after killing Lindy, he unleashed 8 more bullets into Amanda's body. He had started with a 9mm handgun, emptying it into Lindy, and when that was out of bullets, he pulled out his .45A backup weapon, proof that he had come prepared for something far worse than just an argument. This wasn't just a crime of passion, it was pure, calculated rage. But why? Not much is known about the early days of James and Amanda's relationship. Amanda was 36 years old in the year 2015, a year older than James. She was born in Orlando, Florida, and had built a successful life for herself. Professionally, she thrived, and socially, she was surrounded by people who adored her. James, on the surface, appeared just as put together. He worked in the mortgage industry and lived what seemed to be a stable life alongside his wife and children. To those looking in from the outside, he was a devoted father, a man who spent every waking moment with his kids, teaching them how to swim. Always present, always involved. His sister, Crystal, spoke of him with admiration, painting a picture of a loving, family-oriented man. But behind the carefully crafted image of a devoted father and hard-working professional, James harbored a darkness that had been with him for years. According to his sister, James had grown up witnessing terrifying moments of rage within his own home. He had seen his mother seething with fury over his father's infidelity, sitting on the stairs with a baseball bat in hand, waiting the second his father walked through the door. She swung again and again, her anger manifesting in brutal blows. But the violence didn't end there. Another argument, another eruption of rage. This time, she reached for a knife, her temper spiraling out of control. James stood there, a helpless child watching it all unfold. He saw what unchecked anger looked like, what it could do, how it could consume a person. Did these moments shape him? Did they plant the seeds of his own uncontrollable fury? A defense lawyer would certainly argue that they did, that James was merely a product of his environment, repeating the cycle he had been exposed to. But trauma alone doesn't excuse what happened that night. By late August of 2015, James and Amanda had been separated for months. He had moved on, or at least that's what everyone thought. James was seeing someone new, yet his obsession with Amanda hadn't faded. Instead, it had festered, growing into something dangerous, something deadly. Amanda had done nothing wrong. She had simply wanted to break free from their toxic marriage, to rebuild a life of her own, but James refused to let her go. His attack wasn't just a crime of passion or a fleeting moment of lost control. It was premeditated. It was the culmination of his growing rage, his need for dominance over the woman who dared to walk away. And in the end, Amanda paid the ultimate price, for nothing more than wanting to be free. All of this toxicity came to a peak when a neighbor sent James a photo of Lamar shirtless mowing Amanda's lawn. That was all it took to set him off. Fury consumed him, igniting a relentless storm of abusive text messages and voicemails that wouldn't stop until the day of the murders. In their conversation, he texted her, "Oh, and your boyfriend has been parking at the playground and walking around the back. The whole neighborhood knows. You should just have him park out front like a man. Yeah, everyone knows what you are. Don't worry, I will speak with him face to face sooner than later." Amanda, trying to defuse the situation, responded, "He's not my boyfriend like I've told you before. He helps me with the yard work, painting, moving furniture, But James wasn't having it. "So, why doesn't he park in the driveway if he isn't hiding? And I guess he is married, right? I have a picture of him." These weren't just messages. They were threats. And James had acted on threats before. Amanda had already filed a domestic violence injunction against him, but he had no respect for boundaries. He had violated the order before, once, by stealing her clothes from the house and setting them on fire in the yard. In fact, on the morning of Thursday, August 27th, the very day of the murders, James had been in court for violating that order. He had sat there calm, composed, no one knowing that in less than an hour, he would commit an unthinkable act. Now, like many abusive partners, James was a contradiction. One moment desperate for forgiveness, the next consumed by paranoia and rage. Just a day before the murders, on Wednesday, August 26, he sent Amanda a message dripping with regret. "Please try to start forgiving me so we can move on. I really miss you and our family being together." But this wasn't love, it was manipulation. His so-called remorse was just another tool to control her, and when it failed, he resorted to terror. In the early hours of Thursday morning at around 4 o'clock, James broke into Amanda's house. He wasn't there to apologize or win her back. He was there to confirm his worst fear, that she had truly moved on without him. As he searched through her belongings, he found all the evidence he needed to send him into a rage. Men's clothing scattered around, adult toys, clear signs that Amanda was seeing someone else. It was the final trigger. Any lingering facade of sorrow vanished, replaced by pure, uncontrollable fury. He tore through the house like a madman, yanking open drawers, flipping furniture, ripping through her most personal possessions. By the time Amanda returned home around 9 o'clock that morning, she walked straight into a nightmare. Her home was unrecognizable. Ransacked, torn apart as if a hurricane had passed through. Furniture was overturned, drawers emptied, personal belongings scattered and violated. The place she once considered safe had been transformed into a scene of chaos and destruction. Shaken and unnerved, she immediately reached out for support, calling her friends Lindy and Rachel. Perhaps she was seeking comfort, maybe advice. What she didn't know was that this phone call would unknowingly set the stage for the final tragic moments of her life. But James wasn't done tormenting her. Not satisfied with the destruction he had already caused, he sent Amanda a final chilling text. This time, his words carried a thinly veiled threat. "You're an awesome person. Don't take me from my kids. It's all I have. Call me, or I'm going to come find you." His desperation was palpable, but so was the danger lurking behind his words. It was clear that if Amanda didn't respond, he was willing to escalate things further. Perhaps hoping to de-escalate the situation, Amanda called him back at exactly 9:41 in the morning. She argued with him over the phone, just 10 minutes after James had left the courthouse. It's unclear what was said between them, but whatever Amanda told him, it wasn't enough to stop him. At this point, nothing could. After the call, James moved with calculated precision. He drove to a gas station, then to his sister's house where he had been staying, then back to the gas station, this time to buy fuel. Somewhere along the way, he armed himself with 2 handguns, a 9mm and a .45 caliber. His every move was deliberate. He wasn't acting on impulse anymore. He was following a plan. One that had only one possible ending. During his drive, James made one last phone call to his father. A woman walking her dog nearby overheard the conversation and later recalled the desperate plea in James's father's voice. Please, son, come back and get your truck. Everybody knows what you've been through." His father was begging him to stop, to turn back before it was too late. But James's response was chilling, filled with a heavy finality that left no room for hope. "I just can't take this anymore," he said, and with that, he continued his deadly course. James didn't pull up to Amanda's house the way a visitor would. He didn't park in the driveway. He didn't knock on the door. Instead, he parked on a nearby street and approached from the rear, moving like a predator stalking its prey. He knew exactly what he was going to do, and he had no intention of leaving until his mission was complete. The first gunshots shattered the morning silence, ripping through the living room with terrifying precision. Rachel and Lamar, caught completely off guard, barely had time to react before James was firing at them. Every pull of the trigger was fueled by a single purpose: to make them pay. Amanda tried to run, but James was faster. He gunned her down in cold blood, making sure she never had the chance to escape him again. Lindy, who had just arrived moments earlier, never stood a chance. Before she could process the horror unfolding before her, she was executed on sight. And then, just as quickly as he had arrived, James disappeared. He left behind chaos, death, and devastation, but he also left behind 2 witnesses: Lamar, miraculously unharmed, and Rachel, wounded but still alive. They knew exactly who had done this. They could name the killer, and now, so could the police. The manhunt for James Terry Colley Jr. began immediately after the murders. Law enforcement agencies worked tirelessly to track him down, knowing he was armed, dangerous, and capable of further violence. That very night in Norton, Virginia, an unexpected call to 911 would lead to his capture. A distressed woman reported a terrifying encounter on the road. She described the scene in a panic. Acting quickly, Norton police located and stopped the vehicle. Inside, they found James along with several firearms. James was officially charged with a long list of crimes reflecting the full scope of his violent actions. He faced 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Amanda Colley and Lindy Dobbins. He was also charged with 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder for Rachel Hendricks and Lamar Doberly, who had narrowly survived the attack. Additionally, he was accused of burglary with assault or battery, burglary of a dwelling, and aggravated stalking. After an injunction, the prosecution was prepared to ensure that justice was served. At trial, James's defense team attempted a controversial argument, claiming that his actions were not premeditated. They suggested that he had been in an altered mental state at the time of the killings. A psychiatrist testified that James was experiencing parasomnia, a sleep disorder associated with abnormal movements and behaviors during sleep.
The defense argued that he had taken Ambien, alcohol, and other drugs, which supposedly left him in a confused, dreamlike state. In essence, they were claiming that James Colley had been sleepwalking when he committed the murders. However, this defense quickly crumbled under scrutiny. Just an hour and a half before the shootings, James had been present in court, where he was seen behaving rationally, answering questions sensibly, and showing no signs of intoxication. He had explicitly denied being under the influence of any drugs or alcohol during the legal proceedings. This directly contradicted the claim that he was impaired at the time of the attack. Furthermore, surveillance footage, phone records, and witness testimonies all painted a different picture. one of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. The jury deliberated, but the decision was swift and unanimous. James Coley Jr. was found guilty on all counts. Not only that, but the jury also reached a unanimous recommendation for the death penalty. The prosecution had presented 4 aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt, solidifying their case.
First, James had been previously convicted of another violent felony. Since he had committed multiple murders and attempted murders at once, this applied. Second, he carried out the murders while engaging in burglary. Third, each murder was deemed especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Finally, and perhaps most damning, the jury found that he had committed each killing with cold, calculated premeditation. One of the most haunting testimonies came from the medical examiner, who revealed that Amanda Coley had been fully aware during the entire attack. She had been shot 9 times before finally succumbing to her injuries. The sheer brutality of the crime reinforced the jury's decision. This was not an accident, nor a crime of passion. It was an execution. In November of 2018, James Coley Jr. was sentenced to death. He appealed the verdict, but in 2020 the courts upheld his sentence. Today, he remains on death row. One person called it more than murder. What made this case even more controversial was the unwavering support James received from his own family, particularly his sister. Before the trial even began, she stood firmly by his side, fully believing in his innocence. In one recorded call, she even led a heartfelt prayer for him, asking that he be released safely from jail. But what she failed to consider was the devastating reality of his actions. No matter how deep her love for her brother ran, or whatever justification James may have believed he had, nothing could ever make up for the fact that he stole the lives of 2 mothers, women who left behind a total of 5 young children. These children were now forced to grow up without the warmth, love, and guidance of their mothers. Their families were left shattered, their lives forever changed by an act of violence that could never be undone. During the trial, Lindy Dobbins' husband took the stand. His testimony was filled with grief and devastation. He spoke about the unbearable pain of losing his wife, about how their children had to face life without their mother, and how the loss had left a wound that would never fully heal. His words were a painful reminder that behind every crime, there are innocent lives that suffer. So if James were your brother, what would you do? Would you pray for his release, hoping for a second chance? Or would you acknowledge the weight of his actions and the irreversible damage he caused? As you think about your answer, let this be a reminder. Domestic violence doesn't happen in isolation. It can spiral into unimaginable tragedy, tearing families apart in ways that can never be repaired. And when it does, the only question left to ask is, could this have been prevented? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. At this precise moment, Kimberly made a mistake that gave the cops a significant lead in the murder of her boyfriend. The serious investigation that was about to commence began with the discovery of 31-year-old Gabrielle Montanez's body, shot just outside her apartment. Even though there were several hints that fit the murder's chronology exactly, what transpired next completely upended the case. It all began on July 25, 2017, when a troubling 911 call regarding a fatal gunshot was received by Michigan police at 2:05 a.m. EM. Several troops raced to the site, not knowing what they were getting into. But as soon as they got there, they saw that the shot man was having trouble breathing. Based on experience, this blood trail would show that the victim was not shot at the scene of his discovery. Look under his hat to see whether he has any firearms. In an attempt to save him, the officers performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Paramedics quickly stabilized him and hurried him to the hospital as they arrived. He was taken in for emergency surgery by the hospital's surgeons as soon as he got there. His identity was eventually revealed when they discovered his ID card. He tragically died during the procedure, and his death was formally declared a homicide in spite of the doctor's best efforts. A mourning family, including a mother, wife and daughter who had always been by his side, were left behind when 31-year-old Gabriel Juarez Montanez passed away. At the same time, the police began investigating the murder at the crime scene. After making sure nothing had been disturbed, they guarded the entire area and started closely inspecting the location where Gabriel had been shot. The officers thought the blood trail they discovered during their inspection of the area belonged to Gabriel. This trail implied that he had crawled to the location of his discovery rather than being shot. After realizing this, they began searching the area for leads that might enable them to pursue the investigation. They soon realized that there were a number of apartment complexes close by, raising the possibility that someone had heard or seen something. They made the decision to discreetly knock on people's doors and ask them if they knew anything about the shooting. There was also an apartment complex nearby. The cops made the decision to look there as well. One of the men they encountered while knocking on doors was a 98111 caller who had actually seen the incident. He said that it was 2 shots. The man instantly ran away on foot, heading east, when he confronted the shooter. Even though this information was crucial, it was insufficient to identify the suspect. The pressure was on and time was running out. The officers were aware that they needed to apprehend the gunman as soon as possible to prevent him from killing anyone else. Following hours of research, the detectives focused on Gabriel's past in an effort to identify any adversaries or potential reasons why he would be the subject of their investigation. As they looked more, they found that Kimberly, also known as Kelsey, was Gabriel's ex-girlfriend. However, that wasn't the only item that caught my attention. They were particularly interested in a previous complaint that Kimberly had made against him. At Kimberly's request, the police had called Gabriel a few days prior to the shooting. He had shown up unexpectedly and hung around while she was at work, which infuriated her so much that she phoned the police to have him removed. The police initially thought this would have been a minor occurrence, but now they started to question whether it could have grown into something much more serious. They had to talk to Kimberly to find out the truth. Their suspicions about her only intensified as they began investigating her past and located her current residence. They went to her apartment with the search warrant in hand, not knowing what they would discover there or what the results of the inquiry would show. After rapidly assembling a SWAT unit, detectives arrived to her flat. Innumerable options flooded their thoughts as they ascended the stairs warily. Was she the one confined inside the barred walls, or had Kimberly murdered Gabriel? They unlocked the door and started yelling to let everyone inside know they were there and to make sure they weren't going into an unexpected situation. They were shouting for any possible dangers when a woman's voice came from the bedroom. Kimberly was introducing herself. Kimberly stayed in bed when investigators arrived, strangely composed in spite of the commotion and the constant loud fighting. Her inability to respond in the mornings left them wondering if she had actually been asleep or if she was just acting. But finding a clue that could unlock the case was more important than asking Kimberly about her strange behavior. They had to inspect her home for this. The police searched the entire house, but they were unable to find any evidence that clearly connected Kimberly to Gabriel's death. Nevertheless, they had a gut feeling that there was more to the story. In an effort to learn more, they turned to Kimberly and asked her if she had any information. But not only did she discuss her relationship with Gabriel, they were surprised by what she disclosed next. It wasn't shocking that she mentioned that it wasn't the first time she had lost her boyfriend, even though police hadn't yet told her of Gabriel's passing. It caused some grave worries. It implied that she was already aware of Gabriel's killing. They asked her to come to the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety headquarters to be questioned in order to ascertain exactly how much she knew about the crime. The cops persuaded her to come in for the interview, in spite of her repeated denials. She finally caved and showed up for the interview at the downtown sheriff's office. Kimberly claimed that she had met Gabriel at approximately 12:55 a.m. immediately after she got home from work. Kimberly's interrogation had yielded no important clues, but detectives assumed she was not aware of Gabriel's death and told her watching her intently for the smallest hint that would disprove their suspicions. However, her response was quite different from what they had anticipated. After witnessing Kimberly sob after learning the news, the investigators decided she was not a potential suspect since they believed her feelings were sincere. But they needed a lead, and Kimberly was the only person who could help them discover it. However, obtaining information from her proved to be more difficult than anticipated. Kimberly denied having any knowledge of Gabriel's passing. She did, however, acknowledge having several extramarital encounters while dating Gabriel, which caused him to become deceived. The detectives became suspicious. Could her deceit have contributed to his demise? They questioned her about the night of the murder. After pointing out her adultery with Gabriel, it was implausible that she hadn't heard the gunshots because the incident happened directly outside her home. But when they questioned her further, they discovered that she appeared equally confused about the murder as she did about the house search. Given that Kimberly's lover had just been shot and murdered outside of her apartment, it looked odd that she claimed to have been asleep and had no idea why the police were at her door. They were aware, though, that she was not being completely honest. Investigators had a hazy suspicion that Kimberly's adultery was a crucial line of inquiry to follow in order to learn more about the other men she had been seeing. Karen Riveted, the lead detective, was called in to answer questions. In addition to Gabriel, Kimberly had already disclosed to the other two investigators that she had dated 3 other males. She felt more at ease disclosing that Gabriel had accused her of cheating now that a woman was in charge of the inquiry. The idea that her deceit toward Gabriel may have contributed to this murder is strong. Detective Riveted, however, gave her the photo of the crime scene to ascertain whether she was genuinely unaware of the shooting outside her home or if she was just attempting to avoid the police. Kimberly didn't say anything. When Detective Riveted saw that she would not cooperate, he released her. They turned their attention to other places and started looking for hints in the neighborhood's CCTV cameras. Shortly after, they discovered a CCTV camera diagonally across the crime scene at a petrol station. They wasted little time in going to the gas station in the hopes of making a breakthrough. But as they watched the video, they discovered multiple pieces of evidence that pointed to Kimberly's knowledge of Gabriel's murder. She had actually been present when the shooting occurred. She didn't disclose this information throughout the investigation, but they discovered in the video that her automobile was parked outside the gas station. However, it wasn't the only unsettling aspect. The fact that another man, whom they previously knew, was in her car that day startled the detectives. Considering that Ellis, Kimberly's friend, had a history of running afoul of the law, his location was easy to find. In Kalamazoo, they discovered him sitting on the stairs of a house on a busy block. He had his child with him. They encouraged him to come for an interview at the sheriff's office, but he declined. They had no choice but to question him there, even though it wasn't the best moment for an interview. In the hopes that he would turn himself in after being presented with concrete evidence, detectives began by playing him the CCTV footage from the petrol station where he was obviously caught. Rather, he took an unexpected action. He vehemently disputed that he was the man in the video. Detective Riveted tried to calm him down and encourage him to talk more, because he could tell he was afraid of being caught. Detectives were unable to extract any useful information from Ellis despite the reference. He did, however, offer an alibi for the murderous day. He maintained that he wasn't on the video and that he had been with his girlfriend Samantha at the time. Detectives now looked to Samantha to confirm his alibi in light of this knowledge. They called her in for interrogation after determining her whereabouts. Detectives found that Samantha and Ellis were no longer together shortly after she was brought in for an interview. In fact, they had met a month prior, which obviously contradicted Ellis's alibi. After then, Samantha was questioned by detectives regarding Gabriel's murder and told that she didn't know anything. They showed her the same CCTV footage from the petrol station where Ellis was caught to make sure she wasn't lying. She eventually said something at that point, stating unequivocally that Ellis was the man in the video. She acknowledged that Ellis was at the gas station, but she denied any knowledge of Gabriel's murderer. She retreated entirely when Detective Riveted urged her to talk to Ellis and get confirmation regarding the murderer. Detectives changed their strategy when Samantha failed to provide a reliable lead. After obtaining a search warrant for Kimberly's vehicle, they were shocked to discover more unsettling than they had anticipated. However, this was nothing compared to what they discovered next: a pile of traffic tickets belonging to Cornell Head, a 21-year-old guy. Given all of the evidence, it appeared that Kimberly knew the identity of the murderer and had full knowledge of the events leading up to the murder. Detectives summoned her in for an interview in light of this. Kimberly broke down and appeared frightened of any repercussions related to Gabriel's murder, but detectives decided to take a chance and pressured her a bit harder, forcing her to talk. Detectives, who were determined to locate the murderer, encouraged her to write down the murderer's name in the hopes that it would ease her into confessing, but what she revealed was a terrifying admission of a more sinister reality. Kimberly had cheated on Gabriel with a man named Cornell. She also said that he was the third person in the car that evening. She picked Cornell and Ellis up after work, and the three of them continued on to McDonald's, then to a gas station, and eventually to Kimberly's house, where they parked the car in the lot. Shortly after, she became alarmed when she noticed Gabriel driving toward her car from the passenger side, where Cornell was seated. She heard 2 gunshots as Gabriel opened the door. The next thing she noticed was Gabriel on the ground, dead. She then ran inside her flat and went into hiding. Detectives quickly located Cornell after confirming that he was the true murderer. They rushed to Chicago to interview him after learning that he had already been arrested there. Detectives discovered that Kimberly had cheated on Cornell in addition to Gabriel. After speaking with Cornell, all along she had been deceiving. Even worse, Cornell was completely unaware of her involvement with him. He was completely taken aback by the news. Cornell, however, changed his account after learning of Kimberly's treachery, asserting that Gabriel had struck him first and that he had only fired in retaliation. But he was not saved by the law. On November 6, 2018, he was found guilty of second-degree murder and given a sentence of 30 to 50 years in jail, plus 2 more years for each of the 2 felony firearm possession convictions. The sad tale of love and betrayal that Gabriel Montanez told ruined not only him but also everyone who knew him. Growing up, his daughter missed him more than anybody else, and each moment felt like a stolen memory that she would never be able to recover. The loss caused by Cornell's crime of passion was irreplaceable, shattering lives and leaving hearts in eternal sadness. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The footage you just saw wasn't fiction. It wasn't acted. It was real. These were real people, real victims caught in the grip of a monster hiding in plain sight. That monster was 36-year-old Maury Troy Travis. His crimes were so disturbing, so inhuman, that the local police chief ordered psychological counseling for any officer forced to view the evidence. The basement where he committed his atrocities became known as something closer to a torture chamber than a crime scene. Maury Travis didn't just kill, he orchestrated cruelty. He lured women into his home with cold calculation, brought them down into his basement, and subjected them to torture that defies comprehension. But how did such a seemingly quiet, respectful man carry out acts so horrific? What could drive someone like Travis to such depths of evil? And how did he manage to keep his crimes hidden in a quiet suburb? To understand the darkness behind the mask, we need to go back to the beginning. Maury Troy Travis, born on October 21, 1965, in St. Louis, Missouri, lived a life that on the surface looked painfully average. Known as Toby to those close to him, he grew up in Carr Square, a public housing complex, before his family moved to a modest home in Ferguson in 1976. He lived with his mother, Sandra Travis, and his father, Michael V. Travis. There were no signs of physical abuse, no record of early criminal behavior, just the usual growing pains of a quiet, introverted kid. He was polite, exceptionally polite. Teachers remembered him as well-mannered and soft-spoken. One neighbor recalled him mowing lawns without being asked. A teacher described him as one of the quietest students she'd ever had. For years, no one saw him as anything but a background character, unremarkable, invisible, and easily forgotten. Even when investigators later retraced his past, interviewed old classmates and neighbors, many couldn't even remember him. He had left so little impression on the world around him, until the truth of what he became finally surfaced. And when it did, it left scars not just on his victims, but on an entire city. He graduated from McClure High School in 1985 and served 2 years as an Army reservist. Following that, he worked as a medical and dental assistant. Additionally, he managed to secure employment locally with haulage companies and even volunteered at a local nursing home. Maury Travis's enrollment in Morris Brown College in 1986 at the age of 22 seemed like a positive step forward. However, it was also in this private institute in Atlanta where he encountered and formed a relationship with cocaine, sending his life into a downward spiral. His addiction quickly escalated to a severe level, costing him $300, 0 cents a day. Morris's plunge into criminal activities to support his habit swiftly brought him to the attention of law enforcement the following year. Up until that point, he had a clean record, making his sudden shift into illegal behavior quite unexpected. Rather than a gradual escalation, his actions took a surprising and abrupt turn from his prior conduct. In March 1988, during his college spring break, Maury engaged in a string of robberies that raised eyebrows. To everyone's surprise, he targeted 5 shoe stores in St. Louis within 8 days. What added an unusual twist to these crimes was his choice of weapon. Instead of a loaded firearm, he used a plastic toy gun to instill fear. This abrupt shift into criminal behavior was truly unexpected, especially given his clean record before these incidents. This is where Maury Travis took a sharp turn into criminal activity. The armed robberies he committed resulted in his initial capture. Witnesses provided the police with details about his car, leading to his arrest. The detective handling the case was taken aback, as Maury didn't fit the typical image of a criminal. Upon being apprehended, Maury claimed to have hazy memories of the crimes, attributing it to drug influence. While awaiting sentencing, he underwent a drug rehabilitation program and claimed to have successfully overcome his addiction. Despite these efforts and his clean record before this, the court had taken his actions into account during proceedings. Character references poured in support of Maury, including one from a congressman and U.S. representative. These testimonials highlighted his rehabilitation efforts, asserting that his criminal behavior was an aberration in his character. Despite this acknowledgement, Maury received a 15-year prison sentence on July 5, 1989, at the age of 23. This marked the start of his time behind bars for his criminal actions. From the outset, Maury realized that his time in prison wouldn't be easy. He attested to the inhospitable conditions, citing frequent assaults and an abundance of drugs that posed a significant threat to his rehabilitation. Having successfully addressed his dependency issues, he found himself surrounded by drugs in this challenging environment. In a desperate plea to the judge, Maury wrote a letter urging him to reconsider his sentence, pouring his heart out in the hope of a lenient outcome. In his plea to the judge, Maury wrote on how he was constantly thinking of taking his own life due to the horrible conditions he was living in. He ended by asking the judge to give him another chance in society. Maury was granted parole in 1994, serving only 5 years and 3 months of his sentence at the Farmington Correctional Center. His early release was primarily attributed to his exemplary behavior. Although he had 13 conduct violations, they were minor infractions. Upon his release, he moved into a duplex where neighbors regarded him as an excellent resident who didn't cause any disturbances. After serving time, initially from March 1989 through June 1994, Maury faced additional prison stages due to drug charges from February 1998 to January 1999 due to repeatedly violating his parole. Once outside prison, he worked in various restaurants, keeping to himself mostly. He also displayed an unusual fixation for his 2000 black Mitsubishi Eclipse, spending considerable time cleaning and maintaining it. Although neighbors and classmates of Maury didn't have any suspicious information about him, March 2001 saw Maury's girlfriend leave him, and this was when bodies of women began to turn up around town. Between March 2001 and May 2002, Maury would actively pick up sex workers along the extended stretch of Broadway, known as the Stroll north of St. Louis. In fact, 4 suspected victims of Maury were later discovered in this area. It gained notoriety for its numerous crack houses and the availability of such workers. Maury would pick them up and then bring them back to his home in Ferguson. Once there, he would keep some of these women for days, subjecting them to his whims. However, it wasn't solely for his personal satisfaction. He recorded the horrifying events taking place in the basement. Videotapes documenting these acts were later discovered concealed within a wall. Some of the video clips showed Maury engaging in consensual but rough roleplay involving bondage with women. There were also instances when he was seen using drugs, yet he would let them go unharmed. However, in other footage, Maury could be seen indulging in much darker activities, from keeping women hostage for days in his dungeon to strangling them to death. Law enforcement initially struggled to comprehend why he chose to spare certain women while murdering others. One hypothesis suggests that the tipping point might have been when he discovered that a particular sex worker had children. It appeared that this discovery triggered a violent rage since they chose drugs over their children, although it's not confirmed. He also made them perform the most unbelievable rituals. Maury would get them to dance in white clothes. Then at times, he'd get them to wear sunglasses where the lenses were completely blacked out so they couldn't see. By doing this, he was taking power away from them completely. He would then restrain their legs with a rope and handcuff them. At times, he'd even cover their eyes with duct tape. In the footage that they found, they saw these women shackled to a wooden post with Maury verbally taunting them. He would tell them what was going to happen, or they needed to berate them as well. At times, he'd get angry because he'd find out that these women had children. He also used to criticize them, expressing aggression and violence due to their choice of drugs over their kids. In some of the earliest footage, Maury is actually seen standing over a nearly naked woman, heavily bound with a rope and handcuffed. Then he suddenly grabs the belt, snaps it tightly around her neck and strangles her until she's unconscious and she's limp. He may even have broken her neck. He then just leaves her body face down on the floor. It's truly horrifying to think that Maury Travis was able to carry out such horrific crimes without raising suspicion. One thing we know is Maury Travis's ability to blend into the background made him a master of disguise. His unassuming nature allowed him to operate unnoticed, making him the last person anyone would suspect of such heinous crimes. On July 31, 2000, the discovery of the first known victim, Mary Shields, 61, in East St. Louis, Illinois, began a haunting pattern in the months that followed. The tragedies escalated on March 24, 2001, when the body of Cassandra F. Walker, 19, was found in Washington Park, Illinois. Elisa Greenway, a 34-year-old, caught in a seemingly hopeless cycle of addiction, was discovered deceased on April 5, 2001, in Washington Park, Illinois. Her body showed signs of strangulation with ligature marks found on her wrist and ankles. Near her body, authorities found a tire impression identified as a Bridgestone Potenza tire, which was photographed for further analysis. Not long after, on May 15, 2001, Teresa Wilson, 36, was discovered in West Alton, Missouri. May 30, 2001, marked the discovery of Betty James, 46, in St. Louis, with an evident tire impression distinct from earlier scenes. The St. Louis Police Department strongly believed that all these murders were the work of the same individual, as the crimes were executed in a similar manner. By June 29, 2001, Verona Thompson, 36, was found in West Alton, Missouri. Following this, on August 25, 2001, Devon Cruz, 50, was discovered in East St. Louis, Illinois. The haunting silence after October 8, 2001, when Brenda Beasley, age 33, was found dead in East St. Louis, Illinois, raised speculation. Authorities speculated three possible scenarios. Either the perpetrator was in custody, had passed away, or had relocated from the area. However, the unsettling quiet broke as the year changed. The cycle resumed, claiming 4 lives. The first unidentified victim was found on January 30, 2002. Another unidentified victim was found near Mascoutah, Illinois on March 11, 2002. The next unidentified victim was discovered in Columbia, Illinois on March 28, 2002. And the final unidentified victim was reported in West Alton, Missouri on May 25, 2002. Each day marked a sorrowful moment, revealing a frightening pattern. What ultimately led to uncovering the killer will stun you like never before. In an attempt to bring attention to one of the victims and maintain public interest in the investigation, Bill Smith penned an article. This was about Teresa Wilson, a victim and her life struggles leading up to her unfortunate demise. He named the killer the Streetwalker Strangler. The article was published in the paper's May 19, 2002 issue. Less than a week later, Smith received a letter at his desk. While it's not uncommon for media personnel to receive letters or correspondence, this letter had an unusual return address on the envelope: Thraldom, 325311 Lafayette Street, New York, New York, 10,012. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. Zip code 10,012 encompasses portions of Manhattan, Soho, NoHo, Nolita, and Greenwich Village neighborhoods. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. However, the thraldom address is fictional, so why would someone use that term for an address? According to Merriam-Webster, thraldom refers to the state of being an enslaved person. It also served as the name of a bondage website. The letter was typed using what appeared to be Lucida handwriting font in red ink with minimal punctuation. Smith initially believed it was a prank. He quickly realized the letter was no joke and that a person claiming to be the Streetwalker Strangler was contacting him. The letter read, "Dear Bill, nice sob story about Teresa Wilson. Write one about Greenwade. Write a good one, and I'll tell you where many others are to prove I'm real. Here's directions to number 17. Search in a 50-yard radius from the X. Put the story in the Sunday paper like the last." The letter Bill received included a map of West Alton marked with an X, indicating the location of a body. This sender offered to reveal the locations of additional victims, and as evidence of their identity, providing directions to number 17, accompanied by a typed internet-generated map. After finding a skeleton at the marked spot, authorities focused on the map, which appeared to have been generated using an internet mapping service. They found a possible match on Expedia.com. According to an affidavit by FBI agent Melanie Jimenez, on May 30, 2002, Expedia informed Jimenez that Microsoft, based in Redmond, Washington, provided the data for its maps site. The FBI requested records of any maps of West Alton made between May 18, 2002, the date of the newspaper story that prompted the letter, and May 21, 2002, the postmark on the envelope. It took 4 days to receive a response. On June 3, 2002, Microsoft reported that only one computer had accessed the map during the specified time period. The company further revealed that on May 20, the computer had zoomed in on the map of the West Alton, Missouri area approximately 10 times in chronological order, eventually generating a map that matched the one sent to the Post-Dispatch. However, Microsoft could not provide a name, only an IP address, a meaningless string of numbers to most people, 65.227 and 106.78. To translate the IP number into a name, the FBI turned to WorldCom Incorporated, which provided local telephone numbers to connect internet services to their dial-up customers. WorldCom assigns a temporary IP address to each customer for each internet session. The challenge was not just to identify who used 65.227 and 116.78, but also to determine who used it at the specific time in question. The next day, on June 4, 2002, WorldCom's internet division UUNet identified the user as MSN Maury Travis. This led to the identification of the user's real name, Maury Troy Travis of Ferguson. Before this, back in 2001, Maury also hinted about his crime to one of his co-workers. He told him that East St. Louis was a good place to hide objects due to minimal police presence. He also told his co-worker's girlfriend, who worked at a TV station, that prostitutes' bodies were dumped in the same area. Maury didn't state that he was the one who killed them, but he said he knew about it from a friend. The talking letter to the editor and his hints to co-workers suggest that Maury might have been one of those serial killers who craved attention. His actions indicate a desire to be found, a twisted sense of power derived from the fear he instilled in the community. This information provided the basis for surveillance and on June 7, 2002, an arrest and search warrant. The warrant led to the discovery of evidence including DNA, entire trademarks linking Maury, a 36-year-old waiter, to some of the killings. Investigators launched a thorough search of Maurice's residence in Ferguson, Missouri, uncovering a horrifying scene hidden within the depths of his home. They discovered a torture chamber. The ground floor of his home was tidy and well maintained. The woman who lived with him, identified as his girlfriend, told police she had no clue about the basement and had never been there. While police officers examined the house and basement, FBI agents and other investigators conducted a 2-hour interrogation of Maury in his living room. They learned that his mother owned the residence and had allowed him to stay there. Authorities later revealed that Maury evaded giving direct answers and instead inquired about how they had located him. Upon being informed that the computer-printed map had led them to his doorstep, Maury became enraged. Shortly after police escorted Maury outside and placed him in a car, he consented to accompanying the police downtown for further questioning. Computer forensics experts entered the house to inspect Maurice's computer, where they uncovered drafts of the letters sent to journalist Bill Smith. Downstairs, investigators uncovered a house of horrors. They found bloodstains on the walls, ceiling, carpet, and furniture. Within this, they discovered chilling torture instruments, a menacing stun gun, and newspaper clippings documenting his heinous crimes. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come: videotapes capturing Maury's unspeakable acts of violence, subjecting his victims to horrific acts. The evidence from this torture chamber, coupled with DNA analysis, suggested that he committed the murders of between 12 and 20 women. He had been preying on vulnerable individuals, many of whom were drug addicts and sex workers in the states of Missouri and Illinois. Between 2002, Travis asked for a soda during questioning. Later, the can he drank from was sent to the lab for testing. DNA swabs were taken from the area near the opening of the can for epithelial cells in Travis's saliva, which could be used for DNA testing. Travis's DNA profile was then compared to the biological material found on 2 of the murder victims, Yvonne Cruz and Brenda Beasley. St. Louis Police Captain Harry Heger said that investigators also found a crude diagram in Maury's home showing plans for a basement extension. Heger said that Maury was planning to build 2 cells in the basement where he could chain the women, and then he was planning to build vents connecting the basement to the outside. Heger said that Maury also made a list of things that he needed to keep the woman captive for some time, and that one of the items on the list was adult diapers. We spoke about the victims who were identified, but now let us uncover a few who are not known till the present. On May 25, 2002, the tragic case of St. Charles County Jane Doe came to light, adding another victim to the list of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. The woman's remains were discovered near West Alton, Missouri, leaving her identity shrouded in mystery for 21 years. The discovery of St. Charles County Jane Doe unfolded following the anonymous letter sent to local reporter Bill Smith on May 21, 2002. The skeletal remains of St. Charles County Jane Doe were found west of Highway 67 and south of St. Charles Street, scattered over a 30-foot wide area. It was determined that she was a female between the ages of 25 and 35, of black ethnicity, and approximately 5 feet 4 inches in height. 1 or more limbs and 1 or both hands were not recovered. The remains found at the crime scene included a sleeveless, coarse blue denim dress with metal buttons, a black and silver V-neck stretch shirt with 3/4-length sleeves, a black spandex top, a torn piece of blue jean-type material, a white cotton tube sock, a blue shoestring type tie-up in the back, and a thin white cotton fragment. A few months prior, on March 28, 2002, another discovery had been made: the remains of an unidentified woman. She would come to be known as Monroe County Jane Doe, one of the 3 victims of the notorious St. Louis serial killer Maury Travis. Her identity remains a mystery, her story shrouded in silence. She was believed to be between the ages of 29 and 50, her African-American heritage evident in her skin tone. She stood at 5 feet 1 inch tall. Her petite frame weighed about 105 pounds. Her dark brown hair bore the mark of a healed fracture on her forehead, possibly a mark of a childhood injury. There was no indication that she had ever given birth. At the time of her discovery, they could find only skeletal remains, along with a green shirt and the letter M and the word Mavericks in orange lettering. Her attire was completed by khaki canvas shorts and a brown leather belt with a silver buckle. These simple garments provided the only clues to her identity, silent witnesses to her life. Just a few weeks before that, on March 11, 2002, in Lorain, Illinois, the remains of Madison County Jane Doe were found. Madison County Jane Doe was believed to be between the ages of 23 and 30. Her ethnicity identified as black. Her height was estimated to be between 5'1" and 5'6", and she weighed around 105 pounds. She also had dark hair when discovered. The victim's decomposed body was clad in a red and white, checkered flannel-style shirt, bearing the brand Tommy Hilfiger and a pair of gray shorts from the brand Second Skins. A little under 2 months before that, St. Clair County Jane Doe, a woman whose identity remains a mystery, was discovered on January 30, 2002. Her skeletal remains were found in Mascataw, Illinois, though the exact cause of her death remains undetermined. She is presumed to be one of the unidentified victims of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. At the time of her discovery, she was believed to be between the ages of 20 and 40, of African American descent. Her skeletal remains revealed clues about her life, including 3 piercings in her right ear, a healed fracture above her left ankle, and additional healed fractures on her nasal bones, left second rib, wrist, and below her neck. She was found wearing a black velour sleeveless catsuit bearing the brand Jason Matthews with full-length legs. 2 yellow metal rings adorned her left middle finger. People were shocked and confused by how a man with such an appealing personality could be involved in these terrible crimes. The mother of one of his ex-girlfriends from Pagedale expressed her shock and disbelief over the news of Maury's arrest. Her daughter had dated him back in 2001, and she described him as a perfect gentleman who always seemed happy and laid back. She couldn't believe that the man she knew could be different from the person now accused of such heinous crimes. Maury was suspected of being involved in the murders of 12 women, and he was also charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. Federal court documents linked him to these crimes. Police investigators believed that Maury may have killed more than 17 women in total. Following his arrest on June 7, 2002, Maury was taken into custody for interrogation and was placed on preventative monitoring until his trial for the alleged offenses. Just one St. Louis thought justice had been served with Maury. His arrest on June 7, 2002. The city saw darkness again 3 days later, on June 10, 2002. Maury planned to escape his sentence. He did that in the most unthinkable way possible. Maury Travis reportedly wrote a brief note on a sheet of paper in his 8th-floor jail cell in Clayton. Outside the cell, another inmate tasked with monitoring Maury attempted to keep watch through a window. Maury had no desire to spend the rest of his life in prison or face execution by injection. He conveyed to those who would read his final words. Instead, he decided to end his life on his own terms. He explained that he left a note to demonstrate, "You guys didn't kill me." His note read, "Dear Mom, I'm sorry for the pain this caused you and the family. My death seems to be the only way out, and a fast end to all the publicity. You were the best mother a man could have. But I've been sick for a long time, sick in the head, since I was about 14. I don't know why. I was just sick. I've never felt normal or happy at any time in my life. I think about the life I lead and what's ahead of me. This seems the best solution for all involved, especially me, because I won't spend the rest of my life locked up, or worse, let them kill me with a needle. Tell Grandma Marina James and everybody, I love them dearly. I love you the most, but you know that forever. Your son, Toby Travis." Jail regulations prohibited the inmate assigned to the anti-self-harm vigil from maintaining a clear view of what was to transpire, and the guards violated jail rules, skipping 15-minute checks, providing Maury with 45 minutes of privacy to carry out his plan. According to Clayton police, Maury meticulously threaded a torn strip of bedsheet through small holes in a jail wall vent 6 feet from the floor and looped the other end around his neck. He placed a pillowcase over his head, stuffed additional cloth into his mouth, and somehow managed to tie his hands behind his back. 12 years after Maury himself died in prison, his mother, Sandra Travis, still owned the home where he committed his horrific acts. In 2014, she rented the house to Katrina McGall without mentioning its dark past. McGall learned about the house's history from a television documentary and requested to break her lease, but Sandra refused. News 4 contacted Sandra, who claimed she had informed McGaw about the house's past. McGaw denied this, stating that she would have remembered the murders if Sandra had told her. Technically, landlords are not obligated to disclose information about a home's past in this country. Landlords are only required to report physical defects. The St. Louis Housing Authority intervened, allowing McGaw to move out at the end of the month, despite Sandra's objections. The situation was complex. On one hand, it was understandable that Sandra, the mother of a serial killer, would want to put the past behind her. She was legally entitled to rent the house without disclosing any information about past events, but it may not have been ethically right to do so. On the other hand, McGaw, who had a 2-year-old daughter, was uncomfortable living in a house where women were tortured and murdered. She also mentioned that her daughter had occasionally played near the same pole in the basement where Maury Travis tied up his victims. Considering how disturbing the whole situation was, McGaw understandably wanted to move out as soon as possible. Sadly, the victims found no closure. Moreover, several victims remained unidentified, adding to the heartbreak of this case. After witnessing these tragic events, one thing becomes evident. You never truly know who lives next door. This monstrous individual was carrying out these heinous acts right beneath everyone's noses, escaping notice even from those close to him. What's truly confounding is the mystery surrounding his actions. How could he commit 17 murders in his basement without anyone suspecting a thing, not even the women he dated? And then, the ultimate enigma. Why did he choose to end his own life in that prison cell? Was the reality of prison more horrific than the agony these women faced? Or was he such a narcissist that he couldn't bear anyone else deciding when his life would end? This case raises more questions than answers. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.